timing. So
Okay, that's fine.
good morning. I'm glad to see at least some of us have survived a whiskey buff. Welcome to the Cooperation Working Group session. We have some interesting speakers lined up, but first a little bit of administrative stuff. The minutes of the last meeting have been online, but I posted a link yesterday, so you might not have had the chance to look at it. If you find anything wrong with the minutes, let us know and we'll get it fixed. The other administrative thing, which also already was mentioned on the mailing list, is that we have reselected Desiree to continue as co-chair. Thank you, Desiree, and thanks for the support. And speaking of Desiree, I'm actually going to ask her to come up and introduce the speakers. And of course, we have Achilles online monitoring all the online discussions, so we are covering all bases.
Yes, and good morning, everyone. As you can see, somebody was partying late last night. It's my pleasure to present to you the program we have put together for you today. Also to welcome people online. And so what we have is 4 speakers today. Our first presenter is Emmanuel Kessler. He's from Europol, and he'll give us some update. As you know, it's been quite some time since we had a law enforcement agency talk to us, so we welcome him. We're really happy he's here. Following up this update, and we hope to keep some questions for the end. We will hear from Jeanette Hoffmann. She's an academic from Berlin. She's with the Weizbaum Institute and the Humboldt also Institute. So she had 2 professorship there looking into internet governance issues. She's also the high-level executive committee member of Net Mundial +10 event that just took place in Brazil last month, trying to revise some of the main internet governance principles. So we hope you have some questions for her as well. Following that, we will welcome Osama Al-Dosi, who will be talking to us about solid projects. So something more technical and decentralized. So we really look forward to that. Last but not least, we will welcome Roman Bosk from RIPE NCC, who will give us the some update and trends about the regulatory atmosphere in Brussels, what's happening with the elections, and I also hope that you'll enjoy his talk. With that, no further ado, I welcome to the stage Emmanuel Kessler. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the floor. I'm very glad to be here today to share with you the latest inputs from Europol. I think it makes sense to explain you who we are, how do we work indeed, what we can do all together also, and why e-governance matters, why the cooperation with the right actors is really important for us. So to give you an update, first I would say that, well, I've joined Europol for 3 years now. Previously, I am a police officer. I worked in France in the National Cybercrime Unit and also on international cooperation. So first, well, just to tell you who we are, how do we work, indeed, Europol is a law enforcement agency. We are indeed a support agency, a cooperation hub. It means that colleagues from the member states, from Germany, Poland, France, Spain, all member states come to us to require our support on big investigation, on major transborder and complex investigations. We work against organized crime groups. So on very important cases, operational cases, we will then provide to our colleagues of the member states a support package. What is a support package? Indeed, we will provide to our colleagues a support on forensic analysis. We will provide them a support on cryptocurrency tracing. We support also to coordinate the investigations. We have the premises. We have some experts. We have our own operational capacities. There is a lot of agency with Pol at international level. You have Interpol, Europol, Ameripol, ASEANPol. Indeed, the capacities of these agencies may be different. At Europol level, and we cover most of the countries of RIPE, indeed, at Europol level, we have our own operational capacities, and it is a strong point for us to support our colleagues, really. You see the main tasks, the main missions on the screen. Of course, we have here 100 people with law enforcement background, but not only. We have people with other civilian background, legal backgrounds, communication backgrounds, and we will work at EU level against cybercrime. In Europol, you have a center dedicated to cybercrime, another one to organized crime, another one to financial crime, and also another one to terrorism also. So we are the cybercrime center of Europol. We work on all the scope of cybercrime, cyber threats. We will cover cyber attacks, indeed cyber dependent crime. botnet, malware, ransomwares, DDoS attacks. We will cover also child sexual exploitation, child sexual abuse material. We have in Europol the second databases with 64 millions of contents. It is useful for us to trace back the pedophile online. To give you an example, during each year we organize big operations, and we on a dozen of operations we have we have saved 700 children, and we have identified 230 pedophiles. To give you an example of what we can do at operational level with our colleagues from the member state. We don't lead investigations, I want to be clear. We just support, and our colleagues from the member state lead the investigation, but they get the benefit from our support. Indeed, we are here also to promote the law enforcement interest about digital investigation. If we have the capacities at legal level, technical level to do them, we will be successful. And we are here to share the voice of law enforcement in the debate. We don't negotiate. We are not a negotiation agency. We are an operational agency, but we share the view with all partners that are interested. We have also our own forensic capacities. What is digital investigation? It is forensic and access to information. These 2 points are major in a digital investigation. We have a forensic lab that will provide analysis of contents, servers, laptops, smartphones. They will analyze that. They will assist the colleagues in the member states during operations. And we will work also on some decryption activities. We have been created more than 10 years ago. We have now some great maturity at service level to bring the best support as possible. So now, just to give you an example, concretely, facing a major cyber attack, how can we work? We have, of course, our capacities, the 100 people, experts that are in the center. We will work on to do some cyber intelligence, cyber threat assessment. We will support with our databases to do some cross-matching of information. We are 24/7. We work permanently. The forensic lab, and we will go on mission in the member states. We have a cooperation groups with all colleagues from various countries. These countries have a liaison officer who work permanently in Europol. They work in an open space. All together, it is a matter of trust here between people. They will do some deconfliction of operational cases to prepare them and to bring them to the justice once they are ready to be launched. So it's a great, I insist, it's a great tool at international level. Each time you see an international success with Europol at international level on cybercrime, the Joint Cybercrime Action Task Force is involved on that. We have also developed, we try to push innovation. Against crime, it is essential to innovate permanently. We have developed against ransomwares, for example, this model here, which is the International Ransomware Response Model. The idea was, instead of working on cases from a complaint, the idea was to target the capacities of criminals. I just mentioned that, well, at Europol level, we work against what we call high value targets. We do not work on youngsters, script kiddings, little fish. We work on the most dangerous people. I have to mention that because that's our task, our mission. And for young people, young offenders, we also promote some more preventive activities, actions. For example, our Dutch colleagues are very, very active on that. The idea is with some first offenders, to keep them on the right side, because we need some capacities on cybersecurity. These people may have some capacities to work on the right side well. And so we promote this kind of approach. But for the tough guys, for the organized crime groups, that's our goal, our job at Europol, to work against the most dangerous groups indeed. We have this model against ransomware was very useful, because thanks to that we have operated a large number of cases against ransomware as a service against the capacities of cyber criminals, VPN, and it is useful. Why? Because we not on more than identifying guys, we are also we can also in these investigations identify new threats. 2 years ago, we worked against VPN lab that was used by organized crime groups, and during the investigations, we observed that the criminal groups were to target 100 new companies, and we were successful in preventing these new attacks. So that's why here we help victims. We in Europol, we also consider victim. The last point here, nomoreransom.org. That's the success with private sector. We created this platform to provide some to victims some decryption keys against ransomware. The platform is available to public, 38 languages at international level, and on this platform we cover about 180 families of ransomwares. And in this partnership, we have 200 partners from the private sector. Of course, the private sector is essential in our success. Now, you have here some examples. I invite you to go to the Europol site. You will have all the operational cases that have been achieved and which were successful. It will give you an idea about what we can do. We worked on ransomware at various levels against the platform of crime as a service, ransomware as a service. We worked against organized crime groups behind the ransomwares, and we worked against also the capacities to get anonymous or to do some cryptocurrency mixing. This is also for them essential, and we work to disturb these capacities from attackers. The more we disturb that, the better we may protect victims. That's our goal in Europol, the protection of victims to avoid new victims indeed. And so why I show you all these examples? I show you all these operational examples because without the support of private sectors, of partners, it couldn't be possible, clearly. All these cases have been achieved with the great support from companies, from private sectors, from organizations. That's why I just give you some examples of how we can be successful on protecting victims all together. So now, of course, e-governance is a real matter for us. On e-governance, what are our interests? The interests are at both levels. The first level of interest is about DNS abusers, of course. You know well the problem. You know well the matter of the security matter and that. And for us, it's a kind of prevention approach that we would develop on that. DNS abusers, we have to fight against that, to struggle, because it will limit as much as possible the threats. It is also essential for us. We are currently in Europol developing our capacities on that to be more involved on these matters. So in the future, I hope you will have more opportunities to see us, and we will have more opportunities also to discuss with you very, very clearly. The second point of interest for us is about the access to information. Indeed, in your job, if you receive a request from the law enforcement, it's not only on operational cases. Keep in mind that behind the operational cases, there are victims indeed. And so each time you are in capacity to provide information, to positively answer to the request, You help us greatly on identifying the attackers, helping the victims, and preventing clearly new victims. We have this interest from the law enforcement perspective to have data sets that are reliable, information that are precise, concrete, reliable. I'm not very fond of aggregation, to be honest. So some of you know that, because for us, it is very essential to be in capacity to trace back the attacks and to see the people behind the attacks. We, at EU level, we have various matters of interest currently. We have the NIS2 directive with the Article 28, as you know, about DNS. Each time we can get some concrete information with this access to information, it will be very helpful on our side, indeed. So it is right. It is the situation on DNS. It is also the situation on IPv4, IPv6. So 2 years ago, I had a discussion, a call, just to conclude. And in this call, someone told me, but why would we have to help the law enforcement? Good question. Indeed, when you are on law enforcement, you believe in your job, you believe in your work. And so we were very surprised about that, about this question, to be honest. Thinking, well, and we didn't really answer to this question because it was a real surprise for us. Later on, I thought about this question and I just observed that the reality experienced by these people was very different indeed from what we can experience. The question was rather provocative, to be clear. Maybe this person thought that we were nasty people, I don't know, or it was only provocative. But the reality may be sometimes very different from one people to another. On my side, on our side, I just see law enforcement officer working on daily basis against offenders, crimes, money, observing people in a very bad situation, victims in very bad situation, whose life may be completely disturbed and jeopardized by these people. So I just share you this insight and this feeling that I have. Indeed, we need partners, we need friends, we need people to achieve this protection of victims. And I really thank you for your attention. I'm ready to answer to your questions. I will be here also tonight. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We have a queue forming up. Great. Go ahead.
Thank you, Hervé Clément. So from Orange and representative from the ETNO as well, which is the organization of the telecommunication operators in Europe. So first, thank you. And just to underline, so I appreciate your presentation. And I would say that we consider Europol as a big partner for that. And so very happy as well to help you and to cooperate together. So to solve so particularly so important issues you have to deal with first. And so as my capacity of member of the community as well as the right community, so thank you much because so it's with you, and it was Gregory Mounier at that time, so we have the possibility to propose and defend the anti-abuse policy, so to make for the RAP NCC the possibility to check the anti-abuse email in the database. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. I'm Alex Diode from the Amsterdam Internet Exchange. We're a EC3 partner, and I can recommend everyone here who wants to do something with policy and the police and Europol to contact you or the EC3 people and request access maybe to the next meeting, June 13th.
Thank you very much for your sharing. I just observe that we are very glad of these partnerships. We work in a real trust with our partners. My operational colleagues are in regular contact with the companies. They know each other as people, and it really helps us in our success.
Well, we need some questions. I'm going to come with an actual question. You spoke about DNS abuse.
Yeah.
And as somebody who went through the rather traumatic experience of the ICANN EPDP to replace WHOIS, I remember the endless discussions about what DNS abuse really is, and seems everybody has their own definition of it. So I would be curious about what your definition of DNS abuse is.
Well, great question, and hard to be honest, hard to answer in a nutshell. DNS abuses for us, it's a step to the crime. Clearly, it's a preparative step. We consider that as such. So for us, it's an area we have to work on, clearly, because how do we work in the investigation framework? All my colleagues, investigators, they will work on identified matters, cases. They will work on a DNS abuse, but it's like a breath, having a breath. They have a breath, but after that, they have another breath. So we have maybe at law enforcement level to consider more globally the DNS abuse matters, to work more closely with partners on that to prevent that. It's not easy because it's we are a little bit out of our earth of activities, to be clear. But clearly, we will try to increase our involvement. Yeah.
Great, thank you.
Alistair Woodman, thank you very much for the work you do. I've been following the Cyber Resiliency Act from the EU, and the EU politicians clearly think that there's a lot of money at stake with cybercrime. Can you comment on the growth of activities and possibly the appearance of AI on the other side, and whether that's affecting either the rate of attacks or the complexity and cunningness of attacks?
Yeah. Well, good question. AI, you know, there is so far we have produced a report on AI, on the bad uses of AI. There are AI can be an opportunity for law enforcement because it can help us with machine learning, for example, to process a huge number of information. It is essential. Many operational cases were achieved thanks to AI. If you consider SkySCC and CrowChat, for example, we have 1 billion of messages to process. And here you can have 30 cops in a room with pizza and beer. I will not achieve that. We need AI, clearly. So we were successful to work on this CrowChat and SkySCC case. AI is also a threat because, of course, organized crime groups will use AI. We have assessed the various possible use to launch cyber attacks, for example. AI will enable more people to be in capacity to launch cyber attacks. We have started to observe that on the darknet. On some, we observed some starting large language model, like ChatGPT for criminals, you know, but dedicated to on the darknet. It will so far they are not the most efficient, but they will improve in the future. We have to see that. We have to prepare that and to be ready against that. So AI will be used to launch more cyber attacks. It will be used on scams. You have all received some messages with mistakes, promising a lot of things. Click on this point and you will have a fortune. All of us will. But it will be more and more credible in the future because the bad guys will use AI very clearly. So here again, there is a threat. So we have to consider that. We work on that. We have an innovation lab in Europol that is dedicated also to work on the AI evolution. Thank you.
Thank you. One more. Wait.
Friso Veenstra. So you don't go towards the little players, the script kiddies, I understand. You go to the big malicious organizations. What about state operators? And the discussion around that, because state operators, as being states, before you know it, the whole thing becomes political. How do you deal with the political side?
Indeed, we are a law enforcement agency. We are not a security service or intelligence service. State-supported activists will be more in the scope of security services because it's very particular. But of course, well, we work on cyber attacks. Sometimes, well, we don't know who may be behind the cyber attack. Sometimes it can happen, but very clearly, each time, well, it is linked with some destabilizing political matters. It will be more for our colleagues from the security services. We will. Well, we have worked against major cases. We have worked on NotPetya, WannaCry, for example, but it was a huge matter. So on that dimension of state-sponsored attacks, well, we are not really in our scope, to be honest.
If I can continue on that question a little bit on state actors, yes, you coordinate among law enforcement, but so how do you actually vet what is valid law enforcement and what isn't? To pick an example that's outside your area, just so that we don't pick on anyone soft you might actually be working with. Let's say we have the sort of Afghanistan's Taliban sort of religious police saying so this person has not been wearing a headscarf, and we need you to help us track down this online picture of a person without a headscarf.
Well, we cooperate. We have, of course, cooperation agreements with our partners. So we have strategic agreements with some countries. It may be Brazil, Turkey, other countries outside the EU. That's possible. We have operational agreements with countries that are not in the EU as well. But of course, they have been validated, considering data protection matters. They have been negotiated by the EU authorities. So there is a whole framework. We don't do anything with anybody. That's not the rule. We have strong partners from outside the EU. You have seen in the GCAT some of these partners, to give you the example. So we have the US, we have Australia, UK, of course. Some other partners outside the EU may soon join the GCAT because it is very efficient. But in Europol, we work considering the EU legislation clearly in any circumstances.
Great, thank you. Anything online? No, great. Then, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is virtual. Can we get the setup? Right. Jeanette, floor is yours. Jeanette, can you hear us? Okay. Jeanette, I'm told that you need to enable your microphone and video.
Do you hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for the invitation. I'm giving a short report about Net Mondial +10, and I thought it might be best if we go back to the origins of Net Mondial, which was 2013 and 2014. The actually origins of Net Mondial have to do with Edward Snowden's revelation about surveillance activities of the US in 2013. As you may recall, there was a lot of protest against using the internet to collect intelligence about users and also governments around the world. One of the most forceful voices at that time was Dilma Rousseff. Next slide. I don't know how to go forward with the slides myself. I guess you have to do that, right? Can you go forward with the slide?
Jeanette, if you see underneath the slides on your screen, there's like 1, 2, 3, 4, and we ask you to move it yourself.
Thank you. So one of the forceful voices at that time was Dilma Rousseff, the president of Brazil, who gave a talk at the UN in autumn 2013, where she made it clear that what the US government was doing was absolutely unacceptable and that there would be new rules required for how to actually use the internet and cyberspace. That presentation by Dilma Rousseff caused some concern among the internet community because she clearly saw the sort of formulation of those rules for the internet as a multilateral matter to be negotiated among governments. And that was the moment when the internet community tried to talk to her and say that this would be a matter of the multi-stakeholder process and not just a multilateral issue. So Fadi Shade from ICANN went to Brazil to talk to her, and after some back and forth, they agreed to sort of organize a conference where all governments, civil society, technical community, academic community, and the private sector would be invited to come up with rules and principles for the use of the internet. The outcome document of Net Mundial had 2 sections. One was on internet governance principles and a roadmap. And these internet governance principles that cover the issues you see on the slide, they formed the basis for Net Mundial Plus 10. Before we look at those guidelines, a brief comment on the approach of Net Mundial, which was fairly new at that time. There was, in the sort of very short time frame, there was a high-level committee that was supposed to represent all stakeholders. There was an online consultation that came up with a draft document, and the Net Mundial meeting was about revising that draft document. And what was so new about this whole process is that we indeed managed to produce an outcome document that got the consent from nearly all governments who were present at Net Mundial. And the way we did this, and the reason why that was possible at all, is because the Net Mundial outcome document contained agreed language that came from documents discussed at the UN. So all the principles that we formulated, the roadmap document, they were based on agreed language that we sort of collected in the last night of Net Mundial from New York. And because of that approach, everybody thought that Net Mundial sort of lifted multi-stakeholder approaches to a new level that would form the benchmark for everything to come, which unfortunately was not the case because the UN more or less managed to ignore this document and just pretend it did not exist. Net Mundial Plus 10 process. It started in the autumn of 23 at the IGF in Kyoto. A scoping group was formed that discussed whether or not to organize a Net Mundial Plus 10 event. And it also discussed the potential topics and the goal. And the goal that you see formulated on the slide was more or less to work on the principles discussed at Net Mondial 2014, because everybody thought that the multi-stakeholder approach is sort of on a slide downwards. Less and less organizations take it really seriously. It has in many organizations turned into a sort of lip service that doesn't really shape decision-making processes anymore. And also what might be seen as another shortcoming, there is no innovation in this process any longer. So in early 2004, the Brazilian organization CGI issued a joint statement announcing that there would be a Net Mondial +10 conference. In March, there was another high-level committee formed. In March of this year, a public consultation was started where people were asked questions such as, are the Net Mondial principles still valid today, or how should they evolve? And then a lot of sort of concrete questions about specifics of these principles were asked. The result of that consultation was the basis for a draft outcome document. And then in late April, the Net Mondial +10 stakeholder conference took place and agreed on a final document. Here you see the final document, and I will now mention a few details about it. First, about the focus. Interestingly enough, one of the debates we had in Sao Paulo about the outcome document actually concerned language. It was about the question why we still talk about internet governance instead of digital governance, what many people who attended the conference found actually more adequate. And it turns out that a lot of the multi-stakeholder processes that we practice today are indeed tied to the language, to the wording, terminology, internet governance, whereas digital policies that sort of cover a much broader scope have no clear institutional home and no clear process. In fact, the UN nowadays claims competence and authority over rulemaking for digital policies. This is why many people at the table in Sao Paulo were reluctant to change the language. So this is why we agreed on a compromise that would mention internet governance, but also digital policy principles. The second issue concerned the scope. Internet governance originally concerned the management and the governance of names and numbers. And now the scope is sort of extended to cover not only multi-stakeholder organizations such as RIPE or ICANN, but also the new statement addresses multilateral processes and asks them to update their own governance structures and take on board multi-stakeholder process principles that would allow non-government actors to get involved and to sort of provide for meaningful participation of non-governmental actors. So the concrete outcome, the substantial outcome of the Net Mondial +10 document are so-called Sao Paulo multi-stakeholder guidelines. They aim to make what we associate with multi-stakeholder approaches more concrete and provide benchmarks against which transnational decision-making processes can be measured in terms of how multi-stakeholder friendly they actually are. So one of the guidelines we agreed upon says multi-stakeholder processes should be mindful of power asymmetries between diverse stakeholders. As all of you are aware, there are sort of representatives or individuals with more or less resources when they want to participate in a decision-making or negotiation processes, and there might be ways to help organizations with less resources in terms of participation and making meaningful contributions, and the guidelines specify some of them. Another more controversial guidelines is about multi-stakeholder processes governed by rule of law and respect of international human rights principles. While the respect to international human rights principles was fairly there was consensus about that, the rule of law is a bit more critical because it also means that multi-stakeholder processes should respect rule of law of non-democratic countries, which can be, in many cases, be very restrictive. We simply had not enough time to iron out critical and controversial guidelines such as this one. And that is also, if you want, a call to look at these guidelines, discuss them, and also amend them where necessary. Another aspect concerns the identification of relevant stakeholders for given decision-making processes. As some of you know, there was controversial language about the roles of stakeholders in the WSIS outcome document from 2005. And lots of people have argued about that multi-stakeholder and multilateral processes should sort of aim for being inclusive instead of putting stakeholders in specific categories and close the door in front of them. The WSIS outcome document has rather exclusive language about this, and the guidelines of the Net Mondial +10 stake outcome document sort of suggests more flexible language by suggesting that multi-stakeholder and multilateral processes should sort of aim for flexibility and look at what is at stake, what kind of expertise, but also in terms of what kind of effectiveness is at play here, and then decide on that basis who should be included and who might be less relevant to a given decision-making process. Another final section of this outcome document is titled as Messages to Ongoing Processes. This is important. There is one section about the IGF that suggests that the IGF needs more resources to function properly, and that also its working methods in the long run should be reconsidered to make the IGF more effective. Another section concerns the Global Digital Compact, which is a UN initiative that is at stake right now, and the UN suggests new processes and also institutions. And the outcome document of Net Mondial +10 here suggests that no new organizations and processes are really needed in the space of digital policies. Instead, the existing organizations should be strengthened instead of sort of trying to redistribute scarce resources of even more organizations, and thereby risk also a fragmentation of the internet and digital policy processes. Yeah. That's my short overview. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jeanette. So we'll open the room for questions. Go ahead, Paul.
Good morning. I'm Paul Rendick from D-Stream Group. Hi, Jeanette. Nice to see you. It's
Nice
been a
to
very long time. Thank you very much for this update. What I really like to see is that the principles that were done at Net Mundial those 10 years ago, I remember that very clearly, the pedigree of this community really lies in a lot of those bullet points you listed. I'm happy to see that they're going to be used in this. I think the part I'm a little concerned about, and you did state that in the end, was you've already got this very full basket, and I think they're just trying to shove a little bit more into there. I think I'm a little more confused than I even was at Mundial at the beginning. But I think the question I have is, we're 10 years down the road now, Jeanette, and what's going to happen with Net Mundial now? I mean, is this going to be taken a little more seriously in the UN circles, or why would we as a community want to actually invest our resources into this? Is my question.
I think that's a good question. Of course, such a statement won't change the tide in the UN, which is clearly more multilateral than multi-stakeholder at the moment. I would see the practical relevance in this outcome document first as a point of reference for organizations who claim access to multilateral processes. They can refer to this document and suggest to multilateral processes to be more open and inclusive. And the second one, and this concerns specifically the guidelines, that is meant to be first benchmark for organizations to who want to practice or do practice multi-stakeholder processes and look at these single guidelines and ask themselves how good they fare with their own approach and where they might want to change.
Thank you.
Peter Koch-Dening. Morning, Jeanette.
Good morning.
Good to see you again. And thanks for the work that you and others have been doing in the organizing, and more so in that high-level committee, doing the drafting while getting whispered text pieces in the ears and so on and so forth. So the language that you refer to, and that is in a statement, might sound kind of very abstract and high level to much of the audience, at least in this room. And you mentioned some of these keywords like relevant stakeholders, which of course have more connotations than like original meaning. And just to remind everybody that in the preparation of Net Mundial, or around that time, we had a special discussion about the very role of this community, the technical community, where RIPE explicitly is one of the fora that has been successfully doing self-governance for quite a while now. Now, being a member of another stakeholder community, you might be reluctant to answer my question, but my question still is, what would be your recommendation to the technical community, which claims the seat at the table, not so much because we've had it for ages, but because it's probably more necessary than ever, given that the complexity of the internet infrastructure is growing? So what would be your, say, suggestion, advice, you name it, how to, say, spread the news and get the resources and get the people on board that are needed to understand that this participating in things like this is kind of doing the cost of doing the business? Thank you.
Thank you for this question, Peter, which is really dear to my heart. I mean, there was a reason why I mentioned the power asymmetries. As you know, knowledge is a form of power, and the language we use to express information, express knowledge, and negotiate it can be really, really exclusive. I follow vaguely what's going on at ICANN, and all the acronyms are by now really beyond me. I feel excluded knowing that nobody wants to exclude me. So what I think what the technical community really needs to work on is how they sort of express their own recommendations. There is a way of being more inclusive and sort of help organizations that are not resourceful in terms of technical staff, for example, but who might be affected by decisions organizations such as RIPE are making to help them understand what is at stake. That really matters also for acceptance and legitimacy of organizations that have a clear technical focus. I have been arguing for decades that a lot of, for understanding that there are lots of policy implications of issues that look very technical to you and are sort of your own territory. But there is a way of including other stakeholders who might be affected, and you would benefit from it. You would also thereby be able to see perhaps new dimensions of what you are doing.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Alistair Woodman, speaking for myself. We've just had a very good talk earlier on from the police talking about data gathering and why they need to be able to do this and do it extensively in order to capture some very large criminal entities. So I don't see how to resolve the problem of individual freedom as well as the ability to be able to go after these very organized criminal gangs. And from a technical status, you either collect all the data or you don't connect any of the data. I don't think you can tell before or after what's going to be useful and what isn't. And we clearly live in a world where we're going to collect all the data. Disk prices and everything else keep going down, and people keep collecting the data irrespective of what's happening. So to a certain extent, I also think about what's been going on in the US at the moment with Boeing and other indications there. There were some whistleblowers there that were very badly treated. I don't think that's anything to do with data gathering. I think this has got to do with the fact that they don't get protected. We'll look at the case of what's happening in the United Kingdom at the moment with the post office scandal and some of those other types of things. The whistleblowers there should have been protected. I don't think this is about an issue of data gathering either online or whatever it is. It's that we as a civil society do not protect the whistleblowers. So I think if you wanted to do something about this, my view of the world would be you would give somebody who blew the whistle 50 years worth of income from some organization, and just everybody would go, great, they busted people. And sometimes you would have to give them that money and put them in some other place and look after them because they're going to be attacked by other people. But we're not going after the problem the right way. If I see what happened to Snowden and other types of things, there's been so many other examples that we would not solve with these types of problems. You need a different solution to the problem. I'll rest my statement there.
If I may briefly comment, I would say, I mean, I understand that whistleblowers is a way to go, but I think there is also a more institutionalized response. And that is sort of make sure that there is democratic oversight, that organizations who overstep their boundaries are held accountable. And that needs a setting where I think multi-stakeholder approaches can help to get it right. At the moment, we can see that our intelligence services are not very well controlled by national parliaments, and even less so on the international or transnational level. I think there is a political and a technical dimension in improving political oversight over those who collect data for whatever purposes in law enforcement.
then I've got a very good counterexample about what went on at the moment in the United Kingdom with the post office. They had a political oversight process. There were a whole bunch of people there who either did not care and were just doing their job and did not pay any attention, or were complicit in this and they're pretending that they did not know. I do not see that you solve this by having extra people oversight thing. You need to protect whistleblowers, and you need to be able to embarrass executives and people in public in front of things so that things get cleared up. Putting more bureaucracy on these things does not fix them. It just hides it and puts it under the covers. So more multi-stakeholder foo thing, whatever it is, where we all try to be nice to one another behind the covers, does not help. You need to be able to embarrass and speak truth to authority directly, and these people who are willing to step up need to be protected by civil society, by us. This is not expensive. This can be done.
Thank you. Achilles, do we have anything online?
Yes, indeed, we have a couple of questions. So first, Sasha Kovacevic, can you tell us if there are real possibilities for lowering international roaming prices? Can you tell us if there are real possibilities for roaming twice this thing? Yeah, I don't know the relevance of this question, but there you have it from Sasha speaking for himself. And then from Bruna Santos, a lot has been said internally at our HLIC meetings about what could be the future uses of the SPGs and messages emerging from Net Mundial Plus 10. Do you think the Sao Paulo guidelines can be used to analyze current and future member states' approaches and/or processes?
Regarding the last question, perhaps I should mention that too, that it's sort of regarded as a rolling document. It should be improved. Organizations should work on. And I think that the Brazilians should sort of start a repository for critical feedback of the state of guidelines right now. But I would encourage all organizations to have to look at them and see to what extent they have perhaps already implemented those guidelines and which guidelines they see as either superfluous or not sufficient.
I'm going to give the word to Paul.
Sorry, Jeanette, hi there. It's Paul here again. You know, I don't play in this world as much as I used to, Jeanette, and I don't know how the, I guess, ISTAR, what they were called at that time, organizations collectively work to provide any input on this. All I can say is that I hope the RIPE NCC is looking at this. And if you go back to the first slide you had that list of kind of the criteria involved in here. Look at them. This organization, RIPE, has worked so hard over the last years, taking a look at accountability, taking a look at inclusion and enabling environment, access, and the rest of it. I think these issues are always on the table here. So I think this community has something to contribute here. I don't know how this is going to be done collectively, but I do urge this community and ICANN and ISOC, if they're still involved in all of this, to have their voice in here and to stand true to what we always have actually contributed to this process. I don't know how involved you will be, Jeanette. I hope you will be on the side of the technical community somewhere, because it would be great to have you on this team, so to speak. But yeah, I guess the comment that I'd like to have listed down is that I urge this community to have a voice here and to stand behind these principles. We have not veered from them at all.
Well, if this is you speaking, if I might just comment that sort of RIPE NCC has actually provided an input document to this process. So it is online, but right, fair enough. Achilles, any more online questions?
No, simply that Bruna thanked Jeanette for her answer.
Then I'm going to Thanks, Fred, for a great presentation. Thank you for participating here. And let's give her an applause. Moving on to the next speaker, we have Osama. Stage is yours.
Dzień dobry. My name is Osama Dosiri, and I want to talk to you about solid social linked data. And I put in the title web infrastructure, which I believe has the potential to be infrastructure for us in the future. And it has the goal of re-decentralizing the web for privacy and innovation. Hopefully that will be clear when we go through the presentation. But before I start, I just want to start with a disclaimer. I'm not a developer, nor am I involved directly with the project. And actually, in terms of affiliation, I work with different entities. I work with the Saudi Internet Exchange. I work with the National Research Education Network in Saudi Arabia, and different operators as well. My background as well is I haven't done development in over 20 years, at least not as a job. And I'm really here as a concerned netizen. So the power of the web is in its universality, but what does that mean? When we talk about universality, according to Tim Berners-Lee, we're talking about the ability to have access through any browser, any application, any operating system or hardware. We're not limited by that, and the interoperability, as long as you conform to the standard, you can be interoperable. And the independence from any centralized entity. So basically, anybody can put together their own application or content and be accessible online as long as you have an internet access. And that simple, let's say, principles allowed for the rapid growth of the web as we know it. And it grew to enormous extent, and we have this success. But it hasn't been without challenges. So a couple of challenges that we faced in the past include the browser wars. So if you are not on the right browser, then potentially you are limited from accessing certain content or application, and that left many people, dependent on the browser, whether we're talking about users or the developers themselves. And then we have the platform wars. That's another example. So if you are not on that platform, then you either have to compete, if you're talking about as a developer, you either have to compete directly with that platform, or you have to be somehow dependent on that platform completely. Now, this platform wars kind of led to a state where we have this new monetization model, where in order to make money, and actually I'll use this quote from Tim, made famous by Tim O'Reilly: if you're not paying for a product, you're likely the product, right? And it led to this consolidation of data where platforms grew very, very rapidly, and they were able to consolidate a large amount of user data and utilize that to actually monetize and make profit from user data. This resulted in you have these massive walled garden silos of data in a handful of organizations. Now, this has serious ramifications. Some may ask, okay, what's the big deal? What's the problem? Well, does somebody remember Cambridge Analytica? So a serious problem. They were utilizing user data from Facebook to basically politically manipulate individuals and people. And Facebook was fined about $5 billion by the Federal Trade Commission, and also paid a fine to the UK Information Commissioner's Office. And now this problem is something that this is just an example of something that we know of. If there may be others that we don't know of. And to summarize the challenges that we're facing is that we are now, or to a certain extent, we are at the mercy of these centralized platforms, whether we are developers or we are users. And the personal data, if we're talking about utilizing this data in a useful way for either for users or developers, it's quite scattered. So it's not practical. It's not easy to actually reuse this data. And then at the same time, we have far-reaching consequences for privacy. And introducing Solid, that can hopefully help with this. And what Solid is, so once again, the name is social linked data. It is a set of conventions for building decentralized applications that decouple the application from the data. It relies on W3C standards. It also uses modular design and it's quite extensible, and it actually provides true data ownership, and it allows for the reuse of existing data. As I mentioned, it uses standards, but also how it functions. So just to kind of explain a simple level, essentially you have these data pods where you store the data, and it's basically a web server, and it's data agnostic and application agnostic. So any kind of data can be stored on this data pod, and any application can utilize and interconnect and get that make use of that data for the application. And this illustration may help a little bit here. So imagine where you would have, here you would have different types of data, and you may have different pods for these data. So you may have a pod for medical information, your scheduled data, your photos, your contacts, your posts, and you may have different applications online that need to access the different types of data. And to take an example, if we're talking, let's say, a social media application such as Facebook, it could potentially utilize your data from the post data pod, from your contacts, from your photos, etc. Or maybe there's a hospital application that could get access to your medical data and maybe schedule if you're trying to schedule an appointment or such. Now, Solid actually allows we can think of it as a course adjustment for the web. That's what Tim Berners-Lee likes to call it. So he believes that we're kind of a little bit off track on the web, on the development of web, and he believes that he calls this a course correction. It allows for the interoperability and collaboration. It provides us the privacy and control that we need, and it also helps with innovation and the sustainability that we need in the internet. So how it helps with the interoperability, basically it's based on open standards, and different applications can access the different types of data that you need in the pods. And every time we have a new application that comes in, it's easily introduced in because simply you just, it can access the data that already exists. It doesn't have the problem of needing to build a network. So every time you have a new application, very often you need to build a network, you need to build that data in order for it to be useful or functional or successful. Here, a new application comes in quite easily and gets access to your data and can be of utility almost immediately. And from a privacy and control perspective, we have now, as individuals, control of the access to this data. So I can decide which applications can access which part of my data. And you can imagine this something similar to how you control on your phone, which application, when you install one, has what access to what type of data or what type of feature on your phone. You can think of this something similar. You have that same level of granular control through Solid. In addition, it helps with potential compliance and sovereignty laws and data laws such as GDPR and so forth, where you can actually enforce that the data pods themselves can be either in a specific location or be under specific type of controls. And this is my favorite part, or the part that I believe is very important, which is that it helps in driving innovation and sustainability. So sorry for the text here a little bit, but you see here, this is a scenario where you have multiple platforms competing with each other, and the data and the app are just together. They're one monolithic thing, and the competition is essentially based on the data ownership. Who has the most data has the ability to actually have monetize better. But what happens is that if a new application comes in, it becomes very difficult for them to compete because the barrier to entry is very, very high for them. And we see all the time these new applications come in, even though it may be very nice, maybe provide very nice features and so forth, it can't compete simply because it's too difficult to build that, what they call, have that network effect and build that data, that database of user information to be useful. With Solid, we have it actually provides greater competition because the applications don't hoard the user data. So they compete on a more level playing field. They compete on the innovation that they need, the innovation that is needed for them to be successful. And the competition as well, because of the decoupling, we have competition on different layers. We have competition on the application layer, but we also have competition on the data layer, the data pod, the data storage layer. So the data pods themselves can also be competing with each other. You may have different variety of types of pods. You may have one that has, limited storage, one that has low latency, one that has high bandwidth, and maybe one that has a secure backup mechanism. Solid already has, there are already pods online. So if you go to solidproject.org, there's already pods online, and you can be used. And we have providers already providing that. I'm going to wrap up really quick now. There's a lot of tools online available, and a lot of open source tools you can build on. Let me skip through this. All going to be available. This is a small case study. A Flemish data utility company was created in order to create trust with citizens that have a bit of apprehension of sharing their data. So this utility company was created based on Solid that stores user data, stores citizens' data, and provides them the assurance and the granular control for them to decide how their data is used. Inrupt is the Tim Berners-Lee's company, and even though the project itself, Project's House, was developed in MIT and it comes from MIT, it's quite strongly supported by Inrupt. And Inrupt's goal essentially is to re-decentralize the web, and they provide the needed maintenance for the common building blocks for Solid. And what I would like to do, so if you like this concept, I believe in this concept, I believe in the potential for it to actually opening up the web once again and the internet and providing us with greater privacy and innovation. So if you agree with me, my goal here is really to spread the word. If you agree with me, I would like you to also spread the word. If you are a provider, you can host a pod. If you're a developer, start playing with it. And if neither, then just spread the word, and more information is available here. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have time for a few quick questions. I think there's one online.
Yes, it's from Chris Bucket. Project Liberty has been working on a decentralized social networking protocol, which feels like it's in a similar space to Solid, at least in principle. Do you know if there's any connection or coordination between these efforts, or are they competing approaches?
Which effort are you? Was it called?
Project Liberty.
I'm not aware of this project. The Solid has been in the standardization process since 2019 approximately, and it's I'm hopeful that it will become another W3C standard soon.
Any other questions online?
Nothing for the moment.
And I don't see anyone at the mic, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
And for our last thing, we are glad to have sort of back the updates from sort of RIPE NCC on their activities, because that's one of the important functions of this working group, to help coordinate between the community efforts in this space and RIPE NCC. So Romain, stage is yours.
Can you hear me well? Yep. Hi, I'm Romain Bosque. I'm Senior Public Policy Officer at the RIPE NCC. I've been in the job for 8 months now, and I'm going to run you through some of the activities, but mostly giving you a sense of direction of travel and the trends that are actually shaping the discussion in Brussels on issues relevant to us. So indeed, a bit of trends, our strategic approach, and what are the current priorities, basically. Implementation. The Council of the EU just published their conclusions and recommendations on the future of EU policy making, and I invite you to actually take a look at these. They are hyperlinked in my presentation. And indeed, implementation. This is the key messages of the Council to the Commission and to the Member States. I mean, there's been a lot of new legislation, new rules applied across the cybersecurity strategy, a lot on platform regulation, data governance. And well, member states, MEPs, everyone is quite aligned to say that now is the time to focus on the implementation. We also have a few legislative reviews already tabled on the agenda for the next mandate. A current one is the GDPR underway right now. We will have the Digital Single Services Act in 2025 alongside copyright framework. So we expect a lot of discussions on these issues. The other big trends and trend and priority for the EU is the economic security approach and digital sovereignty. Well, digital sovereignty is not a clearly defined concept. There is different interpretation. How open should it be? That's quite vivid debate. There is a lack of consensus across member states. If you take, for instance, discussions on the European certification on cloud, this is a prime example. But basically for the EU is the time to focus on managing trading relations and cutting or rethinking the dependencies in key sectors. And I quote the conclusions of the Council that for the EU, it's about charting its own path in digital transformation. Another quite significant trend or priority is the security and resilience of digital infrastructure and networks, boosting operational cooperation and security risk management, how the EU at different levels, so the technical, the political, a lot of discussions on standards. How do we actually work with the EU as the technical community to actually shape the standards and ensure that those norms and policies and standards that the EU is working on actually work together with those driven and shaped by the technical community, the internet standards. That remains to be defined, but the EU itself is promoting its own certification schemes. One agency that is increasingly relevant for us to work with is the European Cybersecurity Agency. We had our technical expert Jad participating in a conference in Helsinki last week. So that's definitely a way forward for us. Moving on to a quick outlook on the political landscape. The elections are taking place in a few days from here now, and the situation should roughly remain the same. We have a trend towards the right, basically a shift toward the right, but basically the EPP, the leading party, so the Liberals and Conservatives, should remain in the lead. They will probably, that's my take, don't quote me, retain the Commission presidency. However, we see a quite divided or fragmented hemicycle in the Parliament with uncertain coalition dynamics.
What is pretty certain, however, is the divided national political climates. The geopolitical context doesn't help, that's the least we can say. The direct effect of this might be more volatility and uncertainty when it comes to policy discussions. Another certainty is that security and defense will only be higher on the EU priority agenda, including cybersecurity, cyber defense. Moving on to some of the main strategic focus areas that we have, and I'd like to take the opportunity to remind that the RIPE-NCC has a very dense, very rich strategy report that includes some of the main priorities that the RIPE-NCC is working on. Part of it is building resilience in the face of political, legislative, and regulatory changes. How do we do that precisely? Is by fostering community dialogue and engagement through the community that includes also governments and technical bodies across the service region, and Europe is an important one, again, shaping the discussions both at the global and the technical level, if you take internet governance and digital policy. We are also working on sharing the knowledge from the technical community through learning and training activities. And here, again, we need to actually get closer to the technical partners within the governments and the public sector, also at the EU level. And one of the key strengths of the RIPE-NCC is actually to be able to provide data and insights on internet operation, and this is through a lot of the services that the RIPE-NCC has been developing, RIPE Atlas, RIPE Stats, and that's a clear strength on how we can actually help inform the key decisions being taken in the EU. And that's the last point, actually. Accountability, that has been a principle and a priority that has been much discussed throughout the various working groups. For us, it's really important to remind EU stakeholders our reality and the evolving environment in which we operate. The RIPE-NCC is the secretariat for the community. Our role is to facilitate the discussions and implement the RIPE community principles and policies, and to really bring this bottom-up engagement to the fore. And it's also important to remind that we have to remain neutral towards our members and treating them equally. That's important because there are a lot of discussions affecting the members at the EU level, and I will get into that. The RIPE-NCC is acting as an association under Dutch law, so we are complying with Dutch and EU laws in many areas. Various governments and legal jurisdiction across the service region. That means we have to understand the implications of other national legislation applying to our member across the service region. And we are part of this global ecosystem of internet governance, the regional internet registries, and the root servers. Some of the key priorities we have been working on lately is the high-level internet governance discussions. You heard from Mrs. Hoffman, this is happening right now. There are negotiations on the Global Digital Compact. Few days ago took place the Net Mondial, and we are heading towards the negotiation or the review of the so-called WSIS process. For us, it is really about aligning with governments and governmental agencies on internet governance matters. Economic sanctions is another one, and you heard Hans-Peter and various colleagues already talking about this. The key priority here for the RIPE-NCC is to ensure accuracy of the RIPE database. and the integrity of routing. Again, cybersecurity and resilience, key priority. The RIPE NCC is advancing internet resilience and routing security, promoting RPKI uptake. Law enforcement is another one, and we really welcome the involvement of Europol and law enforcement agencies also in these RIPE meetings. And finally, the discussions on IP interconnection and net neutrality that we expect to be and that are quite active at the moment in light of the white paper that the European Commission just published. And for us on these issues, it's a matter of monitoring and reporting the situation to the community. So I will just run a bit quicker through the next slides. Internet governance discussions. What we are saying basically in these processes is that the RIPE NCC is a key part of the technical community. We see the multiplication of internet governance forums and institutions as a risk of duplicating efforts and shutting out the voice of the technical community. The GDC negotiations, in our view, should really be open and transparent. We are asserting our role as trusted technical partners and advisors, and on this we are also working closely with the European Commission, which is a strong supporter of the open and free and stable internet. And we remind that the internet core functions should remain interoperable, stable, and trustworthy. Couple of upcoming next steps. One is the WSIS high-level forum meeting taking place in a few weeks, and the Eurodig meeting taking place in June. We will have Mariam Koune, the chair of the community, participating and joining a panel on this important event. The other one is sanctions. Not going to repeat what has been said already, but there are quite intense discussions on implementation and harmonization at the EU level. Our priorities remain being compliant with EU sanctions regulation, ensuring here again the accuracy of the RIPE database, and we are advocating for an harmonization of exemptions applying to internet numbering resources. We are currently engaging with the European Commission and the national authorities on this matter. And last but not least, this white paper that the European Commission has published in February on how to master Europe's digital infrastructure needs. Three main pillars: investment and innovation for Europe, discussions on the single market and the regulatory framework applying to telecoms and digital players, and a focus on security and resilience of digital infrastructure, including submarine cables, but not only. What we see as an important matter from the community's perspective is the debate on IP interconnection. The paper is floating the idea of having a possible dispute resolution mechanism. And as you may know, I mean, the paper doesn't mention it, but there's been quite a vivid debate on the so-called network fees and or the fair share debate. And we will have the revision of the Electronic Communications Code in December 2025 with a possible new proposal, even though the Commission should focus on implementation. We might see a proposal on the so-called Digital Network Act. And in this, we are also monitoring and engaging with BEREC, which is about to publish an update on its report on IP interconnection in June. There is an open consultation run by the Commission that is open until the 13th of June, and the RIPE community, our chair, Desiree, is leading a session with a guest speaker from the European Commission, Peter Struckman, from the unit dealing with telecoms regulation. We have an open house session on June 6th, so if this is a matter of interest to you, join, and that's it for me. So thank you for your attention. Is there any question?
Thank you. I think we have time for a couple of quick questions, although I'm painfully aware that I'm keeping you from coffee, and those of you like me who were at the whiskey buff probably really need that coffee. But Alex, go ahead.
Hi, Alex from the Amsterdam Internet Exchange. The e-evidence package that's currently being going through the Commission, the implementation thereof, I think is of high importance to RIPE, because it will give all the police officers within the EU access to the RIPE database. So I would urge you to look into this.
Well, we are looking into it. The evidence got adopted last year, and this is indeed part of the dialogue we are having with Europol and law enforcement agencies. Defining the modalities of this dialogue and cooperation is key for us. Yes.
Thank you. Achilles, anything online?
Nothing online, so thanking everybody and wishing a nice coffee break.
I can agree with that. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
And good morning, everyone. Welcome to the IPv6 Working Group. I hope you had a nice evening last night and you still remember that you're in the IPv6 Working Group room. If you wanted to go to the other session, get out and go to the other one. Don't come back. I have to do this. Yeah, I can do this. Okay. So, the RIPE 87 minutes, they've been on the website for ages, and our mailing list is rather quiet, and I haven't seen not any comments on them. So this is your very, very, very last chance. Is there anything you wanted to have changed in them? Don't all come together at the same time? No? All right, the minutes of the RIPE 87 IPv6 working group session have been approved. Now there comes possibilities. You can come to the microphone in this session and you can ask questions. Before you can do that, however, you state your name and your affiliation, if you have one. And of course, we have a COC. I really like you to handle that because it's a must. So with that, I'll open the session. Christian, could you come? And actually also Jen. As you know, Jen has been around for a while. And actually since RIPE 69, she's been our proud and very, very loved working group co-chair. But now Jen has decided that, you know, I've seen this stuff and, well, we're almost done, exactly. So we would like to thank you for your outstanding work you've been doing for all these times. And we're not going to miss you, but like you said this morning, you're not leaving the IPv6 working group, but you're just stepping down as a chair. We'll always be, you know, happily presented with possible presentations, and you never know what. So, Jen, I know you like bubbles, and we have common sons, and stuff like that, and some chocolate.
That's why, guys, you need to volunteer for being a chair, you see? There are benefits when you leave it.
There you go. Jen, thank you so much. Now, Jen is stepping down. Yes, you see, she's going down. And I hope we have online our new colleague, Nico Schotelius. Are you there, Nico? He's not there yet? Okay.
Can you hear me?
Good morning, Nico. Can you hear us?
Very well, very well.
Okay, we can barely hear you. Maybe you can turn it up a bit.
Yeah, just a second. I actually have to quickly switch to an IPv4 only.
You're still in the trial period, you know that, huh?
I'm sorry. Can you hear me well now?
Yes, we can. Thank you. So you could actually talk shortly a bit about why on earth would you want to come as our colleagues here?
I seriously don't know. It was a fluke of an idea. No, honestly, first of all, I also have to say many thanks to Jen, who's been there for so long, and appreciate all the work. It's big footsteps to step into. So why would I want to join this? I've been an IPv6 enthusiast for many years. I actually had a short break between 2012 to 2017 or so. But since then, running a lot of IPv6 only networks, and I actually enjoy being in the RIPE community and being with the IPv6 folks a lot, and also challenging the status quo every day. And I hope together I can help a little bit moving forward IPv6 adoption, the discussion. So I'm really happy to join, and really happy to join this crazy ride of IPv6 moving forward.
Okay, thank you. So you'll be on somewhere here virtually with us. Unfortunately, you couldn't be here today, but we'll hope to see you somewhere in the future.
Absolutely.
So our first presentation, no one else than Yen herself, about operational issues. Oh, nothing about that. Almost something like that. All right.
Hello. Congratulations, you're not going to have chair slides in Comic Sans anymore. But, okay, so first of all, who watched my presentation at the last RIPE meeting about migrating V6 only? Okay, you might find this kind of boring or maybe useful. I don't know, but just it will be some duplication of the information here because I'm an old lady. I hate that stuff when I try to find something in the internet and I could not find any text about anything. It's only YouTube videos. I'm trying to find out how to change a battery in my devices and it's YouTube videos. There's no clear text instructions. So I presented our V6 only journey a few times. And at the end of all those trips, I realized that we never wrote down anything about that. It's only videos and PowerPoint, well, PDFs. And apparently I'm not the only one thinking that. So I got a bit of feedback from people about, can you please write this down? So as a result, I'm standing here repeating some of the things I said in Rome, because we are working on the document at IETF V6 Ops group, where I'm more or less trying to summarize how we've deployed IPv6 mostly network in the enterprise. Not only enterprise, because I got a lot of feedback from people who are actually doing the same things in conference, if you connected to RIPE network here, you probably, most likely, connected to V6 mostly network as well, right? So this document is trying to summarize current operational experience and recommendations. So what is V6 mostly, how you doing it, why, and what you shall expect. So let me guide you through the document because I'm actually looking for feedback. So first of all, let's define what it is, because we came up with that term, V6 mostly. I remember how it happened when we were writing RFC about V6 only preferred DHCP option. We first start talking about how do we call that situation when you give V4 only devices which need it. Like IPv4 as a service, apparently term was taken, and then you actually get a network which is not V6 only, because there are dual stack devices or even V4 only devices. And you have V6 only devices as well, and you want them to be the vast majority. So yeah, it's basically V6 only network, V6 mostly network. A network when you, on the same network segment, you let devices coexist. Some are V6 only, and some legacy things are still getting V4. The problem with writing documents like that is that I'm trying to make them generally useful, but still covering most of the use cases. But then you start talking about specific, and people keep coming up with counterexamples. For example, we're saying that V6 mostly networks usually have NAT 6.4. Some people might say, oh no, I have some special internal network which does not need NAT 6.4 because they never talk to internet. Fine, you still call it V6 mostly, but for general, average deployment, I would expect people to have NAT 6.4 for a while, right, in the network. So again, V6 mostly network, how do you build it? What's the building elements? You take your normal dual stack network, you add NAT 6.4, then you add some mechanism for devices to become V6 only if they could be V6 only. Normally, again, it's option 108 in DHCP v4. And you add DNS 6.4, and I'll talk about it later because DNS 6.4 is a horrible thing. Every DNS person in this room probably would agree with me. So it's a necessary evil, and I will have some discussion later about for how long we think it's going to be necessary. And as a result, you get a network which is now not just a dual stack, but V6 mostly. So we're talking about not about hosts, but endpoints. Why? Because traditionally, when you talk about enterprise network or conference Wi-Fi, you kind of say, now we have a network infrastructure, routers, switches, firewalls, access points, and then you have hosts. As soon as you start turning off V4, you find out that those devices are not actually hosts, because hosts are not supposed to route traffic. Most of, how many people with Chromebooks here? No. Oh, yeah. Huh? It's not a host, it's a router. You have mobile phone, it's actually not a host, it's a router, right? But if you start talking about in documents like that about routers, meaning endpoint, like laptops, people got very much confused. So we start using term endpoint, which means something you kind of perceive as a host, but it can perform routing functions as well for some physical or virtual devices behind it. So the fundamental thing is that you want some devices to be V6 only. We call those devices V6 only capable. Yeah, we're going to play that game of definition for a while because we need to establish some terminology. But I would really like people not to focus too much on it because whatever definition you give, someone will come up with counterexample, right? I think it's kind of clear on the subconscious level what you're talking about. You have some devices which somehow can operate without V4. Normally, traditionally, again, in most of the cases, it's device with 464X slot enabled, right? Which can take care of all legacy applications running on it because it lets them believe that they have V4. However, in some cases, you can have V6 only device without it. For example, I have a Linux laptop which works just fine without 464X slot because the only thing I do on that laptop is running my browser and SSH. And both things work just fine, right? So I actually call it V6 only capable without 464X slot. So there are always exceptions. Now, how you make devices V6 only if they're on V6 only capable? Again, they recommend that traditional way of doing this is to enable option 108 support of on endpoints. So what's happened, your client, when it sends DHCP discover or DHCP request in V4, it will include in a parameter request list a request for option 108. And DHCP server will see it and say, great, you're V6 only capable, go away for X seconds. Don't come back, you don't need V4. So device will say, great, I'll shut up, and it will become V6 only. However, again, let's talk about corner cases. In some cases, you might want make some devices V6 only, and they do not have option 108 support. In my case, for example, it was some special embedded systems which we know would work on V6 only because they only talk to limited number of destinations. Those destinations are V6 enabled. But obviously, vendors do not want to add option 108 support there because it's too much work. Those devices have limited stack, and it was hard for them to get neighbor discovery done. And I do not want to have additional complexity. So what you can do, and what I am actually doing, for example, is just to apply port ACLs on switch ports. We just block all IPv4 from them. It could be either static port if those devices don't move, or you can use radius attribute, filter ID attribute if you're using .1x to authenticate them, right? So you can actually make devices V6 only without adding option 108 support. It obviously has scalability implications. It's not nice, all right? But it could be your stopgap solution for some corner cases. But again, in most of the cases, when we talk about V6 mostly, we assume that devices support option 108 and just signal that they do not need IPv4. So obviously, very important element for almost every V6 mostly network is how your users go in to reach Twitter, how they go in to get to V4 only destinations. So there's not much to say there, right? NAT 6.4 is basically the same thing as NAT 4.4. Most of those networks would have something which can do NAT 6.4 unless they've been using public IPv4 space, which is unlikely. So the only thing we want to say in the document currently, the only corner case interesting thing I'm aware of is that NAT 6.4 translators must not translate traffic if a well-known prefix 64FF9B is used to reach private IPv4 address space. So if you're only doing NAT64 to reach internet destinations, you can use well-known prefix. If you want to use NAT64 to give access to some private v4 only destinations, don't forget that implementations are not supposed to do translations for that kind of packet. So please pick up a /96 from your address space and do network specific prefix. It is like kind of hidden inside RFCs, so I think it's worth pointing out. I wouldn't be surprised if some NAT64 implementations ignore that requirement, but better be safe than sorry. So obviously another solution element to make sure your v4 only applications like Spotify work on v6 only is corresponding translation on endpoints, right, CLAT, which basically present your applications with IPv4 address and IPv4 default gateway. So your applications are tricked into believing that everything is normal, it's traditional dual stack network, good to go. So again, rule of thumb, if you don't want to think about all corner cases, you should only have devices which send option 108 if they have CLAT enabled. However, again, as I say, in some cases you might say no. Or for example, Linux, there isn't CLAT implementations for Linux, but you would not find them normally as a part of normal installation base, right? You need to do some work on adding it to your system. So for example, yeah, you might want to have IPv6 only capable endpoints like Linux, which would be sending option 108 if you enable it, but they might not have CLAT. It's up to you. But again, normal default recommendations, just combine option 108 and CLAT. So to do CLAT, endpoints, or actually to do local synthesis, for example, like Apple does, applications systems need to know what NAT64 prefix is used, right? Because as I said, you might not want to use 64FF9B. You might want to use your own network specific prefix. I'm obviously biased here, but I think the best way to do this is to send pref64 in router advertisement. Because first of all, it's much faster. Another option is to use DNS when your host will be resolving IPv4 only ARPA. But if you have it in array, you get everything in one packet. So as soon as your host gets IPv6 configuration, I mean default gateway, DNS, prefix, it also gets pref64. So CLAT can start right away without additional 1 RTT delay to get your DNS resolution done. Obviously, it's much more secure. We all have array guard enabled in the network, right? Because if you don't have array guard enabled, you are in such deep trouble. So discovering NAT64 prefix is not your biggest problem, right? So attacker could not at least send you spoof DNS response and tricked you into using the prefix which doesn't work on this network. And also, by the way, I know that a lot of enterprises actually like doing this. Your device might have custom DNS servers configured. It might not use the DNS servers provided by the network. It might be custom configuration, either as a part of enterprise policy or because users just configure something like 8888. Or application might use application-specific resolvers, right? So in all those cases, if application does not do exactly the right thing, you might have a problem because your DNS64 provided by the network is not used, so you cannot find prefix using DNS resolution. So pref64 is basically much more reliable and faster way, and because most like routing vendors currently support this in reasonably new releases, there is no reason not to use it. Yeah, my favorite topic. We actually can talk a lot about this. So DNS versus DNS64. So why we needed DNS64? First of all, because pref64 wasn't available. We published pref64 RFC like 4 years ago, and then it took like few years for vendors like Juniper and Cisco to add support for this. Open source also, a lot of implementation supported now. But by that time, when we started doing v6 only, systems can only discover pref64 using RFC 7050, which means resolving IPv4 only ARPA. So without DNS64, CLAT would not start. So now we don't have that problem. However, Another case for DNS6.4 is if your system doesn't have CLAT, so it would just use DNS6.4 instead. But again, it's insecure. DNSSEC would not work, obviously. As I say, it might not work if you use custom resolvers. Well, there is a document which updates 7050 tells you if you're using custom resolver, you must still do Pref6.4 discovery through network provided resolver. But I don't think many resolvers do that anyway. And also, funny thing as we discovered, or at least for a while on Apple systems, for example, if your application is not properly V6 aware and just trying to use V4, it will go through CLAT and it would work without DNS6.4. Okay. But if it's doing like bumping the stack stuff and trying to discover the prefix and do synthesis right away, recommended way, it will try to rely on DNS6.4. So if you turn off DNS6.4 and start using normal DNS, you have some chances of old system breaks. So I know that Andre and RIPE-NCC turned off DNS6.4 on this SSID yesterday. So currently, I would really love to hear if anyone experienced any problem accessing with only destinations in the internet. Glad to hear. I know it's supposed to be fixed, but I guess it might be a long tail of devices. So please let us know if you see anything, because we're trying to do that experiment. I unfortunately very much afraid of doing this in my network because we rolled out DNS6.4 everywhere a while ago, and now like changing it back, it's scary. But I think for future pilots, if you're basically thinking about doing this, I would recommend trying to do it without DNS6.4 and see, because you might be able to do this. It might depend on your like client base, how much you control endpoints and how much you can ensure that they are reasonably up to date. But I think the more we go into the future, the easier would it be to get rid of this useful, necessary, but still nasty hack called DNS6.4. So yeah, let's find it out. I'm really looking forward for feedback. So also in this document, I probably should have started from it, right? Document outlines some solutions. Why would any sane person do all this stuff, right? Well, normally because you need IPv4, right? Dual stack does not help you with saving your v4 address space. You still need one IP address for every device. It's simplified operations. I hate dual stack. First, like support people have hard time dealing with happy eyeballs, right? Sometimes use v4, sometimes use v6. You flip between them, nightmare. Also, by the way, it reduces your dependency on DHCP v4. You can think about reduced SLO for your DHCP server or scale down the infrastructure. Isn't it great? Money saving. Why not just do v6 only and maybe provide some fallback? I presented it a few years ago. It kind of works, but not very well, because if you have, let's say, two Wi-Fi networks, v6 only and dual stack, your users are going to get confused very much. They will be connecting to wrong one. So we know that currently, if you enable option 108, right, between 70 and 80% of devices becomes v6 only. And like vast majority of them just works fine. If you just give them v6 only SSID and dual stack SSID, a lot of them will be sitting on dual stack SSID just because they don't care, which means you are not really saving IPv4 address space. And you would never know about any problems because people wouldn't report them. And again, it's much easier to do incremental migration and you have less scalability issues, especially if you're not talking about Wi-Fi, but about multiple VLANs in the network. So some recommendations how to do this to minimize like number of angry emails you're going to receive. First of all, most of implementations doing option 108, such as Apple devices and Android devices, send them currently unconditionally. Well, in macOS, I guess you can edit the XML file on the DHCP client. But for example, if you have enterprise protection, you wouldn't be able to do this. So you can consider Apple and Android devices just sending option 108 all the time. So as soon as you enable option 108 processing on your DHCP infrastructure for the given subnet, you basically move all devices there. Some devices like Chrome OS or Linux allows you to turn it on and off. So Chrome OS supports this, but does not send it yet by default. And yeah, in Linux, you can configure your DHCP client to do so. So for those devices, you can do very slow incremental rollout if you want. It might be useful for an enterprise environment. So favorite topic of any network changes, rollback. Fortunately, option 108 has a value inside. It's number of seconds for which your DHCP client shall shut up and don't ask for V4 again. Minimal default value is like 300 seconds, which 5 minutes. So I would strongly recommend start with that value. So if something goes wrong, you just wait for 5 minutes and your clients will come back. And then as you get confidence and you see that everything works fine, you can just increase it to, I don't know, 12 hours a day or whatever. Right? So it will drastically decrease the load on your DHCP infrastructure. Well, in some corner cases, which I'm going to talk about, you might still see, we did not really see them, but I know that some other conference networks experience that, a very low number of clients which still need V4, even if they support option 108. So you might, at least for pilot or initial phases, consider having a dedicated SSID, for example. Recommended to keep it hidden or at least password protected, so people only can get the password if they tell you what was wrong, because it's very important to know why people still need this. Oh, my favorite topic. All current implementations for CLAT requires SLAC. Even, for example, Apple device like MacBook, which support DHCP v6 IANA address assignment, will need another dedicated address for 464xLAT assigned via SLAC. The reason is they want a dedicated address so you can do stateless translation and you can differentiate between incoming traffic from 64FF9B, because it may be native v6 traffic or maybe CLAT traffic. And that address actually should be checksum neutral, because developers do not want to deal with every single possible protocol and recalculating the checksum. So you can use your favorite DHCP v6 for address assignment, but you also need SLAC currently if you want to do this for 464xLAT. Security policy, well, I would say normally security policy shall be protocol agnostic, well, with obviously some additions about neighbor discovery and so on. But things people tend to forget is that you need to permit some extension headers. For example, don't forget about fragmentation. Fragmentation in IPv6 is a fragment extension header. And so if you ever use radius over IPv6, you might actually find very interesting corner cases when packets getting way too big. You'll get a lot of fun if you try to do it with access points, for example. And also, by the way, I don't think I put it here in the document, but I definitely should. I need a GitHub PR. If you use VC, maybe I have a slide. If you use ECMP load balancing for any cast inside the network, as soon as packets getting fragmented, you have a pretty good chance of sending different fragments to different anycast destinations. So don't forget to enable load balancing using flow labels in IPv6, because it would at least guarantee you to get all your fragmented radius packets to the same radius server, which makes users much more happy, believe me. ESP header in IPv6, IPsec is not UDP encapsulated. There is no NAT traversal because there is no NAT. So you might need to explicitly permit ESP, which is used for VPNs and for Wi-Fi calling, for example. If you want your phones to use Wi-Fi calling, you need to let ESP through. Okay, the most interesting section of the document, obviously, is what kind of problems you're going to expect. Clarification. Oh my God, 3 minutes. Okay, we are not talking about implementation bugs, because bugs get fixed. They're here today, they're not going to be here tomorrow, you'll get new bugs. We're talking about issues which you can expect no matter what you're using. So first of all, I'm absolutely sure you'll find out some issues in the network. Because, for example, if your network worked 99.9% of the time, you suddenly discover that 0.1% of V6 brokenness is not acceptable anymore. You will probably find that users disabled IPv6 on some of their laptops. So they will be like, why I can't connect to Wi-Fi anymore? Because your support team told you to disable V6 5 years ago and you still keep it disabled. So please don't do this. If you have controlled environment, do audit for those devices and fix them. Network extensions, yes, what you think is a host is actually not a host by a router. Chromebooks have like 5 or 6 or 7 namespaces inside and use ND proxy for them. So you're going to see scalability issues because you're going to see 20 addresses per device. And if your Wi-Fi infrastructure or switches want to have only 7 addresses per device, you will see very interesting failure scenario when addresses stops working randomly and start working randomly and so on. Again, I already mentioned DNS config on endpoint. If your device is using custom DNS, it will be a problem if you do not give them prefix for in-router advertisement. Fragmentation, already mentioned. Make sure you have sufficient MTU on V6 only side, because V6 packet is always bigger than V4, 20 bytes longer, and check that your NAT64 devices are properly configured, because most of them do not use interface MTU for translated packets. They always use 1280. It's normally a configuration option which needs to be explicitly enabled in many implementations. Or this is a good one. If you do traceroute, from example, people on MacBooks might want to run traceroute 8888 and tell me what you see. Most likely you do not see much. Understandable for V6 only part of the network, because how can you V4 traceroute represent V6 addresses? Android, for example, using reserved address space and TTL just to emulate some hops. We currently have a draft and interior to have additional ICMP extension to include it into packets, so your implementations can know what was the actual addresses before. Because yeah, UCLAT cannot translate those source addresses, they are not translatable. So we try to present them to applications using ICMP extensions. So next step, if you deployed V6 mostly network, come and talk to me about what I missed. Please read the document. And yeah, I'm really looking for feedback and different experience, because obviously my experience is limited. And particularly, as I said, I'd like to hear about deploying that stuff without DNS 6.4. Let's get rid of it. And eventually publish, so people who have not done it yet have some guidance on how to do this. And questions, comments?
So we have
Andrew in the microphone line.
we have someone on the queue as well.
Oh, Jordi. Sorry. That's why, guys, it's strongly recommended you should, capital letter, use client to join the queue, even if you're in the room. This makes raise life much, much easier, believe me. Not my problem anymore, but.
Hi, Jen.
Hello, hello.
I don't really agree with, if I understood correctly, your recommendation to not use DNS64.
Recommendation would be, currently you might still need to use it, but we shall gain some operational experience and see how many legacy systems we have which rely on it, because it's unclear now, and ideally we shall looking forward getting rid of it. I'm basically saying I don't know if it's possible. I don't have that experience, but I'm looking forward hearing from people.
Okay, so let me tell you my experience with that. Obviously, if you disable DNS64 and you have CLAT, when reaching IPv4 only destinations, you will be doing 2 translations, the CLAT and the PLAT. This is not a big problem in general, but introduce 1 extra delay because the CLAT translation, okay? Now, well, that means also some extra power, because any translation means some extra power. My experience actually is that because the very low level of deployment and usage of DNSSEC in general, the increased deployment of IPv6 in content providers, the ability to enable for example, in bind, don't break DNSSEC, and some hosts already doing Quad A synthesis, this is not in general a problem. In fact, I never found customers in deployments, and I am talking about deployments even of millions of subscribers, finding problems with breaking DNSSEC. So maybe our target, more than disabling DNSSEC, DNS64 at this time, should be promoting among vendors of operating systems that they implement Quad A synthesis, because that resolves the problem, right?
Yes, so actually what I'm saying is, my understanding is all modern operating system will do exactly that. And only legacy applications will go through CLAD, but they probably need to suffer at this stage. I'm not sure it's actually a bad thing. Yeah, so yeah, it's a questionable, it's most probably a controversial part of the document, but thank you for feedback.
Yeah.
And I'm looking, can you send it on the list actually? Thank you.
Yeah, I will do. Thank you.
Andre?
Thank you, Jen. So yeah, Andre Taletka, RIPE NCC, RIPE Meeting Tech Team. So we run this experiment this morning where we disabled DNS64 on the V6 Mostly network. The idea behind it is that nothing should break because either the device is running dual stack and therefore it has native v4 and no need for DNS64, or it's running V6 only, and in that case, all the devices known to us that are supporting DHCP option 108 should support pref64 option to discover the prefix. There might be some less efficiency regarding just what Jordi just said. I would just say that, yeah, contrary to our expectations, we got some people noticing it. For instance, we also say to Linux users, hey, if you want to experience V6 only network, just turn off V4 manually on your laptop, and you will use V6 only, because that's basically how the IPv6 network works. But this didn't really fly because, yeah, of course, then you are reliant on DNS64, also the CLAD utility for Linux doesn't support pref64. So we got some issue, but on the other hand, to be honest, all these issues are only from people that actually actively change the default configuration of their devices. So I'm personally interested in fixing these issues also in Linux and in other places. I'm very happy that because yeah, I already shared something on Tuesday that I'm very happy that the IPv6 Mostly network really works well for us during this meeting, because we more than 80% of connected devices are not using any v4 addresses. Therefore, we could have shrink down the IPv4 pool capacity. So for that, I'm very happy.
Thank you very much. Because we have meeting minutes, have you just volunteered to get CLAD done for Linux?
I am already doing it. I had given a talk on FOSDEM. There is also a project sponsored by NLNet Foundation to put SIIT translation into Linux kernel. So things are happening. But
thank you very much. We need to talk more.
Hi, this is Yoshinobu Matsutake from IIJ. We deployed an IPv6 Mostly network at Apricot conference in this February, and we used some enterprise class access point, and it's too smart actually. And those access point assume the client has DHCP and the IPv4 address, and those client does not require IPv4. The access point automatically kick out the association every 10 minutes.
Cisco was supposed to fix that a while ago, right? I remember we hit that at ITM.
Yep. And you need to be careful when you are configuring such an access point. That's my comment.
Thank you very much. Yes, that's a very good point. We need to put it in the doc. Thank you. We're running out of time, right? More questions?
We have.
Okay, you know where to find me. This is IETF work, not adopted yet, but we'll send adoption request soon. So you can also send comments on the list or just find me and talk to me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anne. So next up is Tobias Fury. And
this won't be the last time. Okay, welcome everybody. I think by now you know who I am. I'm Tobias Fiebig. I do stupid things with packets, Linux, and routers and other things in my day job as a researcher at the Max Planck Institute for Informatics. And today I'm here to talk about IPv4, which of course belongs to the IPv6 working group. Point being, you need to stop doing IPv4 driven addressing plans. IPv4 has been around for 40 years. It still doesn't have a solution for making clean addressing plans. I mean, it's a total mess. I always wonder, why is there CIDR, even if it makes me IP? I want to work on layer 3. Well, go to layer 2 first. And yes, please give me 50 different prefixes in a single metro. But like, what is that insanity? However, as we already learned and heard during the opening plenary, if we embrace our Lord and Savior RFC 8950, we can actually get rid of this. So, quick refresher: ARP, Address Resolution Protocol, figure out which MAC address to send packets for an IPv4 address to, construct Ethernet frame with fitting destination MAC. NDP, Neighbor Discovery Protocol, figure out which MAC address to send packets for an IPv6 address to, construct Ethernet frame with fitting destination MAC. And you might have noticed that pretty much looks the same. Which brings us to RFC 5549 and 8950, which basically RFC 5549 in 2009 was, what if we just put an IPv6 address into that nice next hop field of an IPv4 prefix in BGP? Well, what does happen is it works. And in addition, there's currently a draft in the ATF ongoing, which is like, how do we actually handle that if we do have an IPv4 route with an IPv6 next hop? Essentially being like, ask for the MAC address you'd have to send packets for the IPv6 next hop to, and just send the IPv4 packet there. And I'm actually looking forward to this draft, making it into an RFC somewhere. It's actually pushed not by me, but by a couple of very awesome people making this work more in practice. So how does it look in terms of vendors? Generally having a BGP address family with BGP via v6 neighbor with v6 next hops, and exchanging v4 routes works well in Junos, Arista, Cisco, XRBGP. According to some documents, not for importing in the FIP on XRBGP, it works in FRR and it works in BERT. And actually sending packets in terms of like, you know, when it got imported into the FIP, it works really well on Junos, Arista, Cisco, Linux with like Netlink, and quite recently also in FreeBSD. So this is not like a thing that doesn't work in a lot of systems. It actually does work. And then we can look at how you can do addressing with this. And what we have here is a relatively simple example network. We do have 3 gateways. We are announcing our most favorite documentation prefix, the whole /32. We do have 2 virtualization servers. We are using numbered IBGP between our gateways, or virtualization hosts speak BGP. We can announce the global unicast address or prefix we assigned to the virtual machine in IBGP or any other IGP of our choice. I personally think that BGP is the coolest IGP you can get. Not willing to discuss this here and today. And then we somehow just have to get the assigned prefix on the virt01 host to the actual link local address, and then everything works. And we do have a nice and clean IPv6 addressing plan, nibble boundaries and everything. If we now want to have IPv4, we don't really have to do that much. So if we have our eBGP sessions via IPv6, we just start announcing the extended next hop capability. We send also the v4 route with ourselves as the v6 next hop. We do give our virtual machine a /32 from that /24. We set a static default route to AV80. And yeah, then we just have to like somehow tell all the other hosts how to get to that v4 place. And we can do that, for example, by statically injecting into our IBGP a /32 route with the GUA of the virtual machine as the next hop. And that is really, really nice because it means that the v4 address will always follow the v6 GUA, which also means that you can have a centralized global IPv4 EPAM, and you just do your v6 EPAM as you would, and the addresses will follow, meaning only one place to really care about mapping prefixes to addresses. Which also means that if you just migrate this virtual machine, as long as you take care of making the IPv6 GUA prefix you assign to the VM follow that VM, you don't have to worry about v4. v4 will come along, as any other deprecated protocol should, following the future. So rest remains the same. What this in summary gives us is that we have a very, very fine-grained routing of IPv4 in our network. So I currently have a test network going with this, where I have like the first /32 in a 24 in Düsseldorf, the second one in Berlin, the next one in Düsseldorf again, and then one other one in Amsterdam. So I can very cleanly route very small v4 networks through my whole internal setup. We can also handle IPv4 as a complete add-on. So imagine you are a large virtual machine hoster, cloud, I think it's called nowadays, and you want to offer your customers the opportunity to not pay for IPv4, because honestly, why should they pay for something they don't need? And then there are also those very special customers who do want to pay for that. Well, with this, you can easily give that as an add-on, while your overall setup has consistency for v6. The whole addressing plan can be IPv6 centric, can be clean. You don't need any IPv4 for transfer, router, network, broadcast, loopback, eBGP route, nothing. You just need IPv4 addresses at the terminus. We have seen it follows around, which also gives you a lot of flexibility. And technically, there doesn't even have to be a loopback IPv4 address on routers. Even though for path MTU discovery, it's often a bit nicer if you can actually, send packet to big messages. Sadly, somewhat needed. It also means that you can have like legacy islands. Imagine you have like a very specific 7206. Of course, nobody would still use that in production, right? With some really nice Sun OS 6, 7, 8, 9 boxes behind that, a legacy setup, v4 only. Well, as long as you can get a router in front of that does v4 with v6 nextstop and nextstop self towards the Cisco, you can just get it connected through your v4 with v6 nextstop backbone. And of course, you can also always do this partially. So as we saw in the opening plenary, there it's mostly for like internal transport, but you could technically also start with eBGP or any other part of your infrastructure. There's currently also a working group at EuroIX, which looks into RFC 8950 at the IX, which obviously has the benefit that renumbering becomes very, very unlikely if you just have to use a /64. In general, IXP prefixes should kind of not be globally reachable anyway, kind of nice. And technically, you should also originate ICMP for IX interfaces from loopback anyway, because there's some ASs which are dropping anything that's not in the GRT. And if you do originate with your IX address, well, ICMP won't make it there, which can have dire consequences if you have an MTU break nearby. And we don't have to care about too many members anymore. I mean, how much time and energy did we put into that policy change to reduce the IX LAN default allocation size? There's a couple of thoughts about this. Trace routes are less if you only have ICMP sources from router loopbacks, or completely useless, as we have seen in Jen's talk. Because if you don't have an IPv4 loopback or don't have any IPv4 on a router, you might end up with originations from like the default IPv4 address of last resort. Some client operating systems sadly are not that good with this. So OpenBSD, which is one of my favorite operating systems, is not that good with IPv4, IPv6 next hops. You also need vendor support in your routing infra. At the moment, I think the biggest vendor that is maybe not so good with this is Extreme. It, of course, obviously works best if you do have a clean IPv6 addressing policy. So if you are kind of slithering into this whole new v6 stuff, which has been, new for the past 25 years, then it might be a bit more difficult to get this going cleanly. And of course, you still need working documentation, meaning you still need a working IPv6 EPAM. Otherwise, this will hurt. So what do we need to have a lot more fun with this? A better vendor support. So currently, well, this has to be updated a bit. This injection I showed you, so injecting a static route with an IPv6 next hop, works currently with BERT and apparently also with ExaBGP, thanks to Ruben for testing that just before the talk. It would be kind of nice to have something like DHCP v4 via IPv6 global unicast, because then you can actually get like v4 from one central location in your network, only if and when you need it. It would be cool if you could announce that somehow with some form of router advertisement option, because then you can tell your clients like, yeah, if you really need it, talk to that unicast server. There's of course the option to make interface identification and trace routes better. There could be something like RFC 4950 for v4 with v6 next hop, some form of RFC 5837++. What Jen just presented goes roughly into the same direction. We need some way to, and more in generally, actually fix path MTU discovery. But it might also be easier to just find a way for nice time travel. And finally, a really nice goal would be an IPv4 free internet core, like not only one AS, but everything. I'm allowed to dream. So doing this on transport and eBGP for me. So in my own AS, so 59645, I killed IPv4 on all transfer links except for that one OpenBSD router. This works well since over a year. I'm using Junos and BIOS, which is essentially FRR on Linux. This whole thing uses some form of, yeah, please don't beat me for that, private ASN-based eBGP underlay for loopback and link local distribution. Also works with stupid things like this. And yeah, I also set up a little test setup, which is AS215250, which just takes this to the extreme. So there I do not have any v4 on anything, just like in the example I showed, including eBGP. Currently, there's 5 eBGP sessions without IPv4, plus some additional testing things. This is 2 times upstream from AS59645 to 215.250. Sending default routes. There's peering sessions because I need to harvest a higher local pref. And then there's, of course, the BGP tools route collector, which worked out of the box. So big kudos to Ben, because it, well, worked out of the box. In addition, this v4less AS thing is, as I said, a dedicated test setup, where I also implemented a couple of testing scenarios. So there are paths with MTU break and without an MTU break. So one time there's an MTU of 1,400 on the way. And those are also split in like having actual IPv4 unicast, ICMP sources on path and not. And I have a to be done of also announcing with this AS invalid prefixes, so you can test your filters. And testing is actually a good point. The whole thing of this AS is that I'm currently bringing it to several IXPs. And there goes also a big thank you to the sponsors of this, like B6, D6, who already connected me to their IXs. There's also Virtua, who got us to France IX. And if you're on any of those IXs and you want to test this, There's a pre-configured session, passive session, so I'm not annoying you, waiting for you. You just have to configure a session on your side, and you can actually try RFC 8950 on eBGP in practice, and then use an analog ring nodes and RIPE Atlas probes to see how your network behaves and how it looks from the inside and outside. More details on the web, measurement.network/services/v4less.as. And yeah, that should basically be it.
Thank you very much. So we have two questions online. One from Nico Braut-Santoni from Funkfeuer Graz. You mentioned V4 forwarding to a V6 Nextop works on Linux with Netlink. Could you clarify what you meant and specifically under what conditions this works?
So I don't have the exact kernel version, but from like, well, at least with a Debian 12 or Ubuntu 2004, 2204, you can just tell your routing stack on Linux to just use a V6 Nextop for a V4 route. So it's IP route at default via -106 FEAD, and it sends packets.
Okay, thank you. And another question from Robert Scheck from ETHES GmbH for RC 9850 support. You didn't mention OpenBGPD. Didn't you have a look at OpenBGPD, or doesn't OpenBGPD support this?
I think it's on the roadmap.
Okay, thanks. And we have Maria first in the queue.
Just a note, thank you a lot for using documentary prefixes for every single place you have in your presentation. I honestly can't remember when I saw such a presentation with using strictly the documentation prefixes, even for V4. I think it was like years.
So
thank you.
I'm currently teaching data networks, and we have a lot of prefixes on the slides. And the postdoc who has to revise the slides really, really hates me. Take a guess why.
Thank you. Again.
Jen Linkova. Thank you very much. Very cool. I just have one comment. You said that you get less capabilities of traceroute for V4. If your routers do the right thing and send packets from loopback, and you have only one L3 link between two neighboring routers, you actually do not lose anything, right? You might lose some capabilities if you have multiple L3 links between two devices, right?
Yeah, but you're overestimating the amount of V4 in especially the test setup. So there is no V4 on loopback.
Wow, that's nice.
As I said,
I need to process this. Yeah, thank you.
Hi, I'm Stefan Pantelmann from AVM Germany. We're doing home equipment, Wi-Fi routers and stuff like that. Have you compared your approach to other existing protocols that somehow deal with this coexisting of IPv4 and IPv6? Let's say MAP-T, MAP-E is something we just implemented that goes in the same direction, that the provider wouldn't need an IPv4 backbone routing stuff anymore. Did you have a look at this?
No, I didn't do any comparing, and keep in mind this is also not a protocol. This is just routing. We're just forwarding packets. There's no state, there's no translating. We're just forwarding packets, and it's mostly something which is also not that relevant for client networks. So this is more really for getting it, for example, to virtual machines and things that provide services.
Yeah, I'm asking because we have like 5 or 6 different modes now on our router that deal with does the provider provide a full dual stack? Does the provider provide something like DS Lite, where you have like a minor form? Do we not have this? And if so, how can we?
I didn't look at it. access is the wrong side of the stack for me.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, last question. We are closing the microphone queue now.
Hello, Jörg Jungermann, Northern Data. I'm experimenting with this since 2019, 2020. It's just a comment, so not an uses, because it makes your network easier. And I'm currently happy that I'm working in an environment where we have IPv6 as a first-class citizen, and we are operating a cloud, and it makes the network very, very easy to manage and just tunnel or not tunneling, just route the IPv6 IPv4 addresses to the client's cloud instances makes this very, very easy. So use this if you have a greenfield deployment.
With that, thank you. And if you are accidentally running an AX and would like to bring the flawless AS there, please drop me an email. All I need is access to the peering LAN, a little bit of backhaul, and a small virtual machine. And then your members can also play with this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Tobias. As the next speaker, we do have Andrej Kaletka from RIPE NCC, and he's talking about IPv4 mapped IPv6 addresses.
Hello, everybody. Yes, so it's sort of like a recurring thing that at IPv6 working group, we talk about IPv4. So, but I have IPv4 in the title, but I will be talking about IPv6 addresses and quad A records and situations where deploying quad A record is actually not good thing to do. So let's go ahead and start with the point. What is actually an IPv4 mapped address? Well, I should introduce myself. My name is Ondřej Caletka. I work for RIPE NCC. I'm part of the RIPE meeting technical team, which is taking care of the network and everything you see here, like the presentations and stuff like that. And we are trying as much as possible to remove IPv4 from our meeting network. Also for the reason that the number of devices connected to the meeting network is growing every single meeting, and we have our IPv4 pool is limited. Even though it's quite generous, it's still limited, and we would like to explore ways how to use it less and less. But back to the IPv4 mapped addresses. What are they? You probably already have seen them. Is there anybody who never seen address starting as : FFFF and then IPv4 address? Can you raise the hand? There's one person in the room who haven't seen it yet. Two, okay, good. There are IPv6 addresses like any other. The thing is, it's completely valid to write IPv6 address in a way that the last 32 bits of the IPv6 address would be right exactly like IPv4 address. So don't make yourself fooled by the fact that you see IPv4 address at the end. It's just completely legal and valid way of writing IPv6 address, and you could also write those numbers in hex. They are invented for one particular reason, and that is IPv4 compatibility in IPv6 socket API. And I'm already apologizing in advance. It is really hard to pronounce right IPv4 and IPv6. So if I make mistake by any chance, just shout at me and I will try to fix it. Let's just quickly talk about socket API, because we are here network engineers, but I don't know how many of us have ever programmed anything that was actually speaking with network. So I will do a quick crash course on how to program IPv6 enabled application using BSD sockets API, which is what every operating system is using basically. So let's start with the case of IPv4 client application. Might be, for instance, web browser. If the application is IPv4 only, it's very simple. It starts with library function socket, which will create a socket. Then the call connect will connect this socket to a particular IPv4 address. And once we have connected socket, we can send and receive data. That's easy. What if we want to expand this up to support IPv6 as well? Well, then we have to put something in front of it that will decide whether the address that we want to connect is IPv4, and in that case we go the same path that we went before, Or if it's v6, we go to a slightly different path which only differs in that packet family or address family of the socket that we ask the operating system to create for us. The rest is basically the same. So on clients, there's no need for IPv4 mapped address, and everything is basically quite straightforward and quite easy to adapt to support v6. Let's look at the server. The server has a little bit more calls that so you create socket as well, but you have to bind it to some particular address and port, and then you have to listen on that socket. And once you do it, you will get a listening socket. And with every single connection that comes to the listening socket, you will call an accept, which will accept that connection and serve that particular connection. So in IPv4 only case, it's pretty easy. It's this left part of this slide. But if you want to support IPv6, the problem here is you somehow have to support both IPv4 and IPv6 at the same time. So chances are you may spawn a different thread or different process that will do exactly the same what you do for v4, but for v6. But if your application that you are trying to fix for support v6 doesn't support threads, or you don't want threads or forked process or anything like that for some reason, then you have an issue. So for that, you can fix this by doing it, let's say, event driven. So basically you can prepare socket for listening on v4, then you can prepare a socket for listening on v6. And after you do this, you call a system call called select or poll, which will basically tell you which of the sockets are ready for accepting connection or receiving data. And then you will serve every single connection in one thread. So it's possible to do, but you can see that the application flow now became much more complex. And the reason this complexity reason that could be stopping us from adopting IPv4 only applications to support IPv6. By the way, I'm here talking like about situation 20 years in past. Nowadays, this is not an current issue that there will be apps not supporting v6, at least not in the majority of the things. So because of this complexity that might be unnecessary, there's this thing called IPv4 compatibility of IPv6 sockets. So IPv6 sockets might be able to receive IPv4 traffic as well. So that means you can only deploy application that will only open IPv6 socket, and yet it will be able to communicate with both IPv4 and IPv6 internet. This will make your server application simpler. So that's the reason why it was invented. The thing is, the application is only opening IPv6 socket regarding the API, and therefore it only sees IPv6 addresses. But as I said, the socket supports also IPv4 operation. So that is exactly the use case for IPv4 mapped IPv6 address. So basically from the socket, you will always get IPv6 address. Either it's real IPv6 address, if it's IPv6 connection, or it's IPv4 mapped IPv6 address, if the connection that the socket is creating is actually IPv4. It's important to stress that there is no translation happening. The operating system is talking native IPv4. There is no IPv6 address existing anywhere, sorry, no IPv6 packet existing anywhere that would contain IPv4 mapped IPv6 address inside. No such thing exists. This is not a translation. This is just the way, because the API is only allowing you to send you 128-bit numbers. So you have to somehow put the 32-bit number into the 128 number field, and this is how you fill it. This is the only way. There is no SIIT transaction, how we know, for instance, from NAT64. And in the end, this is not recommended. So no new applications should be relying on this. It was mostly invented for, as I said, converting old applications to support v6 with as little effort possible. If you are writing a new application that is proper one, you should write it in a way that supports 2 parallel sockets open at the same time, and open one socket for IPv4, which would be IPv4 socket, and one socket for IPv6, or possible more of them if you want to listen on more ports or more addresses. So this is the proper solution. This is only like workaround for application that can only open one socket and work with one socket. The problem with this approach is also that you cannot trust whether IPv6 stack is actually present in your computer, because there are still people who are turning IPv6 off, even on operating systems that are supporting it. You might have noticed that Microsoft, for instance, has this knowledge base article saying that if you turn off IPv6 support in Windows Server, you will get it into unsupported configurations and things will break. Because even if your server is operating v4 only, it still needs v6 inside to communicate between components of it. And there is also this issue that because this has some security implications, OpenBSD deliberately decided not to support this. So you cannot get IPv4 compatible IPv6 socket in OpenBSD. Now the question, I said the socket may be compatible, the IPv6 socket may be compatible with IPv4. How this is determined? For that, there's this option that is called IPv6 v6 only, which is a socket option that every sensible application should set. It can have two states. If it's set to 0, that means the compatibility is enabled. This is the default settings for Linux or for macOS. It can be set to 1, which means compatibility is disabled. That means IPv6 socket will only get IPv6 traffic and no IPv4. This is default for Windows and various BSDs. And as I said, on OpenBSD, this is permanent and read-only variant. So you cannot turn this option off. So if you write a portable application, it should always set this option one way or another, because otherwise you will get problems when you run your application developed on Linux on Windows or vice versa. If the compatibility is enabled, you will always it will block the similar IPv6 socket. So if you listen on IPv6 socket port 80, for instance, and the compatibility is enabled, you cannot listen on v4 socket with the same port number. So that was about how programming IPv6 sockets look like. But now let's get to the interesting part, and that are IPv4 mapped IPv6 addresses in the wild. So just to recap, IPv4 mapped IPv6 address just represent IPv4 address in the IPv6 only socket. It's something that should never leave the host. It should never appear in any IPv6 packet anywhere. So it would be very silly to put it, for instance, into DNS. Yet people are doing it, and I would like to point out that this was not. This is not my discovery. This was discovered by Thomas Scheffer, who's sitting here in this room, and he actually started a chat with the company behind this domain name to ask them why they put quad A record containing IPv4 mapped address into their DNS together with their A record. That doesn't make any sense, and it actually breaks things. I will just come soon to the fact why it breaks things. And I have to say that the answer in that public forum is hilarious. So I copied it into that slide, and I will now read it verbatim. So we did this to drive down the cost of our DNS provider. Queries for quad A records that didn't exist, followed by queries for A records, was costing us significantly, and we needed to alleviate that. Our quad 8 answers follow the standards, and our dual stack testing has shown no issues. The IPv4 address embedded in the IPv6 answers should be accurate and should match the A record request, and should all be routable in the IPv4 space. Yeah, I see face palming people in the room, and that's exactly what I had when I read this as well. Basically, the point here is that this is some German company, and as you might know, the deployment of IPv6 in Germany is getting better, let's say. And one side effect of it is that client operating systems like Windows or Mac OS, they have this feature, which I personally don't really like, and that is that they are not sending out query queries if they don't see IPv6 connectivity. And once they start seeing it, they will start sending query queries. So basically, before IPv6 was deployed in Germany, they didn't see the issue because clients were mostly querying for only A queries. But now, then some ISP has deployed v6, and this service provider who doesn't do any v6 has saw an increase of queries that were not answered. And I'm not sure if this is really true, but if somebody is charging per query and charging more for non-existent query than for existing query, this is quite silly. So yeah, let's say now that we laughed at this answer, let's see, this is silly, or is it actually? Now I got this second thought, and I said, well, that's something that can be easily tested. So I set up an IPv6 only website. I already have one, but this IPv6 only website actually has quad 8 record, but it doesn't. The quad 8 record doesn't have a v6 address. It has v4 mapped v6 address. This website should be universally unreachable, because putting v4 mapped v6 address into quad 8 record is just stupid, and every single operating system or whatever should filter it, ignore it. Yet I can open in my browser. So then I set up another test website, which is actually dual stack, which means it has a record pointing to v4 address, and it has also quad A record pointing to IPv4 mapped IPv6 address somewhere else. So it provides different content. And guess what? My operating system is preferring the quad A record with the EV4 mapped address. So this looks like we have a problem. Of course, the results can vary. For instance, I haven't seen the problem on Android, so kudos to Android developers. I have seen different results on different operating systems, different browsers, and different networks. So for instance, this brokenness is on Mac OS with v6 only network, but it works correctly on dual stack network. But in any case, all hosts I tested are actually issuing both quad A record and A record. So one cannot save money on providing v4 address in quad A record and expecting them not to come back and ask for A record. So there are some examples here on with curl, where you see that on dual stack network on Mac OS on the left, you can see that it works well. On the right hand side, you see on IPv6 only network that you somehow can connect to this quad A record containing IPv4 mapped address. So it seems that there is some confusion where even if it comes from quad A record as IPv6 address, somewhere in the stack of the stack of the operating system get confused, and once it see IPv4 mapped IPv6 address, it will convert it gracefully to IPv4 native address and communicate with it instead, which should not happen. This is basically the reason why OpenBSD decided not to support this at all, because there's always this risk of confusion if you are using different type of addresses for different purposes. The question is this really a problem? Because yeah, we have happy eyeballs, and happy eyeballs are very successful in hiding broken IPv6 connectivity. And this is just one of the many examples of broken IPv6 connectivity, because the quad A record just contains wrong information. It might break DNS 6.4, but there's a very easy fix. And actually in the meeting network, when DNS 6.4 is on, which will be after this session, there's a filtering setup that is not allowing anything else than global unicast addresses in quad A records. Therefore, these addresses will be filtered by DNS resolver. But the fact that the computer itself is, let's say, vulnerable, I would not call this vulnerability, but some security people might, is a little bit concerning. So my last slide and takeaway here is, what can we do about this? Well, if you are DNS 6.4 operator, then you should definitely set a filter set your DNS64 to ignore all query record containing anything else than global unicast address space, because it doesn't make sense to have anything else in query records. If you are operating system vendor or browser vendor, yeah, maybe think about filtering like IP4 mapped IPv6 addresses from the input from, let's say, from DNS or even from user, because it really has this only one purpose and it shouldn't be used for anything else. If you are a DNS hoster, then you probably should not charge people more for empty responses than for responses with data, because then people start doing weird things. And well, anyone volunteering to maybe bring this to IETF, because there was this problem that actually Thomas was asking on Mattermost and sorry, Mastodon, and it was that whether there is like an RFC that is clearly saying that you should not put IP4 mapped address into DNS, because apparently nobody thought somebody would be as silly to do it, so nobody wrote it explicitly anywhere. Yeah, and with that, this is my presentation, and I just have one more advertising slide, because we Learning and Development and RIPE-NCC are running e-learning course at academy.ripe.net. So if you want to learn something about IPv6 but not about IP4 mapped IPv6 addresses, you can give it a try.
Okay. Thank you very much, Andre, for your presentation. We have some comments on the chat or on the quick Q&A. Maria Matejka, don't move it. I can't.
Can you just read it? Maybe she's sitting in the room. She's just too lazy to get up to microphone.
Go ahead.
Okay, I just wanted to comment that you should have used fax to contact the German company. They would take it seriously.
Fax. Oh, yeah. Well, that's actually a good comment. Thank you very much.
Then from Nico Broud-Santoni, could DNS providers, alternative or resolvers, alleviate the problem by providing A records as auxiliary data on Quad A queries? Maybe only if no native IPv6 address is available.
Perhaps, I guess so.
Then Alexander Tsup. Higher cost for a missing Quad A might be caused because of less caching time. But anyway, the solution should be to implement IPv6 server side, of course.
Well, of course, yeah. If somebody implements IPv6, that's the ultimate goal. How to solve this? I think Jen is in the queue, so she's
okay. Jen, yeah.
Yes, I'm in the queue. Jen Linkova, Google. So very interesting. Thank you. Obviously, it's not the only case of crap in DNS, right? Like link local and other stuff, right? I totally agree. We need to provide clear guidance. And by the way, I think where it really should go, perfect timing. API Balls v3 are a draft is currently being discussed, and it has a section about broken Quad A record. So I think it should go there. I guess you can send the PR or I can do it, because I think the text is on GitHub. I think guys keeping it there. So yeah, we definitely need to document it.
Okay, that's a good idea. Thank you.
I think it's Tobias.
Yeah, Tobias Siebig, Max Planck Institute for Informatics. We recently got like a lot of DNS data. Do you want to know how bad it is? Like I don't know at the moment. I would have to ask my student to run the data, but do you want to know?
I think you can share it with with IPv6 working group or DNS working group, wherever you find it appropriate. If it's like about broken DNS.
Okay, somebody likes pain. I will ask him to do it.
Hi. I'm Alexey Samarukov, NetArt Group. So a few comments. One, this v6 v4 compatible socket is a very bad idea for another reason, which was not mentioned. It can break layers in a very strange way. For example, I ported my application that way, old application, And later, in a very hard way, I found that my restrictive ACLs doesn't work because, of course, they're expecting v4 kind of address and not v6 one. And my application was way more, let's say, not restrictive than it should be. That's thing number one. And second question was actually related to previous comment. Would be very interesting to run some global survey on some big DNS registry databases and see how much of kind of such hell we have in it. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. Actually, you reminded me that just about the time when we were discussing this in the mailing list of IPv6 working group, there was also this incident report from GitHub, I'm pretty sure. So they started preparing for IPv6 rollout, which we all expect for years already. And if there's somebody from GitHub, hey, we are waiting, still here. Then and they find this issue that IPv4 mapped IPv6 addresses started causing trouble for them. Yes.
Okay. One thing before you start. Guess what, Andre? You have a volunteer.
For what?
For what you just asked for.
Oh, you mean deploying
Yes.
PCs?
And it's Jordi.
Ha.
So yes, please.
Thanks. Blake with AO Europe. Thanks for this really good stuff. You will find that folks that may be running 6PE in their networks, meaning IPv6 with a labeled unicast next hop, which is usually from v4 labeled unicast BGP sessions, at least in GNOS, the router will synthesize one of these addresses with FFFF ... and the v4 loopback of the remote BGP neighbor. Now, the next hop is actually a label, but it needs something to resolve the v6 next hop too, so that's what it uses. I don't think that the actual packet has a v6, map or a v4 map next hop on the wire, but you'll see it for sure.
Yeah, I think this is exactly the same case like if the host behavior. I didn't consider routers, but I feel like this is the same case because you basically have 128-bit field and you have to fill it somehow with 32-bit number.
Okay. Who of you was first?
Philip Teasel, speaking as an individual. Two things. So I always consider these kind of addresses as, oh, it's actually an IPv4 address. And so I think the behavior is quite consistent to what I would have expected. No matter that we really should be putting this in DNS in Quad A records, the behavior is what I would have expected. So did you try to use it to force a NAT64, a DNS 6.4 IPv6 only host to use the CLAT? Because this is what I would expect that should work. So take a macOS, take that kind of Quad A record and see whether you could avoid DNS 6.4 synthesis and instead go through the CLAT and whether that works.
I'm not sure whether I follow, but feel free to give it a try or we can do it in the break because it's running and it's live on the internet.
Okay, the last one, and then we'll close.
Hi, Andre. Tom Hill from BT. Quick question. Was the record DNSSEC signed?
Yes. Of course.
Of course. Are you aware of NSEC? And so NSEC is designed to prove that something really didn't exist, which is quite interesting. But it's also quite complex. It's also quite intensive to be able to reply, make up on the fly replies that are signed. So not having a record, if NSEC is enabled, would cost you quite a lot of money, potentially.
Okay.
Okay, we have to stop.
Okay.
That's a good point. So maybe the charging scheme of the cloud DNS provider makes sense, but it doesn't make sense because then people just put wrong data into DNS.
Yeah, I don't have a good answer for that.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Andre, and thank you all for being here. With almost 70 people online and a lot of more people here in the room, it's time for closing our session. See you all in Prague. Please rate the talks and get your lunch.
I haven't heard it yet, but it's already should be. It should be. So start finding a seed, finding a plug.
If you're wondering where you are, you're in the correct working group. Just stay here.
Welcome to the open source working group session. My name is Marco Sanz.
Oh, I'm Sasha Romain.
And I'm Martin Winter.
Okay, so let's start.
Yes, so welcome to the session. This session is live streamed and recorded as always. And first, I want to thank our scribe from the RIPE NCC, the stenographers. Let's move on. Oh, here's the. How about you take this? Okay, then I can just talk here. I'd like to start with the administrative matters. The agenda from last time. Oh, sorry. The minutes from last time were published on the mailing list. This is my first time. Does anyone have comments on these that we need to? I don't think so. I'm sure everyone's read them. Then our agenda for today, we will start first with a review of the chair selection process from last time by Martin. Next, we have a talk on open source quality assurance processes by Petter. And there's also been a survey that you may have seen on the mailing list that was taken over the last few weeks. And the talk will be about the results of that survey and several things ISC is doing. Next, we have Maria talking about contribution and credits policy for open source projects. This is something that was already presented last time in an initial version and has been continued to be developed after. And finally, we will have two lightning talks. First, roadblocks to open source in Asia Pacific by Martin, and finally, the Community Projects Fund by Georgiana. And we also have plenty of time for discussion. So we're hoping that that you enjoy the talks and have plenty of input.
So before we start, I have a quick question. This time our working group is in parallel to the routing working group. And I was curious, how many here, show of hands, is that kind of a hard decision, which one to attend?
That is like 10-ish.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so then I'd like to welcome our first speaker, Martin, on the chair selection process review from last time.
Thank you.
Okay, so I assume all of you are aware we had the chair selection last time. And I mean, we have our chair selection procedure. For the ones who are not that familiar, right now there is a discussion going on. Each working group has slightly different procedure they agreed on. The procedure we have is published on the RIPE website. You can go read it up there. And we tried to follow that basically. And we made, as it said in there, we asked for candidates. We got like 3 candidates basically there. That was about 2 months before the meeting, there was a call. And we were mainly at that time 2 chairs. We were looking, can we get at least a 3rd chair? We got the 3 candidates in there. And for us, the good thing is it was the first time we actually had a choice. So that made me really happy. I mean, we started this working group at RIPE 67. And the only time before we had a candidate was like Marco a year earlier, and otherwise we never had. And with Marco, with 1 open seat and 1 candidate, there was no election basically. He was just like agreed, you join. This time there was actually an election because we had 3 people there, which we can pick on. We had then a discussion with all these candidates. A bit before, that's actually the ID. Unfortunately, is we failed to coordinate the meeting. That was part of it, not really responding. There's a lot of these candidates, it turned out way harder for them for us to contact them. Can we have a chat? Because we want to see, like, so how you want to do it. Now, as you know, all the other candidates you still want to run. How do you see it, or how in our policy, we say, like, maybe we can all come to a anonymous decision together, and then we don't need to have any voting at all. The one thing we got a confirmation from them, they only wanted to run against the one open seat. They didn't want to topple any of the existing working group chairs. That's a question we always ask. We left that open to the candidates. So as they all agreed there was basically 3 candidates for 1 open seat. Then, because we couldn't really get all the statement discussions before, we ended up making a last-minute change. And we decided, instead of having the discussion at the meeting itself, we do just each of them can announce themselves, explain who they are, and then do the meeting within 14 days afterwards on the mailing list. That worked well for other working groups, so we assume that's not a problem for us. So then, let's see if the animation works better than yesterday. This is what happens, basically. That kind of just when we open it up, I think, noon on November 30, we started it. And then basically, if you look at the timestamps, you see how the votes come in. 3 days over, mainly Sasha got a lot of votes. We got a few single votes on the other ones. And it got then a little bit more votes coming in. Everything looked fine. And like, okay, it seems to be quite clear. And then suddenly, towards closing, we noticed that there were a lot of new votes starting to coming in. You know, you will see there, so it's just a few days to go. And then it's basically at the end, suddenly, like, this happened. So you notice at the beginning, it looked all normal. And then we also looked a bit more in the detail, who is voting, because all these names, I didn't recognize it. And we started noticing that all these people who voted at the end, or nearly every one of them, were new. They basically signed up to the mailing list, and then on the same day, most of them, within a few minutes, they voted. So for me, that's the question of how do they even know about the voting going on? They couldn't have heard it. They never attended a RIPE meeting before. They were new to the mailing list. So what new? So we looked at it, how it looked there, and that's how they vote. The blue is like from people who attended RIPE meetings before, and then there's the red additional ones from people who signed up on the list and immediately voted. So the key thing is, like, the whole discussion is like sometimes a bit misunderstood. The current rule is it's not a strict vote. It's basically a vote for support. And you basically, the people who vote there at the end, the chairs have the final say. Obviously, this was something we never planned. So we had a discussion and we made a decision there because with the input, I brought it up on the list first to ask them, so how did you learn about the voting or all that thing? We got a lot of philosophical discussion, how it should be done on something from all these people. Nobody answered it, how they learned about the elections. Nobody mentioned specifics there. So at that time, we decided to disqualify all these votes and ignore them. And basically, that's how then Sasha got elected. It's as expected, obviously, there were some protests. I was looking if any one of these new members who said that they just accidentally joined up and they really want to be, if any of them is at the RIPE meeting list there, but as of yesterday, none of them have registered, neither online nor on-site. If that has changed and one of these is in the room, I would love to get some feedback from that person or them. Now, obviously, this is over. This is fact now. The question is, what about the future? Miriam, who is probably in the room over there, from the RIPE, she is working on some idea. First of all, the confusion that each working group has slightly different policy. So she is looking, trying to figure out, can we make one policy? Can we do that better? Feel free to talk to her, especially if you have a strong opinion in one way or another. Tell her what and how you see it. From our working group, we don't know exactly how to do it, but we think that most likely we'll try to force the voting during the meeting again. we need to figure out how we can avoid the same problem again. So it creates a requirement that you also, if you're doing during the meeting, that also means that people who vote have to attend at least one RIPE meeting. So at least the one where they're voting. And we also had the discussion, should there be a requirement for the candidates as well that they had attended a RIPE meeting before or multiple RIPE meetings? I heard a few different opinions. Before the working group chair lunch, I think there was quite strong favor for that. I don't know how people here in the room is. I would love to hear some feedback. The idea was like, you're not becoming a chair just because you know actually the facts or in that industry or something. It's also, you should know the community, because it's more a community job and the idea. So you should know how it runs. And if you have never attended a RIPE meeting, that might be challenging. So yeah. And then we also had during this time on the voting in the past, that wasn't in the rule, but because we're on a mailing list, me and Marco, we also clearly said we do not state our support on the mailing list because we think that would be an unfair influence for a candidate. So we had both our opinion, but we basically kept that hidden there. So that would always, obviously that thing, even at the end, if it would be getting close, having a lot of impact there too. So with that, I would love to open the floor, and I would love to hear in the last few minutes, there, what other opinions you have.
Thank you, Martin.
Hi, this is Andre, ISC. I think this is reasonable to require the future chair to attend the meetings. And I also think that there should be a commitment to attend the future meetings. Because it doesn't make sense to have a chair that doesn't attend RIPE meetings. I don't know, I don't think all of them, but something like at least one a year or something.
So from that, the RIPE current rules from old time back basically states that basically one chair should really attend one of the chairs should be at each physical meeting as a minimum. Yeah. So it creates a pressure that you should attend and even physically attend some of them. And when you say like you support the idea that they should have attended a RIPE meeting before, do you have an opinion about on-site or potentially online only?
I think that on-site makes sense. I know that it like reduced the pool of possible candidates, but it is important to know the community, because this is not like you're a servant. You're not something. This is not a honorary role or something. You should know the people, and you should be well known in the community that's here. But maybe it will solve itself just by like changing the voting process to be during the meetings, because people are less likely to vote for a chair that they never seen before, right? So
okay, thanks for your opinion.
Okay, I think yeah.
Yeah, Jim Reid, I'm speaking for myself. I've got quite a few comments to make here. So first of all, the idea that we have a unified working group selection process imposed on the working groups, in my view, is wrong. We're a bottom-up organisation. Working groups should be left to their own devices to decide how they organise themselves. And as long as they've got a fair and open selection process, how they choose to do that is, largely speaking, up to them. It shouldn't be imposed from above. I think that's very, very, very wrong. However, let's get down to business. I'm tempted to say I told you so, because I've, for a long time, not been in favour of voting for things like working group chair selection, precisely because of the problem that you've just outlined, Martin. The system is very easily gamed, and we've seen that happen. Someone and their imaginary Facebook friends just all of a sudden pop up in the mailing list and say, we'll vote for the same guy or girl. And it might actually be that these are all proxies for the same person, it might even be the same person. And I think the mechanism that you've got there, you've got the wisdom of the existing chairs of the working group to decide when somebody's acting in bad faith and take action. And in this case, you did take action, and I praise you for the decision that was taken. This is clearly someone that's acting in bad faith, trying to game the system, and you disqualify them as a candidate. So I think that mechanism is perhaps the best way forward in terms of dealing with people that are trying to manipulate themselves into positions of influence or imagined power. So I think that's fine. Maybe you want to check with, say, the right chair or the right vice chair to say, hey, we think there's some monkey business going on in the selection process here, and the consensus view of the working group chairs inside that particular working group is, we would like to disqualify that candidate and run it past the right chair or the right vice chair to get a second opinion on that, to make sure that you're doing something that is reasonable and a fair way of dealing with the mechanism. So I think that's probably the best way to do that. My next point, observation, is talking about this in terms of introducing new complications. You have to have attended so many meetings before that, or you're going to give a commitment to show up at particular meetings. I think this is the wrong approach. You're approaching it, you're turning it around. This is turning things around the wrong way. We're creating an elaborate, complicated mechanism. We're all engineers. We love to do that kind of thing. But we really should just apply common sense. If someone's appointed as a chair and they're not doing a good job, it's up to the working group and the other working group co-chairs to say to them, you're not doing your job, you're not pulling your weight, step down. I don't think we need to have complicated mechanisms. Oh, you've only been to 3 of the last 5 meetings or whatever. No, just apply common sense. And if the more and more you try to create more rules, it's just going to mean that there'll be yet more mechanisms for people to try and figure out how to game the system. So it's a zero-sum game. You're never going to win that race. So in my view, the game there is don't play.
Okay, thanks for your feedback. I really hope you also spoke to Miriam, even if you don't support unified policy, but I think it may get a good, more or less at least a draft for the different working groups to make a decision on. Thanks.
I'm also closing the line. And Miriam?
Just to one data point, I think, just to clarify, when you say voting in your presentation, you actually didn't mean voting. You really followed the old process where people on the mailing list were asked to provide statements of support or non-support for the candidates, right? Which kind of turned into a bit of a +1s, right? That's what happens. And that's, I think, why you're bringing this up, because that process that we have been doing for so long in this community didn't work in this case. I just wanted to clarify this because it actually wasn't really a voting in terms of I don't know, using a tool or an election or something. It was really meant to provide statements of support on the list.
Yeah, thank you for the comment. Yes, so yes, I mean, talked about voting too. We talked before on voting all the time. For me, it's more like a vote for supporting that kind of, it's not a strict voting, and in the current rule it's not. But yes, that caused a lot of confusion and we may have to be careful and make that clear. Thank you.
Hello, Moin speaking for myself. With a little bit of knowledge and experience from a different region of RIRs, I just want to say that if there is actually some sort of a nomination committee or NOMCOM, which is actually available in APNIC region, they are actually working on it. They will actually do some sort of a background check, like who has actually, like the statement of intent for the people who are actually trying to run for a working group chair or co-working group chair, so that, and the statement they are mentioning and whether if they have actually attended, it has to be verified with the right database. So it needs to be a community effort with a small team of 2 or 3 people, one from RIPE NCC and 2 from the community, who can actually verify the statement and also verify that they have actually attended a previous RIPE meeting. So this is what my proposal is. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Maria? Also, behind Maria, the line is closed in the interest of time.
Okay, Maria, Cizinek, and Bert, I'd like to add some notes. First of all, please don't stick to the common sense, because the common sense is not common and typically doesn't work in stress. I have gotten in lots of situations where I thought I was using common sense and I was just using my first plan stress reactions. This is not a good idea. And there are processes which are exactly for this situation. We should have processes, not common sense. We should use common sense for creating the processes and thinking about the possible problems up front. I know we are going to always fight the last battles and the lost battles, but it's better to fight the lost battles than to fight nothing and just think about the common sense. Just a suggestion for those additional qualifications. I would like to see those qualifications as a part of the biography or something like that, which is sent up front. Because even though I see lots of people here, I know who is here, who is not here for lots of situations. I don't spot everybody, and I don't want to be unfair for just that person not sticking around me.
So just a quick clarification question. When you say like the common sense for the rules and then afterwards not using common sense, that sounds to me like having much more strict rules and trying to plan for everything ahead of time. Is that did I sound correct?
I would like to not specify that we are using common sense. I would like to rather see a bit more policies. They don't have to be strict, but there should be some. And the rules look like a correct way to go. We should not overshoot that.
Okay, thank you.
Shane?
I get the last word. Nice. Hi, I'm Shane Kerr from IBM. I wasn't going to say anything, but I had to stand up because basically I disagree with everything Jim said. So I do think having consistency between working groups, while not 100%, is a good idea, because from an outsider to the community, having to understand that this working group selects things in this way and this one and another is confusing and reduces the legitimacy of you as working group chairs and us as a community, which is also important in terms of some of the other suggestions, which I kind of disagree with, in terms of giving the existing working group chairs say in who gets to be candidates, creating a nom-com, having these kind of gateways to put yourself forward. I find it's going to be a little bit off-putting and also kind of, again, reduces the legitimacy of the current chairs, because it makes it feel to an outsider like it's a closed cabal trying to get their friends involved and keep outsiders out. So, and I'm not saying that any of that is actually what would happen. I think perception is important. And I think we shouldn't necessarily be terrified of voting. I think the idea of having consensus-driven stuff is interesting, but I think having consensus causes just as many problems. And then we get back to the point where who decides what the consensus is? If it's the chair, then we have a legitimacy question there as well. So and now as far as the specific questions, I kind of like the idea of saying that we want to make sure that our chairs, oh, sorry, I'm done. I've been cut off.
Okay, thanks. And just as a reminder again, Miriam is probably happy to, if you line up with her and have that discussion in more detail with her. Thank you.
Thank you. So next I would like to welcome Peter, who will speak. I'm just going to sit here. Who will speak about open source risks, perception, and mitigation.
Hello, everyone. I'm Petr Špaček, working with ISC, sorry. It's getting complicated over the years. Anyway, I wanted to say that this is a joint work with Victoria Risk. She couldn't be here, but it's definitely a joint work. And also, I have to thank wonderful chairs we've got, because they allowed us to run sort of an experiment, because we started with a survey among the members of this working group and also in other places. And at the first part of this talk, we will present the results of the survey. Then we will compare the results of the survey with whatever we've got in practice in Bind9 DNS server. And then hopefully we will have some time for discussion. So thank you, chairs, and also thank you for helping me to run the survey, because you were instrumental to getting the answers. So survey. All the details or the statistics for the survey can be found on this wonderful URL. We will have just a short version here for the sake of time, but you can read all the data over on the internet. So survey. It started with a difficult question: what makes a project trustworthy? Because here we were asking very specifically about the mission critical applications, in a sense that it's like not a random, Joe's hello world application, but something you need to run your business. And if you are selecting software for mission critical application, what's the top priority? What you consider as the most important factors when you decide to use that project? That was the first question. And then we went on to like, how do you deploy and how you verify and so on and so on. So second important aspect of the survey is that it wasn't a random Facebook poll or something. It was sent only to basically an expert mailing list. And in these places, we would expect expert users, not again, random Joe asking about random stuff. So if someone just installs a package from the Linux distribution and copy paste this configuration file from some how-to, that person is unlikely to participate in those mailing lists. So the assumption is that more or less we get like experts answering about the mission critical software. And over the period of 1 week, we've got 71 answers, like valid answers, like non-empty and so on. And second thing is that because of the selection of the mailing list and the channels we use to reach the experts, the answers were very heavily biased towards the DNS software. Approximately 2/3 of the answers were about the mission critical DNS software. But the good news is that when I compared answers for DNS and non-DNS as two groups and looked at the charts, the answers are mostly the same. The non-DNS people think more or less in the same terms as the DNS people. So here we will present it together as one group. Okay, back to the hard question. If you are selecting software for mission critical application, how do you decide? What are 5 most important factors you consider most important when you are selecting the project? To my surprise, I have to say, we've got these 5 top answers. So documentation in the first place, quite clearly, and active and kind of helpful community, we can say. Also, the way how the project releases and maintains the versions. And also on the 4th place, the familiarity with the software, which kind of shouldn't be probably a surprise, because if you are familiar with the software and using it for some time, you kind of gain the confidence over time. So if you know some software and you decide for another deployment, you might very likely use something you already know. To my surprise, I have to say, on the last, on 8th place on this slide, on the last stand, there was a history of CVEs. So apparently the history of the security issues in the product over its history is not the main factor, or at least it's not among the main 5 most important factors. On the second slide is the rest of the options we offered in the multiple choice section. I will not read all of them, but you can see that these are even less important than the history of CVEs. We will get to some of them in more detail later on. Okay, so now we've selected our project, what software to use. Of course, supposedly we should be verifying the signatures before we do anything with it. So we've asked people, how do you verify what you've got? Half of the people said that we are relying on the package manager to do its job and verify the signatures. And then approximately a quarter of people go through all the trouble of actually verifying that the PGP, Web of Trust, and everything matches what it should. Now we have the source code, downloaded, verified, we can have a look or not. It turns out that 3/4 of the people don't really look at the code at all. And approximately a quarter of people looks at the code in some way, and that doesn't mean reading all of it. But sometimes the people, for example, read the release notes and then diff the new version and the old version and have a look at the changes between the notes in the documentation and the changes in code, something like that. Of course, now we have the code. The question is, how do you install it? And next, basically kind of matches what we saw in the previous answers. Half of the people install packages from the operating system. Another quarter approximately installs the binary packages from some source. And like above, around 18% installs from the source code. Next question is, okay, you finally installed your software, but eventually you need to upgrade it. And as we know, on every upgrade, something can break. The question was, what do you do? How do you mitigate the risk that it will blow up after the upgrade? And it's quite nice to see that approximately 2/3 of respondents said that they have an ability to do rollback very easily. So they are not, super concerned. That's nice. I would like to have it on 100%, but 2/3 is not bad. And then half of respondents said that they do their own tests before deploying. That's also good, I would say. Again, all the details are in the URL in slides. We don't have time to read all of it. And now we are getting to the question, okay, how do you test before production? Again, half of the people indicated that basically they don't, because so far so good. And I think that's also interesting because it tells us that the quality of the random software you find on the internet is not so bad because it doesn't explode every time you upgrade. So half of the people don't feel the need to actually run the test before upgrading because apparently it's working so far. And then you can read for yourself that the other half of people test the software in some way, and just around 10% of respondents bother to actually run the unit tests included in the software. Maybe because the developers are supposed to actually do that, so why would they run it again? It makes sense. With that, we've done with the survey. That's just a brief overview. And now we will fly through the bind9 DNS project, and that will serve as a comparison, like reality check, what the survey says and what the project does. And that will be more interesting than I expected when I promised the topic. Quick recap, not sure how many DNS people we have in the room, but bind version 9 is 26 years old code base. So that's really a project with some history. It has over 250,000 lines of C, excluding tests, excluding comments and whitespace and so on. Complicated build system, over 50 people contributed, and still have at least one line in the Git today. Ridiculously complicated configuration, don't get me started on that. And also, over the years, it gathered on average 5 security issues, or like 5 CVs assigned on average every year throughout its history, which might be good because the people apparently don't care that much. Yeah, so the question is, I want to use a DNS server for my critical application, and this is a super large, super old code base. How can I trust it? And the answer is basically you can't, because there is no way for anyone to read all the code. And we at ISC were thinking that, well, we know the code, but there are dark corners, and we would have better feeling if we had someone else externally reading the code and seeing what's hiding in there. But maybe we have like blind spots and not see stuff. So we've contracted auditing firm, which previously worked on Unbound resolver projects. So they had some exposure to DNS before. You can read all the details in the blog post listed from slides. But anyway, after a couple months of work, they found lots of things of various severity. One of them raised to the level of actual CVE and all the circus around it. But there was lots of low-level bugs, like, for example, integer overflow, because bind is in C, so it's easy to make bugs like that. So we are kind of happy that they didn't find like, glaring hole, except that it turned out that the audit has its limits, because these auditors were focusing on the low-level things, the usage of the C language, how it interacts with the operating system, and so on. But while the audit was running, we've got 7 CVs for bind. Some of them are not bind specific because they're like generic problem in the DNS protocol or DNSSEC protocol, but some of them are bind specific. And the difference is that the auditors were focusing on low-level usage of the language and the machine, but all these bugs on the slide were actually high-level problems in a sense that some sort of limit on resource consumption was missing, or there was a logic bug which allowed the attacker to crash the server, or things like that.
Maybe a good news for the Bind project is that apparently people don't consider this kind of problem to be top priority in the top 5. So that's the comparison with the survey. You see like 1/4 of people consider CVs the most important, one of the most important factors. So maybe that's why people still don't use Bind. Anyway, of course, inspecting the old code or doing audits, that's kind of post-fact exercise, right? You already have the code done, but we would like to not introduce the bugs at all, preferably. So we have coding standards, how we are supposed to make new features, so how we are supposed to make modifications, and also like review procedures, what you are supposed to check, and lots and lots and lots of other non-technical requirements, which are kind of self-imposed. I will not go to the details because might be boring for technical people here, but if you're interested, you can have a look at the slides. There are these links. The blue text is clickable, and the Open Source Software Foundation Software Quality Badge will lead you to a document which lists like various non-technical things which the Open Source Software Foundation considers important for quality of the project. And yeah, of course, again, security issues. We have like policy, how you handle them, how we score them, and so on and so on. In short, it's a ton of work which is totally invisible for anyone not working in the core team, because if you open the source repository, you will not see a commit saying, well, we spent a week analyzing the CVE, or because it's not visible in the code, but it's a lot of work. And funnily enough, according to the survey, it's again something people don't really care about, because according to the survey, only 11% of respondents consider the way how the software is developed an important factor when selecting the project. That was kind of eye-opening for me. And yeah, just briefly, as in an attempt to prevent bugs from entering the code base, we do a code review, and Bind is kind of specific in a sense that we don't really get external contributions. It's very few external contributions over the time, and they are usually very small. So in essence, it's one core developer reviewing work of the other core developer, and it's like literally peer review. Of course, we have a bunch of automated tests because humans are not really good at catching some types of bugs, and performance tests and whatnot on site. We kind of take pride in our test coverage, and logs, and the project literally has like 12,000 assertions in an attempt to find the logic bugs. So if something unexpected happens in the code base, it will supposedly hit an assertion and crash the server, which is obviously a denial of service attack. But this was thought as a trade-off, that we rather crash the server instead of allowing the unexpected state to propagate throughout the system and possibly corrupt the data or exfiltrate keys or whatever. So this is again a debatable decision of the project, let's put it that way. Continuous integration, nowadays everyone has that. The trouble is that it doesn't fit on slide, but basically it runs all the tests we have on multiple architectures to catch architecture-specific and distribution-specific bugs. They still happen nowadays, like broken P threads on certain version of Ubuntu or crazy things like that. And again, it turns out that we go through a lot of trouble and users don't care. Because according to the survey, only 13% of users consider the project's test suite and the coverage as an important factor when deciding whether the project is like worth using for a critical application. Yeah, peer review. I mean, what can I say? Someone has to read the code. In more practical terms, it means that someone goes to GitLab, reads the code, and then once the reviewer is satisfied, he clicks the button approve, and that's seal of approval, good to go, and then we release. Yeah. 3 years ago, we've went through all these checks and reviews and release process just to find out that a couple hours after releasing the new version, someone complained that it's kind of broken in sort of weird way. And then we found out that we just forgot the W in the conversion table. And the automated test didn't catch it because it manifested itself only in weird, well, not weird, but like combination of factors which was not covered in the test suite. It had to be capital W, it had to be DNS wildcard at the same time. And we have tests for wildcards, of course, but they didn't have that specific combination. So that, again, an illustration of limits of the automated testing. And the peer review kind of also has its own limits because, yeah, of course, developers like to read the code and think about like the weird corner cases, but very rarely anyone bothers to read all the tables. And yeah, I mean, it's square, it must be fine. But the trouble is that the English alphabet has 26 characters, and making square out of 26 is kind of improbable. So after fixing that bug, we had to, respin the release to new version, basically throw away the old version number, well, new and now old version number, and start over. And in case of bind, that's like intricate process, which makes me crazy every time I have to do it. But it boils down to something like sanity check what we are going to release, write docs. At least that's something which is on the first place in the survey. So first thing we are actually doing and user care about. Then run the test no one cares about again. Generate the tarball, we will talk about that, and the packages and so on. I think that the most interesting part of the release process is tarball reproducibility. Funnily enough, we've seen in the XZ project compromise that the tarball not necessarily matches what's inside the Git repository. And again, I'm kind of proud that we thought about that problem before it became publicly known. So we have a script which takes the Git repository or specific tag from the repository and the tarball and does cross-check whether it matches or not. So before we sign the release, we check that the tarball actually matches what's in Git, and then of course we can check it again. It has 100 lines, so anyone can go and actually see it because check it with naked eyes because the 100 lines includes Docker file, so basically a list of packages you need. So it's not really hard to check. So I find it interesting. And then signing, of course. We don't want to sign random malware with our signing keys. And we don't want anyone stealing the key and signing it without us knowing. So the signing key is, every person has its own Ubico, like hardware token with a key inside. The key is not exportable. And if you want to make a signature, you have to press the button so you know that you've actually made the signature. So that's another like layer of defense against like signing something we don't want to sign. Yeah, but again, it's a lot of trouble to go through, but no one really cares. Well, not no one. Let me correct myself. It's like quarter of people actually care about these like signatures made through this complicated process. And packages, that's again a lot of unthankful work. We do them for RPM, for Debian, you name it. But again, there's kind of slight disconnect with the reality because we spend some energy on it, but less than 1/3 of users actually care about the binary packages produced by us because half of the users takes binary packages from the operating system and we have no influence over that. Yeah. So this is the last slide I have. And it's kind of summarizing what we've seen in the survey and what we do in the Bind DNS project in particular. And for me, it's kind of disturbing to see that we invest really a lot of energy to like processes around like security issues and how we review stuff and how we test stuff. But according to the survey, if we are going to believe it, it's not anywhere close to the top priority because basically the top 5 priorities were all non-technical. These were like documentation, community, release cadence, and so on. But all these top priorities were non-technical. And I see strong disconnect between what we do and what the survey says. Now the question is, for example, is this because all the users like kind of implicitly assume that the projects do that? So we have to keep doing that, even though the survey doesn't indicate it, or is it something else? And hopefully we will have time for discussion, because this is end of the slides I have. And I very much hope that you will express your opinions on what you are expecting the projects to do, like kind of implicitly, and don't even say that aloud in the survey. Or are we insane and should we stop doing the circus around CVs, or you name it.
Okay, thank you. So the queue is open. We have quite a bit of time left, so bring up your questions.
Hi, Alexei Samorukov. Let me speak as FreeBSD committer and SmartMon Tools committer. I think there is kind of here misunderstanding. Do my users really care if I'm doing unit tests? No, they don't, because they want tool to be up and running. Do I care as developer? Of course, because when I want to do a refactoring, there is a very little chances that unit test will pass until I will fix all the places where this old way of old coding convention were used, right? So this query doesn't, this questionnaire doesn't mean that you're doing something wrong. It just means that your target audience don't really care. Same as you mentioned about unit test. Do I want a consumer to run unit test? Of course not. Why? Why I should spend time and energy on it? Yeah, maybe a few suggestions about basically packaging an operating system. What to me is a huge pain, especially Debian, who they like to do own patches. If upstream is cooperating with major operating system, to me it sounds more important and more productive than when you're just publishing RPM repositories or deb repositories on your website. Because yes, nobody would use them usually. It can cause all kind of troubles. But if you're working with upstream and ensures that patches they're adding make sense, that versions they're using make sense, etc., it helps a lot. And the last point probably is about CVE. I think it's a different kind of help, but I think situation is fundamentally broken here. Last time I see that most of the CVEs are either with high or critical rating. This was recently pointed out by Curl after, where they brought some absolutely minor issues as critical and high, and he spent basically months to lower these priorities. And to me, the situation is kind of really strange. You're putting a lot of energy, then you're getting this crap in the databases. You're spending even more energy to it, and yeah, I don't know what to do really.
Thank you.
Marcos Sanz here from DGX. Thank you very much, Peter. First for organizing the survey, which I think it was a great thing. I participated also myself, and I enjoyed. We shouldn't draw the wrong conclusions here, looking at this table. It's not that because people put the automated tests in priority 11, you should stop doing it. That'd be the wrong conclusion. I'm not going to run your unit test because I don't expect you to deliver something which does not pass the unit test. I'm not reviewing your code because I expect that you have a process where people review code. So we're in a kind of a complementary situation where you do some things and I do some things, and you're the expert on your side and I'm the expert on my side. So yeah, I think you're doing it right. I'm very happy that you display openly about the ISC process you are using for bind, and yeah, keep up with the good work.
Okay, if I can clarify a question to your question or comment, does that mean that basically this survey question says, or do you interpret it in a way that this is like about the user visible stuff? I mean, because it makes, this question specifically makes like documentation and the things user daily interact with, and also like the behind the scenes things like the development process and so on. So do you think that it means that the top priority for users is top priority because they do it every day and they just don't like even think about the development process? Is that what you are saying?
That's a very nice way of putting it. I haven't thought of that myself, but yeah, I think there's some truth to it.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
Jim Reed speaking for myself. Oh, so nobody else. Yeah. Marcus summed up the situation fairly well and said one or two of the things that I wanted to say. In terms of doing testing or evaluation of, say, Bind 9 releases, I don't bother, quite frankly, because I trust that the ISC, who's got a great pool of fairly talented, clever engineers, I know they're going to turn out code which most of the time is in an excellent shape. We'll get the occasional bug here and there, but so what? There's always bugs in software. So I don't need to do code reviews or anything like that, or any kind of own personal regression tests. And always know I can hunt you down at an ITF meeting or a right meeting if there ever a problem arises. So I don't need to bother checking. And I think many other people in the room will probably have a similar approach to that. Where I think the problem lies, in my view, is not so much with the software that you're producing, is what people then do with it later. And I'm thinking particularly about the people who are distributing packages for various other open source operating systems. And I suspect the level of quality assurance and testing that they do maybe isn't all that great. And they may all be doing the same thing as I do. So, oh, this is the latest release from ISC. They've tested it. I don't need to worry anymore. So I don't need to have any kind of regression testing or QA of my own before I throw it over the wall into the public distributions. So I think that might be something for you and your colleagues to look at, is have a conversation with these people to see what kind of testing they do and how well it matches up with what you're doing. I think another problem we've got here is not so much with the software itself, Peter, but it's with the ancillary stuff that you rely upon. I'm thinking particularly of OpenSSL. So you've got all the problems that then creates, which are outside your control, but you're kind of constrained because you need to use that crypto library for all these other kind of things. And we get situations like we saw before, long ago with OpenSSL, with the Heartbleed thing about 10, 15 years ago. And then we recently saw something similar with the XZ compression stuff. Okay, it didn't affect Bind, but it's an indication of the problem we have generically in the open source world, because the amount of testing that might be done by someone who's producing the software may not be all that great. Some of these packages are got one person working on it in their spare time, so they're constrained with what they can do from their own resources. Then, of course, nobody's really checking or looking over that stuff before they throw it over the wall into a release. So that's another part of the problem. And the final point I wanted to make is this is a great presentation, and I love everything you've had to say here, Peter. It would be great if you could write this up and put it up as a blog posting on the IC. This is how we test and do QA on our releases before they get shipped. I think that'd be a wonderful thing to do, and it may also encourage others to do the same thing. Thanks.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you for the idea. I think that I will need to buy flowers to stenographers because that might be saving me tons of work. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Moin is speaking with my FreeBSD committer hat. So what happens is you're actually developing an open source application, but think about the users of it, like who are actually using it. Those are actually mostly sysadmins or network admins who actually are mainly concerned about the operation of the application rather than the internals of the application. And for them, definitely documentation is much more necessary compared to other things. They do not need to go through the CI process, the continuous testing process, and anything else. So definitely, and they do not actually, definitely they care about the upcoming CVEs or is there anything in the mailing list compared to what happened a couple of years ago, because the software development paradigm has actually shifted a lot within the last 10, 15 years in terms of security. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We have a question.
Yeah, Willem Torop in LN Labs. I just wanted to say thank you to ISC actually for doing this work, because it will also be very beneficial for us as a software vendor. And it's really very valuable for not only makers of open software, but also the users, because they will benefit by this as well. So thanks. Excellent work.
Thank you. I'm starting to blush. Stop it.
Thank you.
Yeah, +1 for that. I think you've done a great job. So keep it up. And I do think that that you running into the same problem that the car industry has, right? So people care about whether they've got the TV screen in the back to keep the kids amused, because everybody's figured out how the seat belts work and nobody tends to worry about that. So with the exception of the Volvo drivers, nobody seems to ask about. They assume that you've taken care of the security problem. So
okay, that makes sense. Yeah.
So, but just keep up making sure that the seat belts work.
That also makes sense. Thank you.
So just quick reminder, please state your name and affiliation when you come up the microphone.
If I can.
No more questions then. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Is this still valid? I would like to, yeah, okay. I would like to kick out one more discussion point if we have the time, if it's okay. Thank you. Someone, I forgot who, sorry, maybe Jim, mentioned that the trouble might be the distribution because we produce a tarball, then the tarball gets included in Debian, Ubuntu, you name it. And then some distributions decide that, okay, we are not going to change the tarball ever again during the lifetime of the particular distribution. But the question is, can we, or what do you think about the model where the distribution is applying hand-selected patches to the tarball as opposed to upgrading to the new, minor version of that same software? Because different people have different opinion on that. There is the school of thought which says, okay, if you hand-pick the patches and apply them one by one, you get like better quality software because over time all the bugs are essential, or the important bugs are essentially fixed, and you have like stable version which is, cannot possibly introduce breaking change because you are not upgrading really to. Or the second school of thought is, well, if you apply a patch, you just created a new unique version. So it's just you running that unique version with the patch, but the rest of the community is running something a little bit different. So now you might have new security issue because, you've missed one of these important patches or something. And if we have reportedly a couple minutes for discussions, I would like to hear opinions on that, what people think. And if you agree or disagree, what's your distribution doing, and whether you, see a way how to influence what the distributions do, or whether what they are doing, like Debian and Ubuntu and Red Hat and so on, is okay and they should keep doing that. I would like to have some discussion if we have still time for it.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe I would like to start. So first of all, as Smart One Tools developer, I really hate this practice because we constantly, every month in our mail list, getting reports from some modern operating system which using some ancient version of Smart One Tools. And in fact, it's not even this ancient version, it's strange Golem, because they applied some of the patches, some of they forgot. Also, developer knows better than I am a core developer for 20 years of this project, what he needs to apply. So don't do it. And also, I think it was making kind of sense when we were living in world of Red Hat 6 and very, very stable operating system, which everyone was afraid to touch, right? Now we are living in containers world where things are super dynamic, where you can easily upgrade, downgrade using Git flow many times per day. You can release often, you can release quickly. You don't need to do it anymore. So one of the things which is kind of edge case and exception is patches specific for distribution, and typically they are very small, like init scripts, and I'm perfectly fine with this. Only thing which is really, I feel cool, BrewSH in Mac have a very good practice. If you want to apply any patch, shows that you tried to upstream it, and shows that as a vendor told that this patch doesn't make a sense to be in the project, it needs to be outside, or he accepted it, but it's not yet released. Then you can apply it. I think it's the best way to handle it.
That's an interesting approach. Thank you for that comment.
Andre, Debian developer since 1999. So I think it's a fallacy to think that it helps to keep a stable software with patches. Of course, it creates some kind of problems. Things could break if you upgrade to the latest minor version. But for the complex software, it's a fallacy that it helps. So for stuff I maintain in Debian, and that's PHP and bind, I actually made a deal with the release team and the security team that we push the latest minor versions to Debian. Ubuntu doesn't do that, and we see that it creates problems with complex software. It is a problematic for stuff like bind or PHP or anything that's more complex than, I don't know, the Fortune program.
Yeah. If I'm correct, Firefox basically, or web browsers are being upgrade
Yeah,
it in all the distributions, right?
Yeah, I
There's
think
no
so.
distribution
Yeah.
which patches Firefox.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Maria Bird CZNIC, we are doing the same with the Bird. We are pushing the maintainers in the distributions. If they even try to put there some patches to actually upstream them, we are actively trying to pull those patches from the distributions and integrate them, or convince those maintainers to actually remove those patches because these patches are bonkers. And it sometimes works, and sometimes we get just angry with them and it doesn't work. And I very must agree very much with all those who say that now the software is complex and applying random patches is just a no-go. It may kill the whole performance. It may add other security overhauls. It's just a whole mess.
Okay, we close the queue after Shane. So Shane, you're the last one.
Okay, well, I won't promise anything. Shane Kerr, IBM. So my understanding is that there are organizations that have policies about version numbers that are very strict, which is probably encouraged by enterprise Linux, for example, where you have versions which don't change for 13 years or something insane like that. And I know people working within these organizations don't care. They literally wouldn't care if you patched a third of the program as long as you kept the patch release version the same, right? It's the number that counts because that's what their senior vice president of keeping things the same is going to insist on. So I guess the question is, what to do about this? Like, if I'm an engineer working in some huge telco that has this policy, I have literally no power to change this. I can complain to my boss and they can complain to their boss, but probably it's not going to get changed. So as an open source community, what's the best thing? Now, one approach is the sort of accelerationism approach, where we're just going to do, like you were saying, like run the Docker things, keep things dynamic. And if you're in a company that refuses to upgrade versions, you're going to end up with insecure, buggy stuff. And we just say, let those companies burn. I don't know if that's the right approach or not, but I don't really know any other approach other than to just sort of keep letting people backport patches and having to deal with support. So I don't know if there's a good solution here. Maybe it's something that maybe people smarter than me have a good suggestions here, but yeah, that's it.
Okay, so maybe if we have our own packages, which always have the same version number and change only, the number after the dash, but in fact it's like new version. Yeah, whatever. I'm joking. Sorry.
Well, you're joking, but like if you put up a web page which said, this is exactly the same as this other one, but we preserve the version number for you so you can convince your boss it's okay. Like, I don't know.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. So next up, we have Maria. She is following up on the contribution policy we had last working group. Good introduction there on the whole topic. Go ahead, Maria.
I have like 11 seconds. Oh, no, it's better. It's now it's better. Thank you. First of all, hello. I am Maria. Where are those? There are those. I am Maria. I am developing birds in CZNIC, but this presentation is not in the CZNIC template as you are used to see. Because it's quite of joint work. We did a lot with Valeria, and I didn't feel like it would be fine to use the CZNIC logo on a thing which was actually not done on behalf of CZNIC. Well, it was partially on my part, but not on her. Well, I'm following up on after the last session where we ranted about how the contributors are sending crappy patches and how the maintainers are dismissing the credits for the maintainers from the contributors. So we tried to do something with it. Yeah. So what we created is a template for a contributions and credits policy. And this thing, if you look into BERT, into the file contributing MD, it says how we are going to handle your contribution and how we are going to assign credits for it. And if there is any edge case, if something is strange, there are some guidelines how we are going to work with it. Yeah. So you are maintaining some open source projects, some of you at least. And I'd like to say your project needs your contributing policy. At least if you want people to contribute, because they should know how to contribute. And they should know, and this is maybe more important, they should know how not to contribute. There are situations which you don't like. You don't like contributions where somebody just sends a 1,000 line patch with refactoring. Or you want them, I don't know. I don't want them. And you'd like to tell them how you are going to handle that. So we are explicitly stating that if you send us an unsolicited refactoring patch, you are going to be rejected. And the goal is simple. We want to explicitly set expectations for everybody around. It's not about setting rules. It's nothing legal. We are trying to set expectations up front. And this is the main goal. So how you can get a policy? It's quite easy. There is a link. If you download the presentation, it should be clickable, actually. I hope that it's clickable. There is a GitHub repository. There is a guide. There is kind of template. And you just choose what fits from that template for your project. No project is identical. You would not contribute the same way to BERT, to SQLite, or to Linux kernel. And you would not contribute the same way to a random random software, to a random firmware released by a shady company just to make it open source, but actually not expecting any contributions at all. There are projects with existing policies. You can look at those. If you are missing some project in the list, there is a file in the repository. You can just edit it and you can send us a pull request. Please do it. If you have a project with existing contribution policy, please send us a pull request. Also, this policy guide has a contributions policy. So please read it before contributing. Yeah. How to create the policy? It can be a bit difficult if you are doing it from scratch. So there is an introduction in the guide. There are some reasons why to have a policy. There are some situations which different people came across. We were somehow collecting this from the last discussion, from the discussion on the mailing list, and from some other people around. And you should think about what you are doing now. To have a contributions policy doesn't mean that you have to change yourself. It's a request to describe yourself and to describe how you are behaving right now. So you just write there what you like and what you don't like. You just write there what you expect from your contributors. And this is a bit worse, but you may need it. You may need to create your internal policy rules to say how you are going to implement the policy actually. But please keep in mind that the policy should help you. It's a guideline for yourself, and it's a place where you can point people to. You can tell them, please read the contributions policy. Your contribution is violating these points, and we have set those points to make the maintenance easier for us, and to make it easier for you, and to make it easier for all the users to actually see transparently what's going on. So if I say I am not accepting patches with commit messages that are just fixing a bug or something like that, I should write it into the policy, and then I should enforce it actually. So this is what I did like several hours ago. I responded to somebody, please, I can't actually understand what you are suggesting. I know that your contribution is a 4-line patch, but I refuse to read it. I refuse to do the code review until you tell me what you are expecting from me, until you describe what you have actually done, because it's half of the work. It's actually more than half of the work to actually document what you have done. Sometimes it takes several hours to write one single commit message to actually describe it correctly. And this is why we have this in the policy. I'd like to say we expect your contributions to the policy guide. Please read it. Please look at those situations, look at those examples which you can have in your contribution policy. And if you are missing something, if something is bad, if something is wrongly formulated, please suggest. You can just send us a pull request, and we are going to handle it. Please read our contributions and credits meta policy. And I'd like to say we are going to credit you accordingly. So what's our policy? We welcome good faith contributions to this policy, which means also please don't send us AI generated text. Just you can send us AI generated text as a new contribution. Please don't pass the whole guide through an AI to make it better. That's a no-go. That's a refactoring. Send a pull request, add your name to the credits file. If something breaks, contact us. And the last thing, it's something you should have as well. We aim to respond to you in 1 month. It's an expected time frame in which you get the answer, which should also say, if you don't get an answer within 1 month, please ping us. We are just people, we can lose it. It's not that we want to ghost you. We just want to set an expectation. And if this expectation is broken, please say that the expectation was broken. This policy applies to itself. I always love the recursion. I got asked to suggest a BCP. This is a crude draft. I just drafted somewhere in the hallway. And it's like that open source projects should have a contribution and credits policy, and they should be quite open. And that the open source projects should actually use the policy and adhere to it, and that they can use a policy guide for this. For this suggestion, I expect you to tell me what should be there. Actually, it's to discussion. We can speak about it more, whether it's a good idea to have a BCP or not. Yeah, and I should add some remarks. This is a continuation of my and Valeria's talks and some other work in the mailing list. I can also note that this work on the mailing list was happening at the exactly same time as there was the beef about about the working group chair selection, and no single person of these newcomer voters ever commented. Yeah, there were some notable contributions from Martin Winter and Marco Sanz. Yeah, and that's basically all. And there's time to discuss.
Thank you very much, Maria. I actually still have projects without a contribution policy, but I have some new ideas that we need to discuss later. But for now, let's hear from Sean.
Shane Kerr from IBM. I actually have a question about projects which don't have a policy. So do you have a recommendation for going back and adding documentation about previous contributors and things like that if you didn't keep track? Like, is it a good idea to go through your Git history or maybe even migrate it into Git? And who knows, right?
Depends. Sorry, I am kind of a lawyer in my bag, and if you ask 2 lawyers, you get 3 opinions. It depends. You may be able to track the history somehow. You may try to reconstruct it, and you may just say, well, from now there is a history which we couldn't uncover properly. So we, instead of that, said everybody who contributed before this time is just a history, and now we are going to track it properly. Or you can say we tried to reconstruct it as well as we could, but if anybody feels that they should be there and they aren't there, please send us a pull request. It also works. It's just about where the information is and how much time it takes.
That's fair. Thank you.
Anyone else with comments? Also on the proposed BCP text that you
Shall I move it back? Move.
There's a button.
Move. Now.
Yeah. So this, of course, we'll have further discussion on this on the mailing list. But if there are no other comments, then I would like to thank you and, of course, Valerie, who's not here but started this effort at the last RIPE meeting, very much for your work on this. And we'll continue to work on the BCP with the community on the list.
Yeah, thank you, and I will send this exact things to the mailing list to further discussion, and let's see what we come up with. Thank you.
And next, Martin with a lightning talk on roadblocks to open source in Asia Pacific.
So for the ones who know me better, I used to live a few years in Asia Pacific, so I had a lot of discussion there what people are using. And this is like based on above I did at the past Apricot in Bangkok. So that was always my impression for a long time. Is like when you look at the different countries, if your economy is like doing worse, you are like have cheap salaries, you don't have much money, you're more likely using commercial products. If you're a well-developed like country stuff there, you're more likely using open source. And it's completely wrong in my view. That was my personal view. So I was like looking, is that actually a fact? So there is somebody who made a statistic about open source contribution on a per capita. I listed here the top 3, which you see all in Europe, all countries who could afford theoretically buying commercial software. And then I listed all the other ones which I found from the Asian Pacific area. And when you look in there, you notice countries like New Zealand, Singapore, basically is in there, Australia, Taiwan, South Korea, all the better developed countries there. But all the other countries, Thailand, Cambodia, Malaysia, and all this stuff, they are just missing there. So I wanted to try to figure out why is that. So I wanted to have a bit more discussion with some people. I did the both. I did a lot of hallway talks there at the Apricot meeting.
And it was quite interesting. And I want to show here a bit the results and see if you have any ideas. So a lot of it, I got indirect feedback, just to keep in mind, like corruption, nobody wants to admit that he is actively like interested on it. But I heard a lot of them saying like, yeah, it may be not us, but other ones are here, because if you buy from a commercial company, the management is used to get a kickback. Obviously, if you get things for free, open source, there is no kickback involved and they're not really interested. I also heard a very interesting case that was specifically in Cambodia, where if you have any network equipment that goes down the server, even if you would run like BERT for routing stuff, that would basically count as a router and would need to have a certification. And the certification basically make it impossible to run there unless you do that. And talking a bit more in detail, it actually only allowed really Huawei routers for them, because Huawei was co-sponsoring the bill with the government and actually figuring out what needs to be in there. So you have a lot of things. So you have corruption directly at the company level, but also on the government level. And a lot of the companies in Cambodia ignored that rule, but some of them actually say like, I don't want to ignore it because the government could put us out of business if somebody else is like not like that. So I have no idea how to fix that, to be honest. Then they're not familiar with it, I heard a few times. Obviously, the community is not that strong. So a lot of time people say like, we might be interested, but I don't know anyone else using it. We haven't heard any training. So I think here, if you're in open source, I think you could probably do quite a bit. Show up somewhere if you can, somewhere in Asia Pacific, maybe give some training there. And they in general only get training on commercial products. I also had discussion that people are a bit scared of doing things together. So, you know, I work on FR routing, telling them just take a PC and load FR router on it, like, oh, but how big does that PC need to be? How much is that customized? So they would rather be interested, can I get a complete solution? Like a YOS or something where they get even with the hardware together from one place there. So that was a lot of the feedback, that it seems to be quite a bit easier. So if you have a product which just does part, maybe at least document specific hardware, how you can do that. And then risk of failures. It seems to be still quite common that people think it's open source, I get no support. The company I go buy support, the support may be horrible, but at least have somebody to call. And most of them, when I tell them, like, look, in a lot of the open source projects, you can get paid support too. Many times even for more than one source. What I try to tell them, train your own people, hire a few local university students, train them. They can do the first few levels. You can still have a backup, some other support. But a lot of them are still obviously scared. If things go wrong, it's their head. If they buy Cisco or something like that, then they can blame the other one. So it's unfortunately a lightning talk, so no time for questions. But if you have ideas, comments, please see me somewhere in the hallway. I would be very interested, especially if there's a way you think to get that community a bit more on the open source train. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Martin, for this talk. And you know where to find Martin if you have input on this subject. And for our last lightning talk, I would like to invite Georgiana to talk about this year's RIPE-NC Community Projects Fund.
Hi, everyone. My name is Gergana Petrova, RIPE Community Development Manager. And I'm going to make a very short presentation about the RIPE Community Project Fund. Probably a lot of you are familiar with this already, so I will run through it quickly. My main message here is please spread the word about this initiative. So what is the Community Project Fund about? For many, many years, RIPE-NCC has been supporting projects that are, I would describe, to the good of the internet. That was the expression that we used back then. In 2017, we decided to create a process around these types of funding. So in 2017, we created officially a program called the Community Project Fund. The idea behind the project was to distribute 250,000 euros a year. That's combined to projects that are of benefit to the community. So far, we have funded 35 projects, and we have the call launched for this year's project that I would like to ask your help in spreading the word for. How we do this, so once we codified this project, we also enlisted the help of community volunteers, the selection committee. They go over the project. You can see their names on the slide. So they go over the projects that we received, and they give us their recommendation for we should fund, and they also give us an estimation of how the financial amount should be distributed. Every year, we towards the end of the year, we also open a call for volunteers. So if you're interested in taking part of the selection committee, consider applying for that as well. What is the selection process? So as I mentioned, this committee of external volunteers are the ones that evaluate the projects. To do this, they have 6 main categories. You can see them on the screen. So the quality of the plan and the approach, the team, diversity, like what sort of applications we have received, geographic diversity as well, innovation, knowledge sharing, and general interest, and the impact of the project that is going to have on the community and maybe even globally. So after the applications, so each individual committee member grades the applications independently. We have a submission system where they can do that. And then the top 10 projects that each selection committee member has selected get pulled into a short list. Then we gather them together and they discuss the short list of the best projects, so to say. And then they make the final determination. So this is entirely done by not RIPE NCC staff. Actually, yeah, you saw the list of them, and also there is one rotating representative from the executive board. This is a rough timeline of how the project is organized. So every year, usually in early spring, we launch the call for applications. This year, that call is going to be open for 4 months. So we have extended the duration of the call just to give people the chance to really think about the project, ask any questions if they want to, and yeah, to allow more people to submit. And then, so after 4 months, so we launched early March. So 31st of July, we closed the call. And then the selection committee has just over a month to go over the applications, as I explained the process, and then do the 3 rounds. So first reviewing it individually, then creating a shortlist, and then making the final selection. And then in the first step, we after they do that, we contact, of course, the selected project. We need a few weeks there to make sure like the project is still going on. They're still interested in the funding. Here is the contract, sign the contract, and everything. So once that is done, we're ready to announce the officially announce the selected projects. And then usually by the end of that calendar year, we would also distribute the funding to the project. So we've already finalized the contracts and we're ready to distribute the funds. And then it's the next calendar year that majority of the work on this project is taking place. So this year, 2024, the projects that we selected in 2023, they're currently working on them. So 6 months after the start of the new calendar year, usually we have reporting from the projects we selected. So that's intermediary reporting that they submit just to us. Sometimes we could also, you know, we have our own researchers in-house. Sometimes we could also help and provide some guidance. And then a year later, we expect that those projects submit their final labs article. And also, if they want, they can also make a presentation, but the labs article is usually what the minimum required from the project. Here are some examples of previously funded projects. As I mentioned, there are 35, so that's a really long list. I think it's particularly relevant for this working group to think about this. You can find more at the URL listed. We have selected the projects per year. You can, on those pages, you can read a little bit more information about the project, the country where the project is coming from, the amount distributed to each project, and also links to either labs articles or to the website of that project. In addition, if you're considering, for example, submitting something and you're wondering to hear more details, we've had open houses where the selected participants would present their project. We've had 3 open houses last year. The recordings are available online, and we also had 2 open houses this year. Also, the recordings are available online. So this is all I wanted to share. The call for applications closes 31st of July. You can see the URL on the screen, and if you have any questions, my colleague Al is in charge of this project, projectsfund@ripe.net. Thank you.
Okay, sorry, we're out of time. So yeah, that we're coming to the end of the session. Please rate the talks. Log in, go to the program there and rate the talks, so we get a bit of ideas of what you want to see and how much you like these presentations. And with that, that was the end. It's the end of the session, and thank you everyone for attending. See you again at the next RIPE meeting for this. Okay, bye.
Welcome to the community plenary at RIPE 88. Please come in, take a seat. I heard the bell ringing outside, so I guess everybody who's interested to come in is on their way coming in. Before we start, I want to make two announcements. There's still time to vote for the program committee in the program committee elections and to vote for the new program committee candidates until 5 o'clock, I believe. You still have an hour time. If you go to the main website, the RIPE 88 meeting, then there's a link to PC elections. And the second announcement, which actually has the program committee made, they made some time for you. They decided to actually start the meeting tomorrow at 9:30 instead of at 9 o'clock, which I'm sure. I was going to say, I'm sure many of you will appreciate after the dinner tonight. They had some reshuffling to do with the presentations, and so it worked out that way that we want to start in half an hour later. It's also on the website for those of you who are not in the room right now. I hope everybody's going to see that. That was my introduction, my announcements for that, and then let's start with the community plenary. So here's our agenda for today. It's a relatively short agenda, but we'll have plenty of time in between for discussions. So my name is Miriam Kühne. I'm the chair of the RIPE community. Neil O'Reilly is sitting there, the vice chair. So this is an update from the both of us, but I'll probably do most of the talking. And then we'll have Remke van Mook giving a summary of the BOF that we had on Tuesday afternoon, and maybe talking about some next steps. We'll have some time afterwards to talk about this some more as the community plenary here. And then as a third presentation, we have Hervé Clément, the chair of the ASO Address Council, give us an update on their activities and next steps and timeline. And then at the end, we have a bit of a celebration, 35 years, and some time for open mic, hopefully. So let's dive into this quick update here. You might have seen on the RIPE mailing list I've announced, or I've sent out a draft document. The program committee has reviewed their charter. In fact, we had two documents, one that described the charter and one that described their tasks and their work and the appointments of the members. And so we kind of merged the two documents and added a bit of a scope and an intro and cleaned it up a bit more, and we published it as a draft. And so there is time until the 10th of June to have, if you have any questions or comments, to send that to the list or to me directly. I'm really pleased that we've done with this. I've mentioned this a few times now, but I think the RIPE NCC did a fantastic job there in producing 8 new modules that describe the task of a working group chair. And it's not only targeted to existing working group chairs, but also for those of you who are considering maybe taking up such a role, or maybe just want to learn how to build consensus, or how this policy development process works, how to interact with the code of conduct team, how to engage a working group, into activities and topics like that. So there are 8 separate modules. You can go through them one by one. Don't have to go through it in one go, and you can find the information on the RIPE Academy website. You need an SSO account to log in, just like for many other activities on the website, so the elections, for instance. We had a bit of a discussion last time and also in the meetings before about the RIPE meeting planning, and we were still kind of catching up from COVID. And we kind of, like many other events and in our industry, had a bit of a hard time finding venues and planning. And so the RIPE NCC events team has really done a great job now to plan further ahead. And so I'm really hoping we get more ahead of the curve. And the RIPE NCC, they've done already some scouting for the meetings coming, after RIPE 89, 90, 91, 92. So I hope we can announce those locations also to you soon. And we've also changed the process a bit. So instead of sending out a call for hosts and then trying to find a host, agreeing with the host, then going to the venue, scouting, finding a location. We're kind of flipping the process around. We're going to look at the map, see where haven't we been in a long time, see that we kind of try to cover our region, as good as we can, north, south, east, west, cheap, more expensive, and have a kind of a good spread. Then try to find a location, venue, do the scouting. And then once we have a good venue identified, we're going to look for a host. So once we announce a number of locations, then we'll, and then you see some things coming to your part of the world, please come talk to us if you're interested in hosting a RIPE meeting. So in that way, we're hoping to have more flexibility and kind of makes it easier for everyone to come to an agreement and find the best location for our meetings. And yeah, you might have noticed on the RIPE 88 website, actually, we've added also in following up from discussions we had last time or from feedback we received last time, a lot more information about the venue itself and the city that we're in, about related to accessibility, safety, security, and we're going forward to do that. And again, thanks to the RIPE NCC scouting team who paid a lot more attention to these to this kind of information and has made that accessible and available on the website. And as usual, if you have any feedback or missing any information, please let us know. Or if you appreciate what's on there now, it's actually helpful for you to planning for the meeting, we'd also appreciate if you let us know. Now more community initiatives. So the RIPE DNS Open Resolver Best Current Practices Task Force has finished their work and published the document as RIPE 823. I would like to give a big thanks and applause maybe to the task force who finished that work, and especially Shane Kerr, who has pulled that through. I think that was quite a big task. Oh, there you are. I was looking for you. And I saw already in the database, in DNS working group, there was a good discussion, and also operators are starting to talk about how best to implement that. And so I think that's a really nice kind of product coming out of the RIPE community. Other initiatives that are going on, unfortunately, there are more disasters happening. So, for instance, we had people from Brazil contact us about, the recent the floods that they were having and how they're collecting information, how to keep their networks running. And so that will go into the best current practice document that the BCOP task force is working on. And so that is an ongoing activity. They didn't meet this time, but they're doing work in the background. And so I expect there will be more to talk about next time. In the open source working group, there is an activity going on to, they basically published a template and how best to give credit to open source projects. And they've been discussing and turning this possibly into a best current practice document, which then points to that template to give some guidance on how to best do this for open source projects. Also, the Connect working group has been talking about the best current practice document and the use of the routing registries for IXP root servers. And you'll see more on the website, on the mailing list about that. And last but not least, the RIPE Code of Conduct team has published earlier this week a big document, long document about their work and the engagement and what they do, what they don't do, how you can interact with them and so forth. So that's was another good initiative. Yeah, we're always going around promoting RIPE, of course. So we had a good online student session before the RIPE 88 meeting, and it's called a student session, but actually the quality of the talks and the engagement and the presentations we have there is super good and not only targeted to students. So I can only recommend you to look at that if you're interested in topics that we were presented there. And on the picture here is actually the group of the RACI, the academic fellows that were here at this meeting. Some of them were also at the session. So I really enjoyed those sessions. And thanks to Jelena, who was sitting there in front of the stairs for actually organizing this. I'll be at the Eurodic meeting in Vilnius in a few weeks. I'll be talking in the opening plenary there, obviously also mentioning RIPE and technical community. And regularly, you've seen that also in the updates that Neil and I are publishing. We often attend other industry events, and we're always reporting back on that in our updates on the website. And last time we talked about our new logo, and so in the meantime we have updated, or the RIPE NCC basically is helping with that. You've seen the new flags outside, some of the new material, the new templates, and so we're going to continue to do that. But the RIPE NCC is now also working on the new RIPE meeting website, which is kind of separate from the main www.ripe.net. You know, we have like ripe88.ripe.net, and so that's the next step. And RIPE NCC is looking for feedback there. They have been going around gathering feedback during the week. I think Philip is still here, he's sitting there. If you have any feedback to him about experiences you made going through the website, that specific meeting website, and registering or finding information on the website, or the search works, or anything you feel it's missing or could be done better, please talk to him. If you don't catch him here during the rest of the week, there is a QR code in the form, a link where you can also leave your feedback. That will help them, of course, to improve our website. Again, we had this time local hubs. I don't know if they're online. I was hoping, I don't know if Vesna could organize this, maybe get to see them on the screen, or some more feedback from them. But it is here some pictures. One of the top one, I think, is the team in Poland, and the bottom one is the team in Heraklion. And so we'll gather some more feedback from them after the meeting, see how it went, and publish that also as on the RIPE in our update after the meeting on RIPE Labs. But I'm pleased to see these initiatives. It's kind of nice little pockets of our community that come together and attend the RIPE meetings together. Now this is also coming up. The new Neil and I have been in office now for a bit more, like roughly 3.5 years, and our term ends in October next year. And so this process kicks off now. Between now and the next meeting, the next chair of the nominating committee will be appointed, and then that person will form the nominating committee. So there will be a call for volunteers for RIPE 89. And then between then and the next meeting, there will be a call for candidates for the new RIPE chair team. And then at RIPE 91 is what we call the transition meeting, where the new RIPE chair team will then be in place, will be selected by the NOMCOM. So it's a long process between now and then next October, but that's how it worked pretty well the last time. So you will hear more from the NOMCOM chair and the NOMCOM in the upcoming few meetings. And this brings me almost to the end of the presentation. We've talked a lot about this week about the relationship between the RIPE community, the RIPE NCC membership. There were a lot of discussions going on also in the hallways, and we had this BOF on Tuesday. So this will definitely be a continuing discussion, and I hope we can focus on a long-term stability and long-term relationship. You know, with the RIPE NCC, between the community, RIPE NCC, how do we support each other? And let's think kind of beyond the short-term pressures that we might feel sometimes, but we need a long-term stable organization there, both RIPE and RIPE NCC. Remco is going to talk more about this. There's in the next agenda item, there is a summary. Remco will give a summary of the BOF and see what we can do as next steps. Now, last but not least, I would like to just mention that Paul Wilson is here, probably is the last time at the RIPE meeting as the Director General of APNIC. And just want to appreciate that he's here, and all the years that he has been involved in our community, not only in the APNIC community. And yeah, just wish him well on his next year sitting there. Wish him well on his future endeavors. I actually remember when we met for the first time, he came to the a retreat that we had organized with our various RIR staff, and he brought an espresso machine and some coffee from Australia to make good impression. And that seems to have worked. We've been working together for many years with him and other RIR staff. So thanks, Paul, and have a great time after your role as at the APNIC. Right, and that was that part. I don't know if there are any questions about anything that I mentioned here, apart from the summary that Remco will give about the BOF that will come next. Any other questions, comments? Yep.
Thanks, Miriam. Jim Reid speaking for myself. As far as the RIPE chair selection process that's going to be starting fairly soon, I wonder if it'd be a good idea to stagger the terms for both the chair and the vice chair rather than have them both being replaced potentially at the same time. So even if the selection process is done at once, and I think that's a good idea to avoid the problem of just doing needless repetition, maybe it'd be a good idea to stagger them. So let's say that the vice chair's term starts 1 year after they're chosen through the selection process. I think that'd be better to try and get a little bit of continuity just in case we have a complete break and then a new management regime comes in at the same time.
Yeah, thanks for the, I'm not going to say anything about this because that's currently out in the document. Do you want to comment on that directly? If you're the author of the document? Or?
Hi, my name is Daniel Kallenberg. I'm the author. I'm actually more an editor of the document that describes the process. We discussed this at the time, and I'm not saying what's good or bad, but it was discussed in depth at the time. And the reason these terms are not staggered was that the expectation was that the two people form a team and therefore should be replaced together. So it's not an oversight. It was very consciously done. Whether we want to change it or not, I have no opinion.
Thanks, Daniel. Cynthia.
Cynthia Röström. I just want to give you feedback on the decision to announce meeting locations ahead of time. It's very good. Thank you. It helps with planning a lot.
Thank you. That's good to hear. All right. Is there anything happening on the MeetEcho channels? No, nothing. Then as the next speaker, yeah, I'd like to ask Remco to come up with his presentation.
All right, hello again. I'm going to do a quick report on the BOF that happened on Tuesday night. I would actually like to spend most of the time in this room to see if we can iron out how we're going to proceed from here. So this is a report. I did manage to find a new template for the presentations because if you try to download the one on the website, it's still the old one. So the origin. So where did this all start? This started with a RIPE Labs article that I wrote earlier this year, and I'm not going to read this all through, but basically we set all of these structures in place 25, 30 years ago. And it's given the massive changes in the landscape we're operating in, it's good to revisit those decisions and see if we're still fit for purpose. So I'm just going to go briefly through some of the slides that were presented there. Starting off with this one, which is a little bit of a complicated one because this is a term you've probably not seen. And it's the reason you've not seen is because I had to come up with it. Because I tried to find a name for the collaboration between the RIPE community, the RIPE NCC, the RIPE NCC membership, right, which not may all be aligned at all times, as we've seen, the community leadership and the RIPE NCC executive board, and the collaboration, the collaborative compact focuses on 4 areas of agreement: how you work together, how you think together, how you work with conflicts, and how you manage your own behavior. Now, and for that compact, we have, or hopefully we have, an objective. So not just for the RIPE NCC, not just for the RIPE community, but it's for the whole thing. And this was the slide I presented, which led to a good 15 to 20 minutes of discussion on how we wanted to, what was missing, what was superfluous, what was no longer necessary. So, and really, why are we here in this room, in this place, on mailing lists, etc.? It's to enable our community to operate one secure, stable, resilient global internet. And there's a lot of meaning behind all of those words. But in order to do all of this, we need a trusted, efficient, accurate, resilient registry, an open, inclusive, and engaged RIPE community, which of course you all are, insightful reliable and timely data about the internet and its operations. And for that, we need a stable organization with robust governance and diverse and competent staff. Now, we had a whole bunch of discussion about these words, stuff that was missing. The word stewardship was missing, as Paul Wilson rightfully pointed out, for example, which is good. Impartial was not in here, but because it was on another slide. What I will try to do, because so after this, we went through the current structure, which is based on a document RIPE 161, which gives a set of criteria for the structure of RIPE NCC, which is good service, neutral, impartial, non-exclusive, not-for-profit. You can read the slide yourself. And then the issues and caveats that I've identified so far, which is by no means complete or correct, is that we have a current legal structure that was based on criteria that were relevant in 1997. The community policy enforces a certain engagement structure for the RIPE NCC that might be outdated. At the same time, we have some external constraints on what that can look like, because we have RFC 7020, which is for the people who've been here a long time. That is the replacement to RFC 2050. And the ICP2 document. You're welcome. And the focus for RIPE NCC as a registry, isolating out that function, has gone from resource distribution to registry accuracy and compliance. Right? There's a lot of work going around that. And the current membership structure actually no longer allows for growth. We're seeing dropping numbers of LIR accounts. So then the second question was asked to what criteria should a restructured RIPE NCC meet, which led to a whole bunch of good feedback. And we stopped it there. There was another part of the slide deck which was talking about funding, but we ran out of the hour, and trying to have a discussion on next steps was relevant, because we wanted to make sure that in order to get to funding, you need to have the structure that you need to fund. In order to have the structure you need to fund, you need to know what it's supposed to be doing anyway. So next steps, what's going to happen now? I'm together undoubtedly with RIPE NCC Comms, I'm going to help write, we're going to write a RIPE Labs article that summarizes the outcomes of the BOF. I will also endeavor to come up with an updated proposed objective for the RIPE Compact in another RIPE Labs article. And where we take the discussion from there is, I just briefly discussed it with Miriam before this session. There was some talk at the BOF about potentially setting up a task force to do some of the work, which had some voices and some strong opinions against doing a task force. There were some comments about basically designating a single person to come up with a document, which actually is sort of the worst version of a task force, because it's a task force of one person. And then looking at sort of the tool set that the RIPE community has, we don't have a lot of different structures to play with. And so we might want to end up, because one of the concerns about a task force would be that it would be a limited set of people in a closed room coming up with solutions, is actually going the royal path in the RIPE community, which is do a working group. And that sounds silly, because this is very clearly time constrained, but if the only tool you have is a hammer, everything, so, and this is where I am looking at you. What do you think? What should we do from this? So clearly we want to, the outline of the process is we want to set objectives. After we set objectives, we want to figure out, okay, so what bits and pieces are missing or superfluous in our current structure. And after that, we're going to talk about funding, which will probably be a discussion that is closer related to RIPE NCC membership. But Miriam, I'll leave this to you to point out. So please.
Brian Nisbet, HEANet. I think we have more than a hammer. We have examples of task forces which have been open for a start. BCOP, diversity. You can set objectives, you can have a more open task force. You can also just do other things. I mean, we're talking about restructuring the NCC. We can be malleable in what the community can do as well. So I think, and the reason, you know, a working group, it's just, there's so much more and heavy around that. It just seems like really the wrong vehicle. So I would say, imitate what was done with BCOP or what we did with diversity, just better, you know, with the clear objectives and things, or just have something open and just do it that way. You know, build a mailing list, do a thing. Don't constrain yourselves. Don't constrain ourselves in the forms that we have.
Okay.
Franziska Lichtblau speaking for myself. Sort of echoing what Brian said, except for the last part. I would very much like having a form of structure, because my experience working on community bodies in this community is, unless you have a structure that helps you sorting out ideas, setting trajectories, and ideally having items next to names, we have a tendency of not getting much done sometimes. So whether we go working group, which I initially thought was a good idea, but if an actually open task force is an option, because we got feedback that task force are too close. And the other big feedback we got that we need external input. So we need other people to be able to join. So maybe open task force is a good idea, but I would highly argue for some sort of structure, because we can keep open-minded. That's on us, even though we have structure to actually getting things done.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm George, Six Connect, with the head of BCOP Task Force co-chair. And yeah, what Brian said, task forces can be or as closed as possible or as open as possible. So if we do a very, very open task force like BCOP, then I think we can avoid using the big hammer and going the royal path.
Okay, thank you.
Lars Johan Liman, NetNode. I want to caution a little here. To me, we are not in a hurry. If we are going to make changes, they have to be right. Yes. And that means that we have to step carefully, move slowly, and be very transparent with the process that leads up to this. And excuse me. Looking for the right phrase. We need to work in a very open fashion, and as they say, all have said here, we have to learn from other places what works and what doesn't work, and compare to what we have to see where we don't work. And to me, a working group sounds more like the right way forward, because then we can do what Franziska said. We can put names to things. We can put a structure in place that drives this forward, and we can do it in the most open way we have. And the transparency is very important, because if people outside the group can see what happens and follow that, they will not be nervous. And they will also feel that they have time to intervene when they see things that they don't like. And if you close things up too much, you're not talking about that, but it's always a risk. And you move too quickly, people will feel left out and behind. And it's very important that the result of this is well anchored in as wide a community as possible.
It is sort of the key objective here. Yes.
Thanks.
So out of curiosity, taking a deliberate approach and taking our time, what kind of timeline do you have in mind for this?
4 years.
4 years. Okay.
Ish.
Yeah, I mean, so the timeline I have in my head, sort of partly with my other hat on, 18 to 36 months. I mean, I do think we need to. I mean, like you said, we're not in a hurry.
No.
But dinner's not getting any warmer.
That's true too. But it sounds like we are on the same page.
Okay.
Thanks.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Malcolm Hutty. If we're going to make a fundamental structural change to this community and the way that it all works together, that's going to need a very high level of community engagement, community support for it. If we do this in a completely open fashion where everybody can throw everything in without any structure, without any kind of reaching any kind of really consensus on what it is that we're trying to fix here and what the problems are and what we want to keep, I can see a great potential for a very unstructured conversation where people are pulling in different directions because they haven't actually agreed on which direction they want to move in, and saying we want this kind of change when actually somebody else is saying no, we want this other kind of change because they're trying to get somewhere different. So I think that I'd like to suggest that this needs to be phased.
Yes.
And I would like to suggest that the first phase should be about understanding and documenting better where we are and what are the key features of where we are, for good or ill. And then identifying what the challenges, not necessarily what's wrong, but what is said or perceived to be problematic to various aspects, so that we understand the issues better. And that is something that can be a deep dive thing that can be done in a more objective fashion. And is not very much not a decision making or preempting phase. That sounds to me like the sort of thing that a task force could do, on the understanding that that was only to produce a report to get the community better, a sort of common vocabulary and language about what it is that we're discussing. And then we can review then what is the next step and what is the appropriate structure to discuss, okay, if these are the things that are being said as being the problem, what would we want to do about that? And do we agree? Is there consensus within the community about these problems, or is there disagreement that it's a problem? Some people might not think that's a problem, might think it's a price worth paying. Then you get into a consensus building thing about the direction you want to move in. And then there'd be a sort of third and fourth sort of phase where you start looking for solutions. But you can only really start looking for solutions when you've got really an idea of what the problem is and you've got some idea that you're pulling in the same direction.
Absolutely.
So that would be my suggestion. Start, and therefore I think that this, I agree with the previous speaker, that this is not something you want to do in a great rush.
No.
I think actually if you try to move too soon towards solutions, what you end up is quite a lot of time being wasted in some rather unproductive discussion. And then you'll get frustration, and it's like, and a sense that we're not moving forward and that the money is running out and that things aren't getting fixed and so forth. And then the sense of pressure to, well, we must move to this because I've got a clear idea of what to do and the discussion hasn't been going anywhere. And that creates a great opportunity for error. So there's a bit of a hare and a tortoise about this.
Mm-hmm.
A methodical approach will get there sooner and faster and surer. That would be my contribution. Thank you.
Thank you, Malcolm. That was very insightful.
Daniel Karrenberg, I've been involved with the previous and the one before iteration of this process. What Malcolm said, what I was going to say is the previous iteration of the process had two stages. First of stage was finding out what the requirements were, and you had them on a slide. And the second stage was to evaluate possible solutions and decide on one. And I think those are fundamentally different things.
Mm-hmm.
I think we have very, very bad experience with design by committee. So I would very strongly suggest that we do the first phase and get the requirements. And Malcolm has, already said much more, and I agree with what he said. So we should do this first and not get into solutioneering. And the form this takes is not so much so relevant as long as it's open and transparent and solicits input from the whole community and beyond. Thank you.
Just to make sure that we're all on the same page, I wasn't suggesting anything different.
No, I wasn't.
Okay. so we're in wild agreement. I appreciate that, Daniel. Thank you. Out of curiosity, Daniel, can you remind me, since you've done 2 of these, how long did those take?
Oh, those were different times.
Yeah, I know.
The first one was make a set of criteria at one RIPE meeting, agree on a set of criteria in the next RIPE meeting, and those were 3 RIPE meetings a year, so it was much faster. And then get 2 stackies to actually write the solution thing with advice from I think it was it was at least one accountant.
I think KPMG.
Yeah, it was KPMG. Yeah. So basically they got instructed, you go, you evaluate different things, and you get an expert opinion on both sort of the tax and the legal, mostly the legal structure, and that's how we ended up with an association. Does that answer the question?
That very much answers the question. Thank you.
Hi, Tina Morris, AWS. Very much like others have said, I'd like to see this well planned out, organized, but I do want to see strong leadership, either through a working group or a task force. I have no preference for that. I tend to not want to see it developed just loosely across the mailing list over months. The mailing list is quite challenging for myself to follow, to be honest. Oftentimes I'm time zone handicapped, and then we have very loud voices that repeat themselves over and over, and it's not the most constructive. So I would love to see something where a group of individuals from the community come together, organize this into bites, sections, and a purpose, then brings it back to the community and very openly shares where they're going, checks in, makes sure that we're all going in the right direction, consensus is achieved, and then move on to kind of the next step, but break it up into pieces, phases, and be very transparent. But I want to see a core group really own it and drive it, because otherwise I don't think we're going to get anywhere in any sort of timely manner.
Absolutely. And the one thing I will say is I am not going to be the core group on my own. But Tina.
I will volunteer to help, as long as you'll promise to make phone calls at a semi-reasonable hour.
I think we can work that out. Thanks, Tina. That's much appreciated.
Andrzej Rybaszewski, GCA. What I'm thinking actually about IANA transition, and I think we did this project quite well. It required a structured team with accountable team as well to develop the final proposal. But I think it also required some talking through, and my feeling is that we haven't done talking through yet. No. I think the WOF is a good start, but people need to talk, and I think the more open it is, the better. So my suggestion would be just a simple mailing list, even if it has some, drawbacks. And then, and I agree with Malcolm, once we agree on the problem statement and get community consensus on that, then we can sort of go with a more structured approach, maybe also inviting consultants and develop the actual proposal for change.
Okay, much appreciated.
Rüdiger Volk. I'll stay out of the heavy stuff of content of the work. Start with, for my contribution right now, just with the simple thing of naming stuff. To me, it seems that, well, the run-of-the-mill task force would not do. Kind of the requirements for this process are more openness and more structure. And quite clearly, run-of-the-mill or standard working group certainly does not work. And just looking at the names, a task force is there for address a task. And I think that's at hand here. So I would suggest drop the working group denomination and essentially just the open working group. Anyway, our working groups usually are not really that productive between the two in-person meetings, and that obviously would not provide enough output for what we need. Thank you.
Absolutely. What I do take to heart from your comment, Rudiger, is we actually need. We need a lot more iterations than just every 6 months when there's a right meeting on and I get to climb on stage again. I'd rather not. So yes, this will be atypical in the sense that yes, there will be a lot of work that has to be done in between meetings, and we'll have to find a structure around that. Whether that's a task force structure that's working, I don't care about the name and title. I mean, indifferent. It's just that we have a number of predefined settings. See if any of those fit. If none of them fit, then we'll do something else. But I also don't want to rat hole ourselves into defining a structure to set up a committee, to set up the sub process, to go, So in that sense, taking a practical approach, saying, okay, these are the structures we have without having to invent something new, right? To get going on this. Because I mean, yes, we should do this very deliberately and with very well measured steps, and don't rush this and don't go into solutioneering or whatever. But we don't we don't have time to set up a committee to set the task force for the process for the. So I want to sort of avoid that step.
Hi.
I just want to then also close the mic after the four of you have spoken.
Leo Vagoda and Polis. I want to offer a slightly contrary viewpoint from what Andre said. He said that the IANA transition was successful, and I would argue that the IANA transition hasn't been tested yet. The IANA team does a cracking job. They're operationally great. The governance is very boring. I looked at the budget for this year that was just published last week. It's like just inflation different from last year. It's only when something horrible happens that we will know whether the IANA transition has been successful. And so from that perspective, I'd like to support what Tina was arguing for, which is some very engaged people with strong leadership. I think it needs to be really well thought through. I think a mailing list is the most inappropriate way to achieve that. And it needs people who are strongly engaged and have all of the skills that Tina talked about when she was at the microphone during the BOF. Thank you.
Thanks, Leo. I mean, in my typical day job setting, I would heavily use something like multiplayer Notepad for this, but I don't think we have that tool for the community at this point. But yeah, absolutely. Shane, I think.
Yeah, Shane Kerr, IBM. So I've never been to a general meeting. I don't work for an LIR. So in some sense, I've tried to distance myself from the discussion here a little bit, because in a way, I don't feel like it's my place to tell an organization how to run their business and work with their members. So my question is, what is the expectation of this process? I know we've talked about open engagement, wanting to get lots of voices, but in my mind, some animals are more equal than others, right?
And that was the T-shirt I was wearing the other day, but yeah.
Okay.
So reason, I mean, one of the main reasons why I wanted to take this back to the community rather than do this inside of the NCC is because I think that this is bigger than something that just relates to the membership. It is about the wider structure in which this was set up and in which we operate. And if you then reflect on the landscape that we're operating in, with all of the governmental mess and everything else that we're dealing with these days, which are absolute non-entities back in 1997, there's a substantial think required. And I don't mean that there's going to be like drastically different outcomes, but I want us to reaffirm that we're on the right track.
Okay, thank you.
Benedict Stock, one speaking for myself. Maybe consider something like a monthly video meeting or something like that rather than the mailing list, just as another option to think about.
I appreciate that. At the same time, I've been subjected to many 40-person Zoom calls, and if there was anything not productive I've ever been engaged in, it's been that. But I do appreciate your comment.
Hi there, Tom Hill, BT. There's been a lot of talk about the structure and process of how we operate a task force. I don't think anyone's actually said it yet, but it perhaps is incumbent upon us to start thinking about looking at external help to run something of that sort. Someone who's has a methodical approach and experience in this from an impartial space outside of this community, such that we don't fall to potential infighting or circular hell of process and structure discussions. Someone who can, I guess, almost act somewhere between a chair and a program manager.
Mm-hmm.
There was I think Daniel mentioned something about external review by KPMG, I think it was in the past. I also wanted to sort of note, is there some space in there for this once we have a set of proposals?
I think, in my personal opinion, that's absolutely crucial. If we're going to jump into a new legal structure without legal counseling, then I think Athena is going to murder me. So, yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
We had closed the mics. I'm sorry. I just wanted to give Remco a couple of minutes if you wanted to summarize or say anything you want for what you're planning to do next, or
so
we should be doing.
Let's. I'm gonna think about this. Probably talking always with some of you a little bit more. And we have the closing plenary tomorrow. See if there's anything of more substance than basically the first two bullet points, which I will commit to do anyway. There's definitely a structure required. I think Tom made an excellent suggestion, but about potentially getting someone externally to sort of enforce an agenda and a timeline, and keep the trains running. I think that might be an excellent idea. So I don't have a lot else to add here. Other than I really appreciate all of your carefully thought contributions so far. So thank you.
Thank you, Remco. Thanks, everyone. Next on the agenda, we have Hervé with an update of the Address Supporting Organizations Advisory Council.
Good afternoon, everyone. First, sorry for the member of the community who have attended yesterday the policy working group. It's the same transparent, the same slides. I have nothing particularly new compared to yesterday. But I think that the new people attending there will be very interested about what is happening about the discussions within the ICANN about the internet governance. I will avoid the so because I was saying that I was pronouncing too many so in my presentations. The ISO. It's a so. It's the Addressing Supporting Organization. Is one of the supporting organization of the ICANN, comprised of two bodies. The first one I am not part of is the NRO EC. It's composed of the four current CEOs of the regions. So Hans Peter is one, and the other part of the ISO is a council with three people from the different regions, two appointed by the community and one by the executive board. Okay, the ISO-AC, Address Council, is comprised of, as I said, 15 members. So the term of the office is different from everywhere. And the objective of this council is to advise the ICANN board if any question about policy discussions, for instance. Is the oversees the global policy developing process. So a global policy is a policy which is common to every regions and dealing with interaction of IANA and the regions. We have the responsibility to appoint two directors of the ICANN board. There is 21 board of directors. The ISO is responsible for two, seat 9 and seat 10. And appoint one member to the ICANN nomination committees. The nomination committee is responsible then to appoint other responsibilities within the ICANN. We have monthly meeting on remote, and normally one face-to-face meeting, and I will say one more time, normally during the first ICANN meeting of the year. Normally 15, currently 11, because principally within the Afrinic and because of the current situation, there's no election possible there. The last member we had was Sol from South Africa, and there is nobody currently. And Sander, so you had to leave because of the process. So we are two. I am this year the chair. Nicole Chan from the Apenic region is one of the vice chair, and Ricardo Patara from Brazil, from the LACNIC is the other one. So there is a committee so specifically dedicated to global policy development, and so they are looking what happened in the different regions and see if there is a policy potentially that can go to the global policy process. So we have Dima from the APNIC, Nick Nugget from the ARIN, and Jorge Villa from LACNIC, and we have to reappoint somebody for the RIPE region. Transparency, because it's a very important objective we have, is to have our meeting very open. Everybody can attend, even if it's not possible to participate, except you are asked to. The link, there is a ASO website, and the list of the different meetings is written and displayed there. There are archives, there is a mailing list as well, open. You can read the different discussion in them. Normally, the teleconference takes place the first Wednesday of every month, even if there is a special meeting, a regional one or ICANN one, etc. So it's a week after. And you have the calendar, as I said. I said that one of the responsibility of the SOEC is to appoint directors. For the C10 first, and the deadline is so 2025. It was appointed last year. Everybody knows is Christian Kaufmann from our region, and for the C9 is Alan Barrett. And so there was a process, but I will talk about that just after. He was appointing his term ends 2024. So during the last ICANN meeting of the year, which is a general meeting. And from the nomination committee is Ron da Silva from the ARIN for 2024. Recent activities. As you saw, we are only 11, and one important issue we have, and we had, is to be sure that we can continue with this number to fulfill our responsibilities for election, etc. And there was the problem of definition of the quorum and other things, particularly in the last operational procedure, there were different parts regarding voting and voting definition. So, we have decided to make them very consistent and harmonized. And now there was a lot of meeting and work regarding the update of the operational procedures. It was voted within the council, then presented to the NROEC, who then approved. It was in last October, this procedure. So we have new operational and consistent and reliable procedures so that we can continue our job. There was also the selection for seat 9. Normally, we could be able to announce the new director around middle of May, but there are, I would say, administrative process with the ICANN and something to check. So I have not the possibility to announce the new director, but I'm pretty confident we can do that in the next day. And there is something you probably heard about, ICP2. It's an internet coordination policy. Just a few words about policy. In 1998, ICANN was founded. There was at that time 3 supporting organizations. There was the ASO, the Addressing Supporting Organization, the DNSO, Domain Name Supporting Organization, and the PSO, the Protocol Supporting Organization. There have been after a signature of MOU, and there were the question to create additional regional internet registries, because at that time there were only 3. There were the RIPE-NCC, there were the ARIN, and the APINIC. And so there were a lot of discussion about the creation of this document, which is called ICP2. What is this document? So it elaborates and lists the different criteria a new regional internet registry have to follow to be created. So it was discussed within the ISOAC. At that time, it was Hans Peter who was the chair of the ISOAC. It was then accepted via a specific process. And from 2001, it was possible to create another and additional regional internet registry. That's the reason why the LACNIC was created in 2003 and the AFRINIC in 2005. And for different reasons, it was last year, we were requested by the NROEC to rework and to update this document, because first it was created in 2000, so the ecosystem has changed since then. And it was a question of implement the procedure and how implement the procedure and how to use the criteria, because up to now, these criteria were only used to create a new regional internet registry, that it was not possible to use them to check if a regional registry is in good ongoing, I would say. And that's the reason why it was necessary to update it finally to strengthen the internet governance system and the system by all. This request from the NROEC was sent in October last year, and we met in Montevideo in January to work on so the first question is about the implementation and the use of these different criteria with the help of the legals of the regions as well, and the ICANN, because so we try to be in interaction with the different committees. So that was the first task. And then we met again, it was during the first ICANN meeting in Puerto Rico in March to update the criteria. I talk about work performed within the SOAC, with the NROEC, with the legal, with the ICANN, but of course, you are the community, and the community will be consulted. It's something we will see probably via a survey or etc. To have your input about that, because to have a consistent document, we have to be sure to have all the advices of the different communities. So it can be the community from the ICANN, the community from the different regions, etc. It's part of the process, and the process is not a new, completely new one. There are specificities, but we don't reinvent the wheel. And so we have talked with the ICANN, with the regional registry, etc., to be sure to have something with consistency to reach an adoption, but not this year, because we will need time to proceed that. And that's the reason why we have established an agenda and a timeline for 2024 and 2025. There is, so I won't comment the timeline very specifically, line by line, etc. Just to, because it's new, just to say that there is a link within the ASO website with a description of the work we have done till now. There was a question yesterday about the specific document we are updating. We have the project very soon to share something. Now there is some drafts, so it's difficult to share draft to avoid to have so many comments, but it's pretty planned, of course, one more time in terms of transparency to share this the document we are working on. That's the following of the timeline, and I think I am the end of my presentation.
Thank you, Hervé. Are there any questions? I don't know. Juan, who's first? Sander.
Hello, Sander Stefan, ex-ASO AC member. Since it was this community that actually appointed me, I wanted to explain why I had to step down. Unfortunately, that was one of the requirements to be a candidate for the board elections at this meeting. And one of those requirements was that I would step down from the ASOAC before the election started. So yeah, unfortunately, I've not been able to complete my term, but I have still volunteered to help out my former colleagues whenever they would like me to help. So, but that's the reason I stepped down. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Daniel Karrenberg, employee of the RIPE NCC, but speaking for myself. Hervé, thank you for this presentation. It was obviously an ICANN style presentation that was totally full of process, but didn't have any content.
Very sorry for that.
It didn't have any content. No, you're not. But since this is a RIPE meeting, can you give us at least a personal impression of about 1 minute of where this is going? What is the thing that is required for strengthening ICP2? And I don't want for you to reveal the draft, but give us at least a little bit about what this is about, and not only process, please.
Okay. So I completely understand your question. For instance, I can give example because finally the first ICP2 is public, so you can find it in the ICANN. The criteria, an example of the criteria is, for instance, to be non-for-profit, is, for instance, for a journal registry to have primary functions as to delegate resources and to take care about the resources. For instance, to have a size. There is a lot of discussion about so the size as a regional internet registry to be continental or not, etc. or not. So that's the example of the list of criteria we have in this document. But one more time, as there is this old document public, you can read it and see the example and the core example of what it is.
okay. Rüdiger Volk. Avi, I am also going on to the ICP2 and kind of the big plenary presentation that Randy Bush gave at the previous meeting.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Was pointing to ICP2. And my understanding, well, I may be completely wrong, was that he was calling for taking care in ICP2 about sustainability, stability of the overall system under, say, bad weather. Is that already taken up in your discussions in some ways? And the other question that follows for me is, well, okay, preparing for bad weather seems to remind me of the discussions when Remco was on the stage, and I wonder what potentially the relations at the global and at the European level would be.
Okay, European level, I don't know if I could say very specificities about that, but one more time, it's a legitimate questions. How it could protect, because so there are two parts in the question. We were requested by the NROEC, the update of the criteria first. So it's an answer to consolidate, because when you have updated things and correspond to the current time, so it's one step to go ahead. And the other one is to be able to use this criteria not only for the creation, but for the complete cycle of the life of a regional natural history. So I think it could be part of the question you could have about that.
Neil O'Reilly, RIPE Vice Chair. To some extent, Rüdiger has already alerted people to this, but I think it's no harm to emphasize it, that ICP2 as it stands, and likely ICP2 as it will be revised, has requirements which we need to take into account in addressing what will be the new RIPE Compact. Thank you for making this clear.
Thank you, Neil.
Anyone else? Any other comments, questions for Hervé? Anything online? No, thank you. Well, then I would like to thank you, Hervé, for your update.
Thank you.
And last but not least for today, a bit of celebration, yay. Yes, I mean, it was yesterday, I think, 35 years ago that one took place in Amsterdam. So yeah, I just thought we'll end with a bit of fun here. Click, clicker, doesn't do what I want. Nope, doesn't work. Next slide, please, yes. Well, I have them here in front of me. Of course, they're already online. When they show up. Actually, I have the minutes of the reverse RIPE meeting here in front of me, so there should be on. There should be coming up. I don't know why it's not working. I don't think I'm doing anything wrong. But I wanted to, as a first point, I wanted to talk to you, to tell you about a meeting we had a few weeks ago in Athens. There was the Southeast European meeting. It was kind of a mini RIPE meeting in that region. And in front of that, yes, thank you. We had the 40th anniversary of the EARN community. There was the European Academic and Research Network community that was created even before, long before RIPE started. And it was the 40th anniversary, and there were some really fascinating talks and presentations, and there was also a panel discussion at the SE meeting itself. And I was fascinated to meet these pioneers, and it's not only here, but like the good old times, but also They were very inspiring and very much on, okay, where are we today? What have we done the last 40 years? What has changed? Where do we go from here? It was very encouraging and inspiring and a little bit threatening too. But there is a podcast that the RIPE NCC did with some of the speakers there, some of the pioneers, and that just came out on RIPE Labs. And I haven't had a chance to listen to it, but I'm sure it's fascinating podcast. So I'd like to point you to that. This was even prior to RIPE, 35 years. But then there was RIPE 1 on the 22nd of May 1989, and that's from the minutes of the first RIPE meetings. And it says in there, like, as a working title for the activities, the meeting adopted the name Réseau IP Européen RIPE. So it was still a working title. So I guess it still works for us. So we're still using that title. And yeah, it's interesting maybe to read the minutes of the first meeting. That was even before RIPE NCC was in the picture, and the RIPE community did a lot of the secretariat work on a volunteer basis within the RIPE without the RIPE community itself. So yeah, RIPE 1 took place in Amsterdam 35 years ago. Thanks to everyone who was involved at the time and still involved now. I think we actually have a few people here at the meeting who, you were here, Rüdiger, Daniel is here, and I saw Arnold Nipper, I don't know if he's in the room, he was also involved at the first RIPE meeting in Amsterdam. So yeah, 35 years later, I mean, a lot of things have changed, obviously, but we're still here, we're still a good community, we're still strong and vibrant and doing a lot of good work, and we're still having, hopefully also, some fun while doing it. And there should be now some cupcakes out to celebrate this for you. There was already some out earlier on. There was a bit of a spoiler, but they should be out there now. So please help yourself to some cakes if we still have time, so don't run away quite yet. I wanted to remind you that there's also the diversity, equity, and inclusion session after the coffee break here in this room. We have some fascinating talks also scheduled for that, and some open mic sessions. And then after that, of course, there's the big dinner tonight, the RIPE dinner. And as a reminder for those of you who were not in the room, who are already anxious about the dinner and starting at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, we'll start at 9:30, thanks to the program committee who decided that. Right, so that kind of ends my presentation. We have some time. Is there any AOB, anything you would like to bring up in the community plenary you'd like to discuss? I've tried to leave some time at the end. Oh, there is a speaker.
Just a quick one, Blake with Theo. Will there be stickers of this lovely little logo here?
This looks like a sticker. When I saw this, I thought there should be stickers immediately. I told you, oh God, I should have stickers. We could still make stickers. Thank you.
Hi.
Yeah, go on.
Hi, Dmytro Kochmanuk. I wonder, are there any original RIPE meeting attendees in the room? Maybe they can
Yeah, I just pointed them out to you.
shake their hands or stand up. I can force them to stand up.
And then there was Arnold, but he was not in the room. So yeah, we were there.
Thank you all. And thank you too. You're standing.
Yeah, well, I wasn't there then. Yes.
Piotr Strzelski speaking for myself. Quick question, because you mentioned a couple of times that we are starting tomorrow at 9:30, but is it in any way impacting the results? No, because that wasn't mentioned at all. So result will be 10:30, yes? Still in this room.
You're talking about the general meeting. Yes. Yeah, I'm not interfering with that at all. That's the RIPE NCC Executive Board's responsibilities, and we're not making any changes to earlier announcements that were made.
Okay, thanks.
Just to confirm, there has been no changes to the timing of the general meeting. That would not be done without due announcement. Thank you.
Yeah, I fully understand that. I tried to avoid a clash with the room or anything else.
No, everything else stays the same. We're just skipping one slot at the morning. Anything else? Well, I guess then we can leave a little earlier, have some cake, and then come back here for the diversity session. Thank you all. Yeah.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the evening session of today. My name is Vesna Manojlovic. I work for RIPE NCC as a community builder, but today I am here in my capacity as an old-time activist and social justice warrior. And I'm helping to curate this diversity session. Today we are going to have two topics which are very dear to my heart. But let me start with a bit of a historical overview of how did we get here. So within the RIPE community, we identified a long time ago that we do have a problem with a lack of diversity. And we try to solve that in the informal ways first by having the so-called net girls while we were girls at some point in the past. And then we moved towards a bit more structured diversity in tech lunch meetings where we would invite experts on diversity matters to talk to us, to talk to the RIPE community. And then we moved even to the more formal setting of actually having a session as a part of the program, which was about diversity in tech, and then it became about diversity, inclusion, and equity. And so here we are. We vary with topics from meeting to meeting, and we have covered all kinds of stuff. For example, how to increase the participation of youth or like young junior participants. We also talked sometimes about the accessibility, and yeah, I can't remember now, it's been a long time ago. And one of the outcomes of diversity task force and diversity sessions was the introduction of the code of conduct team. And we have that now for several meetings already. So today, I'm happy to introduce two speakers that are going to talk about, on one hand, health, and on the other hand, the neurodiversities. So in a very holistic way, it will be the first talk by Natasha Marsilovic will be about a planetary health, community health, and personal health on both physical, mental, and spiritual level. And the second talk will be by Rob Lister about neurodiversities. And we will have plenty of time for your questions, comments, and discussions. So please save your questions. And then after every talk, we will have a short discussion, and then we will move on. And if there is more time at the end, there were two other volunteers who wanted to talk, but I only heard about it today. So I'm not sure if we are going to be able to find any time for it. We'll see how it goes. So enjoy, and I'm happy to have you, that you're here. Thanks. Okay, introduction again of Natasha. Natasha is my colleague from the RIPE NCC, and she's also my favorite yoga teacher and so much more. So this is her story.
Thank you, Vesna, and thank you everybody for being here at this time. Welcome. So as the whole week, day 4, we have been focusing outward on the presentations, on the slides, on the screens. I would like to invite you to bring the focus back into your body. So maybe put the screens away, at least for a little while, and sit a little bit straighter up in your seat. So close your eyes if you wish to. I invite you to close your eyes and to take a deep and long inhale through the nose and exhale all the way down towards your hips. Feeling the touch of the seat bones on the chair and the tallness of the spine. And feeling the way that your feet are planted on the ground right now. How are you touching touching the earth. And with every exhalation, grow deeper in this awareness of being connected with the earth underneath you and with growing roots as if you are a tall and steady tree, fully rooted into this space. And your roots are branching out deep into the ground underneath us all. The solid ground is holding these roots that are branching in all directions, intertwined roots of all of the people sitting here in this room. So your roots are touching, connected. This vibrant network of roots underneath us all is holding us all together. Just become aware of that. How supported we all are from below, fully held by the Mother Earth. So that we're sitting maybe a little bit taller when we open up our eyes again. So welcome again. So yeah, my first slide has this question that I'm still busy with. So as Vesna has introduced me, and you've seen me maybe at the services desk, I'm part of this community for over 15 years. And I work for the member services of the RIPE NCC. I am also grateful to have made my first steps as a yoga teacher at the old office of the RIPE NCC. And I see some of my old students here. Yeah. So I'm a yoga practitioner for over 20 years and still busy with this self-inquiry and the question, who am I and how am I a part of all these communities that I'm a member of? And I found that there is this common ground, as you have hopefully all tuned into this common ground holding us all here, and also holding all of these seemingly unrelated communities like technical community, a yoga community, and ancient wisdoms of yoga, Buddhism, Hinduism, and all of the other spiritual teachings. And lately, I also am a part of the permaculture community and family. And I just wonder, whoever is familiar here with a raise of hands with permaculture? Okay, a few of us, yeah. So I've spent a lot of time in this farm, and you see these beautiful pictures. And the farm that's applying the principles of permaculture. And permaculture is not only dealing with how we manage the land, it's actually redesigning the holistic approach to redesign our environment and our behavior by just imitating nature. So just doing as the nature is doing. And as simple as that, that brings the thriving to this community of this farm that I've seen, of the RIPE community. There's a lot of things in common. And there's not going to be any communities if the planet is gone to the dogs, like it's on its way, right? So the principles of permaculture are the earth care, people care, and the fair share. So first we have to take care of the planet that is hosting all of us here together. And I've seen this shift from the consumption into what it is that I can take, into how I can contribute and what it is that I can give. As this farm, Quinta de Sete Nomes in Portugal, in Sintra, is run by the voluntary principle. So volunteers from all over the world are coming and helping out, and I'm also grateful to be one of them, just doing whatever I can, digging, weeding the plants, or walking our pig bacon that you see here. Because yeah, our RIPE community is also, I'm happy to yeah, as you all know, that is run by the voluntary services, and it's very important, I think, to yeah, to give, and to take care of all the life, as all the life is sacred. Bacon's life, all the geese on the farm, and everybody, each and every form of life. And therefore, this sustainability and focus on the environment and awareness has to go even further from next generation. You see, it's 7 generations ahead, thinking of 7 generations ahead, the consequences of every action that we make. And the diversity session, right? So this slide is very diversity because I learned this principle of monoculture in this permaculture farm. Monoculture does not exist in nature, right? So diversity is the nature of all things. And if we plant these 3 plants together, they will thrive better. They will be able to better fight the predators, to get more nutrients from the soil and better protection from the elements. And we all know about the birds of the feather here, right? That we are using the diversity here. But I would say let's go even beyond that and search for the allies in the unexpected corners. And the people care starts with caring for each and every one of us individually, right? You first put the seatbelt to yourself and then take care of the others. And we have to listen to everybody and to acknowledge the differences that are there, right? So that we can better understand each other as a community and that we can serve the whole of the community. And it comes to mind this Buddhist belief in everybody has at some point and everyone has at some point been your mother. So we have had so many reincarnations that, yeah, we had so many mothers in this room as well. So we have to respect and love everybody like our mothers, right? However, that's not so always easy because there are the intrinsic poisons intrinsic to our human nature, and poisons of our body, speech, and mind are that we are really clinging to something that we like. We push away the things that we dislike, and therefore we live in ignorance. And on this slide, you can see the breathing technique. It's called 9 purification breathing. If somebody is interested in that, how to cleanse these 3 poisons. There is this ancient breathing technique that is dealing with that hands-on. And it's a daily practice, right? To overcome these poisons that are leading to our own individual and communal suffering, right? And the unwholesomeness of action and deeds. And these precious fields are very simple. So the stillness doesn't mean that you need to sit in meditation, like I had a talk with Rob before the other presentee now. So it's not only meditating and sitting down for whatever amount of time, it's just dropping into the body and finding the stillness, also 5 minutes of not doing anything, like lekker even niks, like the Dutch would say. So that's already healing. So that we are tuning into this silence. That's also the ground, like the ground that we tapped into at the beginning, holding us all here together. The ground of silence is holding all of our differences, seeming differences, so that we can tap into the spaciousness of our hearts and minds. That is the true nature. I believe that's true nature of who we really are, that we are the skies that's able to host everything with equanimity. And we have to start with this. We have to. I'm not saying what you have to do. I'm saying what really is my kind of guidelines into helping me kind of find this center within myself. And this maybe confusing Sanskrit word, the niyamas, it's not easily translatable. It's like a guidelines, more or less, on how to interact with ourselves. And the first one I interpret as I have to focus on keeping my body, my speech and mind pure, so that I'm actually applying discipline, being the disciple of that which I like. In my case, I love yoga practice, to practice yoga postures and breathing meditations. And I'm a disciple of that. I'm coming to my yoga mat even when I don't feel like it, because the self-inquiry, self-study brings me the contentment on a deeper level of knowing who I am, at least asking this question on the daily level. And so doing my best and leaving the rest, having this faith in a higher purpose of everything. And if I interact in this wholesome way with myself, I'm fully equipped to better deal with the community and with the world around me. So it's natural that I'm not going to be able to harm myself or the others, as my truth is, I believe that there is no others, right? So I cannot steal from anybody else because everybody is my mother. I'm not going to steal from my mother. Also, not steal and get more of the material possessions from the Mother Earth. So there's not going to be greediness that we see right now, quite prevalent. And coming back to the principle of fair share from permaculture, so see everything is so one big organism network of knowing or wisdom supporting us. So if we tap into this abundance of the mindset and knowing that I am enough as I am, and I have enough, yeah, that's already the principle of fair share, and where everybody belongs, I belong, I contribute, I have equal rights, and I'm accountable for all my actions as a part of the community as well. Talking about the skillful action, I would like to finish with old Native American legend about the hummingbird that you see here. So there was this huge fire in the forest, and all the animals were running for their life to save themselves. And in one going away from the smokes, and jaguar was one of the animals. And then he saw this strange behavior of the hummingbird just flying away from the forest and back to the forest, to the fire a few times. And he had to stop and ask, hey, what it is that you're doing? Are you not aware? This is super dangerous fire. It's like, run for your life. And the hummingbird said, I'm flying to the nearby lake, getting a few drops of water in my beak and going back to the forest, to the fire. And jaguar was even more perplexed. He's like, are you crazy? Do you really think that you can extinguish the fire with just these few drops in your beak? And the hummingbird said, no, I don't think I can extinguish the fire. But this forest has been my home and the home of my ancestors for so many generations, has provided the shelter for me and the nourishment. And I've done my joyful duty of pollinating the flowers for so long. And I simply have to do what I can because this forest is a part of me and I'm a part of this forest. So the spirits of the forest were overhearing this dialogue and were deeply touched by the devotion of the hummingbird's heart, so that they sent a torrential rain to quench this fire. And yeah, we are kind of lacking the spirit forest these days in the world that we live in. There's so many fires burning outside in this polycrisis that we live inside of us as well, on daily practice to deal with these poisons, right? So I have a question for all of us at the end. And yeah, something to think about. How are we going to honor this precious human life form, this freedom and this possibility to make a change and to do our part? And may all the fires everywhere be extinguished, and may we all live healthy, happy, and free from any harm or suffering. Thank you.
Thank you so much for this inspirational talk. Are there any questions or comments from the room? If you have a question, please go to the microphone. If you are following this online, you can also ask questions. And somebody is going to read them, or we can give you a virtual microphone. Yes? No?
Hi, I'm Miriam Kühner, Vibe Chair. I don't have a question. I just, I want to say thank you. I mean, it's very unusual for a Vibe meeting, and maybe people feel a little uncomfortable as having you talk about, these topics. But I think it's very appropriate to also remind ourselves that we are more than just the techies, kind of, coming to a Vibe meeting. But there's a bigger picture there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Miriam.
Appreciate that.
I do have a question then myself. I was wondering, can you tell us more about what challenges exist in those other communities that you're part of, and what could we as the RIBE community learn from how did they deal with their challenges, so that that can be like yet another lesson for us?
Yeah, of course that there are challenges, because we're coming back to these three poisons of aversion, attachment, and ignorance. And we are all humans, right? So it's a daily practice. That's why I do my practice daily, each day. Like, you take a shower, you do your practice, and you remind yourself of who you are. So everything that we are facing here, it's universal. I'm not able to put one specific issue, but it's no perfect community, right? Even though there's intentional communities, there's the desire to have this joyful and abundant communities, ours and all of the other communities, but
Are there
it's
still
not perfect.
conflicts? Are there still?
Oh, of course. Yeah.
And how do you?
Egos and conflicts and just giving the space, especially in yoga and nonviolent communication that you are quite familiar with, right? Just giving the space to people to differ, to not think the same, and to acknowledge everything. So with more or less success, depends on the persons, but there's no perfect community. But there is, I think it's great that there is the intentional communities have the intention to be wholesome and to be, to work towards that. There is the self-awareness, and for me this is the key, the self-awareness, the awareness where I'm even like, oh, okay, it's me, it's not them. So the accountability and self-awareness, I think, is the key.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
So our next speaker is Rob, and he will talk about his own experiences and how does that influence him within the RIBE community. Thank you.
Better. Wow. Okay. My name is Rob. I'm going to talk about ADHD and neurodiversity and possibly other things if there's time. I'm just going to talk about my own personal experiences. And who am I? If you don't know who I am, my name's Rob, and I've done various jobs in IT support and networks over the past 30 years. Where has 30 years gone? God knows. Based in London, currently a senior network engineer, which this job title seems to mean do anything. So I do everything for ONAP since 2012. This is actually my first presentation at a RIBE meeting. I've never done one. I've been coming for many years. Okay, I want to do a little experiment now. I looked this up on the internet, so it must be true. Apparently, only 30 to 50% of people have an internal monologue, this little voice in their head. Is it really possible that people have not got this voice in their head? So if this 30 to 50% is true, we should be able to see it in the room. So a show of hands to anyone that does have an internal voice in their head. Okay. Anybody that doesn't hear anything? So, okay, okay. Anyone that doesn't know what I'm talking about? that tells us something about the people in the room, perhaps, but I'm not sure that statistic.
Can you say what percentages did you see? Because you have a different.
I think most people do seem to have this internal monologue going on, and maybe a handful of people. I'll have to talk to you. Yeah, it just tells us something about people in the room. I feel like I should come out to you. I've been going to meeting conferences, things like this for 20 years. Back in the day, I had conversations in the bar and people, and sometimes it would become apparent that we might both be a friend of Dorothy. And we'd have some great conversations like, oh, are you like me? I found one of us, and it's great, and we end up sort of coming out to each other. But now, fast forward 20-something years, and it's not such a thing anymore. People sort of, most places feel a bit more relaxed, no big deal. And I liken this to sort of coming out. I'm going to come out to you again, because a couple of years ago, I actually got diagnosed with ADHD, and COVID and all that stuff, being shut up in the house and things like that, caused me to think, I'm not normal. Why does no one else seem to have the same problems that I have? Why can't I do this thing? Why can't I get this deadline done? So I actually reached out and I got some help, and it turns out, yeah, I'm one of those as well. I mean, an ADHD. I have this Model B brain, apparently. You might have a Model A or a Model C, or even a couple of both. But and it wasn't good. I got the news about, yeah, you definitely have this. No doubt about that. Attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. And that didn't fill me with joy. But it was kind of, okay, now I have to relearn how to do all of this for the past, 40 odd years of habits, and change the way that I approach things and think about things. And it's like, okay, but now I know, suddenly all of this makes sense. Why this has happened to me, and now it all makes sense. I have this reason why I am like I am, and all that's happened in the past, why I didn't do it 10 years before, I don't know. But there it is. And so I've been sort of dealing with that, and I've had loads of interesting little conversations at right meetings and things like that. We just get talking in the bar, and even yesterday, I was chatting to a few people, and I was like, "Are you like me?" It's like, yeah. Turns out it totally ADHD. I'm like, okay. And it's funny that we don't really seem to talk about it. But I have this little coming out experiences with people, and we chat. It's like, yeah, this is totally it. And we recognize it in each other. And what are the traits? What does it look like? This is my own personal take on it. This isn't by no means a complete list, but short attention span, the obvious one, easily distracted, very hard to settle on one task. I keep flipping from one thing to another. I've got a million tabs open. I have this sort of butterfly mind full of random things. That's not always helpful. And then the opposite of that, which is total hyperfocus, where I can't think about anything other than this thing. And that's brilliant. I'm not always focusing on the right thing. It'll be the most interesting thing, or the thing I really want to do. That's not the deadline I've got to do tomorrow, or the thing I've got to get done. Is like, no, doesn't always work like that. Bit of disorganization, time blindness. We're not great at deadlines. Not going to happen. I go out of the house at 8 a.m. for an appointment at 8 a.m. And I know this. Often leaving things to the last minute. I have terrible working memory. I don't remember people's names. Literally 2 seconds after you've told me your name, I've forgotten it. And you might have met me and talked to me about 10 times, and I still won't remember your name. People come up to me and go, "Oh, hi, Rob, how are you?" And I'm thinking, what's your name? I'm just terrible at it. So bad when you have all this thoughts going on in your brain, lots of distractions in there. actually focusing on the conversation and trying to make memories is a thing. I can't remember shopping lists. I have to write things down. Last minute, when did I do these slides? Last night. I tried on the plane on the way here and it wasn't really working. I was like, oh, and there was a whiskey thing going on maybe in the next room and it sounded fun. They're in there having a drink and a laugh and I'm in here not having fun doing the slides. I love this quote. I can do anything as long as there's a looming deadline and serious consequences. University assignments, I will get that in at 11:59, upload that assignment. Having typed thousands of words the same night, it's crazy. Fidgeting, restlessness, problems sleeping, all of that. Actually have difficulty reading. It's not a language thing. It's not dyslexia. I can read fine. But when your brain is full of things, reading text, your eyes just sort of jump around the page. You can't read, or you read a paragraph, then you think, I can't take in what I've just read, so you read it again. So I kind of think it's a bit of a joke on some of these websites that say, this is a 5-minute read. How do you know how long it takes me to read it? It's going to take me 30 minutes. It could take me 10 minutes. We tend to be people pleasers. We don't like to let anybody down. And that's probably good and bad. We don't say no to things. And that means I take on too much. And I go, yeah, I'll totally do that for you. And, and then I think, about, oh, I've got thousands of things to do. I can't, but we're people pleasers. Rejection sensitive dysphoria is a thing. And that's really big one. That's probably the suckiest thing about this, where you take things personally, you take things as a rejection, people are criticizing me, and it's very difficult to trap yourself thinking like that. I've learned how to not send ranty emails and go, this is, but it's a constant, yeah, this is not what's happening. It's just my brain doing this thing, which is really annoying. You've probably seen this one. Let's be productive. No. Okay, a relaxing day it is. No relaxing, only guilt. This is what's going on in my life, right? Well, there are some good things. It's not all bad. And you've got to lean into it and use the good sides of having this Model B brain. We're super calm in a crisis. Some of the best people you see that can cope in a crisis are paramedics, emergency workers, people doing super stressy jobs, because the adrenaline brings their brain up to normal level, and suddenly they can focus and be completely calm and everything else. Super calm in a crisis. Creativity, having all of these unconnected thoughts going on. You can think outside the box. You can make connections between things that somebody else might not have thought about. So, oh, that's a really cool idea. I never thought of it. Creativity is really great. Lots of energy. We can deliver work to a very high standard, a very good level of attention to detail. It's got to be perfect. You know, it's great. That level of energy comes from I don't know where, but it's there. Authenticity, motivated by passion and purpose. When we get the purpose, when we get there, it's brilliant. And we're great social justice warriors. My own life might be a complete shambles, but I'm going to help someone else out, sort all their problems, and I want to make it right for them. That's just how it is. Very kind-hearted, very compassionate. We generally care about other people a great deal. We're empathetic to what other people are going through. And that's a great thing to do, to have. Bravery, fearless in decision-making. We make decisions quickly, maybe a little bit too hastily, but it's there. It's a quality you can use. There you go. Does this resonate with anyone? This bad boy can fit in so many hypothetical conversations. This is what's going on. Communication is where you sort of struggle a bit. It's a mixed bag. I don't know what's right. Me when I don't talk, is it awkward? Me when I talk, am I annoying? Oh, yeah. If you've chatted to me, you've probably heard all about my current hyperfixation projecting random thoughts, plus all the backstory, because you need to know all that, and 3 tangents that we went off on as well to get there. Oh, and here's another thing I thought you might want to know, some other bonus content in brackets as well. My emails tend not to be short. They're kind of long, and I kind of think, oh, I've got to summarize this, but there it is. What was your name again? Oh, sorry, you were busting to go to the toilet. I will literally follow you going to the toilet, trying to finish off my little story, but whatever. So what are my experiences of all this? It's kind of, yeah, the bad, and the good. And things like this, right meetings, I get sometimes unhelpful advice. Have you tried making a to-do list? Yes, of course, I have many, many to-do lists. And I love to write things that I've already done on the to-do list and then cross them off immediately because that makes me feel good. Why can't you just do the thing? Just sit there and do it. I'm like, yeah, I tried that. I was sitting on the plane trying to do the slides and it's not going to happen. ADHD isn't a real thing. It's just an excuse. It's just a fad. I'm like, well, it's a real thing to me. And there are books and papers, and it's quite well understood, actually, that this is a thing. Those are all sort of comments that I've had. It's like, well, they're not really, they don't really understand what it is to be me, having this Model B brain. It can be that I'm quite slow to think in conversations. And by the time I've thought of my thing that I wanted to say, the conversation's moved on. It's like, oh, I don't want to start saying it now. I feel like an idiot. Or I don't want to sort of interrupt someone. So, yeah, walking up to a little group of people, you try and break into that conversation, it feels a bit awkward. I like to tell a story and give lots of context. And people find this incredibly annoying, apparently, that I waffle on a bit and just get to the point, damn it. I don't need all of this. People talking over me because they just kind of bored of me waffling on. So what? Why am I talking about this? What if anything, can RIPE or the community do to sort of acknowledge this and help? Who's seen this before? The sunflower lanyard? Yeah, a handful of people. This was a thing that was started by London Gatwick Airport, actually. That's where it started. And it's just a lanyard that they started giving out to people. If you have a hidden disability or something like that, just a little visible thing to say, oh, I might need a bit more time, or, you know, you can't see what's up. It's not obvious, but just a little sign that, okay, you need to think about that. And it exploded. It's everywhere now. It's in all the supermarkets. It's in all the airports, train stations. So everybody knows what this lanyard, what it means. And actually, it's made it to other countries. And I kind of like the message. That's all it is. Ask if you can help. Be kind. Listen closely. Have patience, and do not judge, and show respect. And that's not a lot to ask. That's not a lot to ask, but people need to be aware that, oh, okay, I just need to think about my social battery. You probably all get this, but it's like, oh, yeah, you kind of get a bit peopled out after a week of hundreds of people in chats, and it's all great, but you think, I just need to go and sit in a dark room for a while. What else? Quiet spaces, flexibility with deadlines. They were very great. Me uploading my slides literally this afternoon. Set clear expectations. Easier to read fonts and things. It's amazing how certain typefaces and fonts and line spacing makes a hell of a difference. A hell of a lot easier to follow, especially long bits of text. And just keep talking about it. We don't really talk about it as the sort of elephant in the room. Removing the stigma about it. Why have I just come out to you now? Why aren't we talking about it? Only 5, before I did this, only about 5 people actually knew. So it's out there now, you all know. Do with that what you will. Hidden brains, and I call brilliant minds. You're some of the most brilliant people I've spoken to. Undoubtedly neurodiverse. Would the internet ever have happened without these amazing diverse minds? I don't think it would, because it takes all sorts of brains, the Model A, the Model B, the Model C. And I think it's to be celebrated. It's not all bad news, and it's just how people are. And keep being awesome. Keep being awesome. I struggle with this a bit. I read the documentation, as you do. If you want an owner's manual for your brain, I can recommend these 3 books. These were very helpful. It's on the slides where these, the first minute, how to get your point across quickly, you don't waffle on. Little book, very thin. I managed to read it. Have I finished all the other books that I bought? Buying the book's one thing, actually sitting and reading it, another thing. But yeah, really useful books. So I leave you with this. Too many of us have tried to tone down our weirdnesses for friends or partners, only later to learn that we were suppressing the best things about us. There's no joy like the joy of being your strange self, of finding out that there are people out there who love you for it. That's it.
Thank you very much. Ooh.
So, wow. I might need to get the manual.
Okay. Wow, this has hit some nerves. Thank you very much.
Okay, I'm ready.
Let's start with you.
I knew we were friends for a reason.
See, we're coming out. It's funny.
Tom Hill speaking exceptionally personally, yes. I have to thank you from the bottom of my heart for doing a talk on ADHD, because it was sometime during the pandemic where some friends of mine had been diagnosed and were sharing content about ADHD and how it actually affects you. And I learnt within the space of a few months, I tick every box. And possibly
you
even
like
then
me?
Exactly, right? We are like magnets that attract each other in any social setting. It's incredible how many of my friends, you look around, you go, oh, that makes total sense. Everyone I have a great time talking to, almost all of us are neurodiverse. It's really fascinating. But I wanted again to thank you, because having a record of this, and I'm nodding along furiously the entire time, having a record of this in public that we can refer back to as well with such a beautiful and brilliant explanation will go so far.
Thank you.
To explaining it to colleagues, co-workers, bosses, everyone, when you're, either having a tough time or you're not hitting deadlines because you've got 15 things going on.
Yeah.
To be able to actually competently explain this is very difficult, and to have a reference is so useful. So thank you so much.
Wow.
Thank you. Just a moment. I want to give priority to the online participants. So.
Thank you. Clara Wade, AWS, says, thank you for sharing your story. This was super insightful and appreciate the takeaways for RIPE meetings. When it comes to the workplace, what are some things that coworkers and managers can do to help people with ADHD succeed? P.S. I love your blazer.
Thank you. I think it's a very personal thing, because it's not everyone's the same. So what I need from my boss, my friends, is different to what you might need. So these slides are very much what it's like for me. You might have different needs. Some of the stuff's just not a lot to ask. Others a bit harder. You've basically got to lie to me about the deadline and tell me 2 weeks before it's actually due. Things like that. But it's very tailor-made. It's very hard to say you should do this, you should do that. But there's loads of books things out there that have got really good ideas, and you might think, yes, this is totally what I need. And definitely try, and if you feel able to, talk to your employer about it. You don't have to say ADHD, but you just say, this is what I need to help you get the best out of me. And you don't have to mention ADHD at all. You just have to say, I want these things in place to make it easier so you get the best out of me, so I can help, I can do work and I can focus. So think about it like that.
Okay, thank you. This microphone, please.
Friso Veenstra, Rabobank. In the bank, I quite recently joined the neurodiversity network that we have there. It's a place to give safety to people with a neurodivergent brain, not type A, but some other letter anywhere in any alphabet. Thank you very much for your presentation. For myself, I much was helped by the book from Saskia Schrijvers, When All Brains Thrive, which is not so much a book for people with neurodiversity, but is a book for organizations, for enterprises, companies, telling them, be aware of these people. You very much need them in your organization for your organization to thrive.
Yeah.
Appreciate them for the brilliant contributions that they and only they can provide for your enterprise.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Emil
Please,
Petersen, Fiberbyg. We have talked last week for 2-3 hours during a dinner, and I don't even remember your name.
No.
And I don't expect you to
It might
remember
take a
mine.
couple more goes for me. So yeah.
Exactly. So that's also one of the reasons why I ask for contact details from people, like so I have a chance of remember what a person is called. I remember your face, and you're from England. That's it. Thank you.
Thanks. No, the mic over there.
Hi, Michal Kemping, ISC. Thank you. I think you did great for your first RIPE presentation. And I think this is actually the first time ever I come up to a mic at RIPE, and I've been around for 10 years. So, I was diagnosed with OCPD 2 years ago. So a lot of what you said resonates with me deeply. So I had a lot of thoughts. I think you hit the nail on the head, so to say, that there is a lot of stigma associated with with all these acronyms and initialisms, like disorders and stuff. But it's a thing that makes us who we are, and that's cool. So I'll keep it at that because the lines are long. But I'll just say that I wish that your talk happened at the plenary.
Right. Maybe I'll be brave enough to do it there sometime. But
Thank you.
Thanks. That's a good idea. Let me just do some timekeeping. We have 12 minutes and 6 people in the line. So please be careful. And Maria?
Okay, I'll try to be fast. Maria, Nick sees that. 3 notes. First one, the internal monologue is, at least in my situation, in several languages. So now my monologue is speaking German. When I am going to return home, it's going to speak Polish, and it's sometimes speaking English, sometimes speaking Spanish, and I am Czech. It's idiotic. It breaks everything. I try to speak English, it speaks German. No, thanks. Second thing, was it Gatwick where the big sign in grass was for some time, "Welcome to Luton"?
I don't know. I heard it. Yeah, I heard.
And the third thing, I forgot. Oh.
Okay, thank you.
Urban Sverdolnik. Thank you.
thank you so much for this talk. To say like you did, there's people like us.
Yeah.
And I've been diagnosed with ADHD as a kid. And you know, I think it was more on the negative side, because then people started acting, at least in my experience, for the problems they have with you, because you go from the normal and don't talk about the superpowers you have. And thank you so much for talking about this. I also learned something about myself, and maybe to start talking with other ADHDs about things. So thank you very much.
Okay.
Thanks.
All right.
Next.
Yeah, I thought there was somebody at another microphone. Neil O'Reilly, right, Vice Chair. I'm not sure which of the catalogue of things I want to claim ownership of, but what I wanted to say briefly was thank you. That was very courageous, and like all of the best RIPE talks, it was substantial, thought-provoking, and entertaining.
Well,
congratulations.
My first go. Stephen Strides fastly, but my affiliation doesn't seem important right now. Thank you. This was an incredible presentation. I want to hyperfixate on one word that you used in the middle of the presentation, and it's been here in my brain for the last 20 minutes. Don't know what that says about me. I suspect you know the point that I'm about to make, but you used the word ingest at one point when you said, I'm not normal, right? Yeah. And this is the kind of community that cares about definitions of words and how we use them, and I suspect it can be useful in the future to disambiguate. But normal and abnormal arrives with a kind of a value judgment, which is different to typical and atypical, which is why we have neurotypical and not neuronormal. Yeah, that's my only point. Thank you. Everyone's on a scale, I think, of weird, and it's just finding out where you are on that. And
Hello, I'm Alexei, and I also forgot your name. We was doing yesterday, but I forgot your name. I mainly remember your dressing. I would like to say many and many things, but I will try to be short and just say one thing. When you have disabilities, when you're not straight, when you're interested on many things, you sometimes accumulate some weirdo tokens. It's not a good price, but you get this weirdo token, you need to deal with it. And sometimes you say it about lanyard to try to be careful. But my reality about handicap is that the only thing you wish is to be autonomous and don't have help from people and try to hide your handicap as much as possible. I'm really grateful when I see people, oh, I don't see you have this. This is not your kind of my glasses. It's a prescription. It's not something that is funny for me. I need it in society. And when people say to me, oh, it's not a very thing, you need it to be able to see on the crowd. It's here I can be able to say, yes, I was able to cope and I was able to be myself.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I agree.
Hi, Desiree Milosevic, RIPE community member. Thank you for that talk. I learned a lot from your presentation. Just maybe a thing that may make you feel better, because we all look into this when doing presentations last minute. Actually, there's some science behind it. Brains are lazy, but also apparently it has been proven that the brain wants you to start your work at the 5 minutes to midnight, because it needs all the time to think about different ways. It's actually a good thing. Thank you.
Yeah.
Hello, Caroline Vos, RIPE NCC. I'm currently following an online course on diversity and inclusion. And this afternoon I had a call with the professors from the INSEAD course. And I asked them the question on how, if they had advice and tips on how to bring more awareness around neurodiversity. And they shared some ideas, but I got the perfect example from you today, because what you did is very brave and also the only way to bring the topic to the surface and be able to talk about it. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Someone was going to say it eventually. Happened to be me, but
Yeah, thank you.
Hey, Niels Bakker, and Elnok, I guess. If you enjoyed this talk, you may also like a talk given by Bart de Bruin called Autism and Working in IT. And he gave that at an Elnok Day last year, 2023.
Right. Okay.
So that is Bart de Bruin, Autism and Working in IT.
I'll have to look that one up. Yes.
And I forgot to say earlier, I'm glad you didn't fit it all into the first minute.
Well, wow, that's wow. Let's keep talking about it. I think that's the best thing we need to do. And
thank you very much.
Didn't need the manual.
So we have 4 minutes left, and any other questions, last comments? I have Maria who wanted to say something. Do you still want to talk about it, although there is only a few minutes left? Okay, thank you. And any other comments, also please send them to the mailing list. And now you can see how wonderful it is to give your first talk at the RIFE meeting. So please send your suggestions either to the RIFE community chair or to me, or to meeting@ripe.net. We don't really have official way of contacting us. There is a diversity mailing list, so you can always write to the whole list. And I'm looking forward to more talks about these topics, about other neurodiversities. There is a lot of space on the spectrum for all of us. Yeah, let's be kind to each other. And thank you, Natasha, and thank you, Rob, for these wonderful talks.
And thank you, Vesna, for organizing another wonderful diversity session. That was really brave for all of us, but by all of you, I think. Thank you.
Yes, great. Thanks.